Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Built an Empire with Ino. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. At the Valley of the End. Naruto's POV. I felt the rush of memories from my clone flooding in, and in that instant, I quickly dispelled my Rasengan just as Sasuke's Chidori pierced through my side. Grabbing his arm, I used my body flicker technique to transport us far away from Konoha and Orochimaru's hideout. Once I was sure we were at a safe distance, I acted the strongest soundproof barrier I knew. Sasuke began gathering energy for another Chidori, but I focused on his chakra points and blocked the ones connected to his arm, causing his Chidori to fade. "What are you doing to me, Dobe?" Sasuke yelled, confusion etched on his face. "Just be quiet, team," I growled back. "Whatever, let me finish you off and then I can go to Orochimaru." "Can you just listen for once?" I said, using Kurama's voice. At that he froze. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within me as I processed the information from my shadow clone. The pain from Sasuke's earlier attack didn't help. "You can't go to Orochimaru. He's just using your desire for power to manipulate you and make you his next vessel. Can't you see that? And you can't go back to Konoha either." "What do you mean? Why can't I go to Konoha?" Sasuke asked, bewildered. "Because as soon as you reach Konoha, you'll be arrested for 2 years and placed under house arrest for another year. They'll also put you under the Clan Restoration Act. And because of you, I can't go to Konoha either," I spat, disgust evident in my voice. Sasuke looked at me shocked. "How do you know?" "While we were fighting, the shadow clone I left in the village dispelled, and I received its memories. The council only wants you for their own benefit, for the Sharingan, and they want to get rid of me, the so-called demon. So I can't go back to Konoha, with or without you. If I go with you, they'll banish me for hurting their precious Uchiha. If I go without you, I'll be banished for not bringing back their precious Uchiha. Either way, I'm doomed. Why would I want to return to that hellhole? Most of the village treats me like a demon. Don't they realize the difference between a kunai and a sealing scroll? And this time, not even Granny Tsunade can help me. The council and the elders have more power than her, especially that shady old man, Danzo. So I'm going rogue. Also, from what I've gathered, Itachi never wanted to kill the Uchiha. The Uchiha were planning a coup against the village, and the village elders, along with Danzo, gave him the mission to eliminate all the Uchiha except you, or wait until Danzo sent his Umbu to take you out too. He accepted this mission only to keep you safe. If you still seek revenge, then go ahead. But I didn't just come here to tell you this, I came to ask you an important question." "What?" Sasuke replied. "I'm going rogue. Are you coming with me? Or are you still planning to go to that man?" I asked seriously. "I'm coming with you. I don't know what to do about Itachi. I can't promise that I won't kill him, but I will listen to what he has to say. If he wants to leave this world of suffering and pain, I'll help him do that. Just like old times, huh, Sasuke? HN. But where are we going to go now? First, we need to get off the grid. Having one of the 5 great nations behind us is really troublesome." "You sound like Shikamaru. And how are we going to get off the grid?" "Calm down, team. I've got just the man for that." Naruto bit his thumb and yelled, "Summoning jutsu." With a poof, Gamakichi appeared. "Hey, Naruto, what do you need me for?" "Hey, Gamakichi, could you ask the Toad boss to reverse summon us?" "Yeah, sure. But you know we can't summon him unless he's signed the contract with us. If you want to bring him, you'll have to connect him to you somehow." "Alright, see you, bye." Naruto looked at Sasuke and thought of ways to connect him to the summoning. Time was of the essence, so he did the unexpected and lifted Sasuke onto his shoulder. "Naruto, put me down right now. We need to be connected to be summoned together." Just then, the Toad boss summoned them. Lord Fukasaku approached them at Mount Miyaboku. "Ah, Naruto boy, what are you doing here?" "I'm sorry, Toad Gramps, but I'm in a hurry. Could you please summon Pervy Sage?" "What happened, Naruto boy? Are you in trouble?" "Kind of. Don't tell him I'm here, but summon him quickly." It's urgent. Okay, I'll summon him immediately, Lord Fukasaku said and went to summon Jiraiya. Sasuke stood there, watching the two talk and reflecting on his conversation with Naruto about Itachi. Meanwhile, Naruto was speaking to Kurama. Hey, Kurama, do you think I made the right decision? I'd say it's about time, Kit. I was tired of the village treating you poorly. One of these days I was going to snap. Thanks, Kurama. It means a lot that you care about me. PFE, no, I do not. I love you too, you big furball. Yeah, whatever. I'm going to sleep, and you better not wake me up, you understand? Kurama didn't show it, but he cared a lot about Naruto. He was the first human to actually talk to him without fear or judgment, the first to ask for his name and want to be friends, rather than just using him for power. I was doing important research. Why did you summon me, Lord Fukasaku? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, right, like peeking into bathhouses like a pervert, Naruto said, annoyed. Shut up, Gaki. Wait a minute, what are you doing here, Naruto? And what's Sasuke doing here? Shouldn't you be in the Leaf Village? We left the Leaf. We are currently rogue ninjas and I'll let Naruto explain the rest. Wait, you what? Pervy Sage, calm down. I'll explain the whole thing to you, just listen, alright? And Sasuke, way to drop the news. Ichen. You better have a good explanation for this, Naruto. Jiraiya said sternly. Time skipped to after explaining the whole situation to Jiraiya. I knew the civilian council and village elders had more power than they should, but this is outrageous. So anyway, I was going to get banished and team here was going to get arrested, so I had no choice. That still does not explain what you need me for. Okay, I want you to tell everyone that I'm dead. What? Can you stop shouting? You're even more annoying than that pink-haired banshee. I need you to declare me as dead so they don't send people after me and Sasuke, who, by the way, is coming with me. Also, could you tell the village that their precious Uchiha is also dead or missing since he never went to Orochimaru? But how do you expect them to believe me? After all, I have no proof. Can't you just tell them that my contract with the Toads was affected and they can't feel my chakra right now? They can sense that they've lost a summoner. You know Tsunade will be really mad at me if she ever finds out that I lied about you, but the circumstances are not in our favor right now. Alright, I'll do this, but only on one condition. And that is, you'll keep in contact. I know you can't always tell me your location, but just let me know that you are safe, okay? But don't write Sasuke's or my name in the letters. So what should I call you then? Call me Kitsune. And Sasuke, what do you want your code name to be? Ichen, Nico is fine. Okay, and one more thing. Lord Third gave me this letter in case anything happens to him, Jiraiya said while handing Naruto a scroll. Okay, I'll read it later when we are somewhere safe. Now that I think about it, where do we go, Sasuke? I don't know. Maybe we should live in the forest like rogue ninjas, or we could simply live in another village. Or you two can travel around the nations like me, the great Toad Sage, Jiraiya, he said, striking a pose to make himself look cool. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, sweat dropping. He's weird, Sasuke whispered to Naruto. You're telling me? Naruto replied sarcastically. So, what did you two decide you're going to do? We'll travel, do missions to earn money, and then go where the wind takes us, Naruto exclaimed. Chunin. Well, Pervy Sage, we have to go. I'll send you a letter every month. Thanks for your help. Wait, Naruto and Sasuke, take this. It will hide your faces so you don't get caught, Jiraiya said, handing them two ANBU masks, one of a cat and another of a fox. Thanks, Pervy Sage. Thanks, Lord Jiraiya. Kid, you should learn some politeness from your friend. See you again next year, Jiraiya said, disappearing. Naruto and Sasuke found themselves back in their original spot. See? Off the grid. Yeah, Sasuke said with a small but noticeable smile. Now let's go, Dobe, and don't forget to wear the mask. Yeah. Naruto felt a surge of happiness. He was finally free, no longer needing to pretend he was an idiot or the dead last. Naruto and Sasuke had been traveling for 3 days with minimal breaks. Naruto was determined to reach this destination ever since he read the letter from Lord Third. Sasuke didn't argue, knowing that the land near the hidden hot water village and the mountain's graveyard were two places that shinobi rarely ventured. The mountain's graveyard was not an option, as it meant crossing Orochimaru's territory, so this was their best choice. The two shared a comfortable silence, with Naruto having created chakra signature hiding seal tags for both of them to avoid detection. After traveling for about half an hour, they stopped in front of a house. It was neither too big nor too small, but the gates were locked, secured with a blood seal. "Sasuke, you might want to step back a little," Naruto said as he approached the lock, pulling out a kunai. Sasuke nodded, taking a few steps back and readying his own kunai. Suddenly, Naruto cut his palm and pressed it against the lock. With a loud bang, the lock clicked open and the gates swung wide. "Naruto, how did you do that?" "Wait a minute, that was a blood seal, meaning only those of the same clan as the seal maker can open it." "Exactly. This is one of the houses of the Uzumaki clan that my parents left for me. The letter from my grandfather also included a letter from my parents, meant for me in case they didn't return. It contained the location of this house. This place is one of the safest Uzumaki homes, and it was also used by my parents, so many of their belongings and the locations of other safe houses are here. It also holds my clan's secrets, as my dad knew it wasn't safe to keep them in Konoha because of the council, Danzo, and Orochimaru." Sasuke was taken aback, a flurry of questions racing through his mind, but the most pressing one was, who were Naruto's parents? "Dobe, if you don't mind me asking, who were your parents? I know you have a lot of questions, so let's go inside and freshen up, and then I'll answer them." Sasuke nodded and sheathed his kunai. After tidying up the living room, they sat down, and just as Sasuke was about to ask his questions, Naruto raised his hand to signal him to wait. "I come from two clans, the Uzumaki clan and the Namikaze clan. My parents were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. They were known as the Yellow Flash and the Red Hot-Blooded Habanero. My dad was the fourth Hokage, and my mom was the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, just like me. Not much is known about my dad's clan, but my mom's clan was the main clan from the hidden Edi village, Uzushio-Kagure. She was from the royal bloodline and was brought to Konoha to be the new Jinchuriki. The previous Jinchuriki was Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage. The Uzumaki clan was feared for their skills in sealing techniques and swordsmanship, which led to Uzushio-Kagure's destruction in the Great Ninja War. Many of the Uzumaki perished, and those who survived fled. It's ironic that Konoha, an ally of Uzushio-Kagure, allowed it to be destroyed. So now, I am the heir to both clans, which means all their wealth and property belong to me. This house is protected by numerous seals. According to my grandfather's letter, the Akatsuki are after the Jinchuriki and will need 3 years to begin their rituals and extraction of the tailed beasts. As far as I know, Orochimaru can't switch bodies for 3 years. This gives us 3 years to become as strong as we can." "But what about your dream to become Hokage?" Sasuke asked. "My dream was never to become Hokage. My dream is world peace. My father believed I could find a way to achieve it. His dream was world peace, and he passed that dream on to me. I will find a way to bring about world peace, even if it is the last thing I do." There was determination in his eyes. "HN. But how are we going to get stronger? Who will teach us? Right now, we are 2 missing ninjas with no mentor. How are we supposed to improve?" "Don't worry about that. This house has a vast library filled with scrolls ranging from D rank to SSS rank jutsu covering all 5 chakra natures, along with techniques from both the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. It also contains scrolls with techniques from the first and second Hokage, at least the ones my dad used. According to the letter, the library spans the 2nd and 3rd floors. Quick question, what is your chakra? Nature? Chapter end. Time skip 1 year. You do not deserve to live. Die." With a quick flash of lightning, all 7 bandits fell to the ground. On the other side of the forest, 10 shadow clones were finishing off the remaining bandits. Once they were certain that no threats remained, they cautiously approached the bandits' hideout, which was locked. With a swift hand sign, they broke the lock and entered the hideout. "Kitsune, Take the left and I'll take the right. If I find anything interesting, I'll seal it into my storage scroll. Hi. If you find any more hostages, carry them to safety. HN. With a quick nod, the two split up to explore the hideout. After about 15 minutes, they emerged with 3 hostages, having placed explosive tags throughout the hideout. Once they were at a safe distance, it exploded behind them. The masked duo was heading toward Kiri, having just completed an A-rank mission for the Hidden Mist. About 6 months ago, they had decided to rebuild Uzushio and sign peace treaties with all the great nations to foster harmony. However, rebuilding an entire village was too ambitious for them, so they opted to become allies with as many nations as possible. This would lead to indirect peace treaties among the villages. Sasuke had proposed this idea, and so far, they had secured a peace treaty with the hidden hot water village. After completing this mission, they would sign a treaty with the Mist. Naruto was pleased that they were finally starting to achieve peace. Another motivation for their efforts was to gather information about the Akatsuki and Orochimaru. Since the Akatsuki comprised members from different villages, signing treaties with these villages would allow them to learn about the past and fighting styles of the members, giving them a slight advantage. After traveling for about an hour and a half, they reached the entrance of the Mist. State your names and your business in the Mist, a burly Chunin asked sternly. Kitsune and Nico, returning from an A-rank mission. We have a meeting with Lady Mizukage, Sasuke replied in his usual monotone voice. Meanwhile, Chojuro, a swordsman of the Mist, recognized them and escorted the two to the Mizukage. He then took the 3 emaciated kids to the hospital, as they looked like they hadn't eaten in days. After a discussion between Kitsune and the Mizukage, and Nico's quiet contemplation, they finally signed the treaty. Although the Mizukage had been hesitant 5 months ago due to their refusal to reveal their identities, the duo's numerous challenging missions and the risks they had taken for the Mist gradually earned her trust. After spending a night in the Mist, the two began their 2-day journey back home. Over the past year, they had grown quite close, to the point where Naruto could understand most of Sasuke's subtle sounds and gestures. Together, they had become a formidable team in battle. Unbeknownst to them, they had each earned a page in the bingo book. The two were unaware of the chakra presence following them. 2 green eyes watched the duo intently before suddenly leaping onto Sasuke's shoulder and playfully liking his mask. The two had drawn their weapons, but upon seeing the small cat, they sheathed them again. Naruto, a strong sensor, had not detected any transformation, so he relaxed, though he was surprised by the amount of chakra the little cat possessed. Throughout their journey, the cat refused to leave Sasuke's side. Whenever Naruto attempted to pick it up, it would hiss and scratch him, and the cat's claws were sharp. Once they returned home, Naruto asked Sasuke what they should do with the cat. Sasuke smirked and insisted that Naruto take it in. Unbeknownst to Naruto, he had developed a certain fondness for cats. Home sweet home. Naruto exclaimed with a sigh. Sasuke replied, walking to the fridge to get milk for the cat, which had grown on him. The next day, the two woke up at 5 and had a quick breakfast. Afterward, they sparred for about 2 hours. They enjoyed brunch, and then Sasuke worked on his fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, while Naruto focused on perfecting his Raisin Shuriken. He had mastered the one-handed Rasengan, capable of performing it in under 3 seconds, but adding chakra nature to it proved challenging. If he lost concentration, the chakra would burn his hand. To speed up the process, he used shadow clones. 2 clones worked on 1 Raisin Shuriken while Naruto had 100 clones assisting him. He was making progress, but it was exhausting. He left the clones to perfect the technique while he focused on his Fuinjutsu. He was currently a level 7 seal master and was finishing his level 8 books. Fuinjutsu came naturally to Naruto, but Sasuke struggled to clear level 5. He was a level 4 seal master and knew a few level 5 seals. Naruto was aware that his parents were level 12 seal masters, and he needed to reach level 10 to understand his father's complicated scroll of seals and the flying Raijin Jutsu. He also needed to find a way to remove the cursed seal Orochimaru had placed on Sasuke. Although he had fully suppressed it, he couldn't remove it. Jiraiya was a level 8 seal master but still could not eliminate it. Naruto was determined to master Fuinjutsu. He was fascinated by its flexibility. According to the Uzumaki, there were 15 levels of Fuinjutsu, and the first Hokage's wife, Mito Uzumaki, was a level 14 seal master. The two trained until lunch and then decided to work on their teamwork and combination jutsus. They practiced thunderstorm summoning, a technique where Sasuke gathered electrical energy between his hands while Naruto simultaneously collected water vapor from the air to form clouds. Sasuke then sent the gathered lightning chakra into the air, where the vapor collected, creating dark clouds and summoning a thunderstorm with lightning, thunder, and rain. This was the most challenging combination they had attempted so far. They had already perfected it but aimed to execute the jutsu in less than 10 seconds. They finally managed to reduce the time from 53 seconds to 20 seconds. After dinner, they began discussing their next move while the cat purred contentedly in Sasuke's lap. So, now we have a peace treaty with the Hidden Mist for 7 years. And a peace treaty with the Hidden Hot Water Village for 10 years. Which village should we target next, huh? Konoha and Otogekure are out of the question. How about the Hidden Cloud? It's tough to win their trust, and they haven't exactly been fond of the Uzumaki. They even tried to kidnap my mother, so I'm thinking about a smaller village. What about the Hidden Frost Village? Last I heard, they were in need of allies. Their only other ally is the Hidden Grass Village, and their military strength isn't that high. If they become our allies, they would also be connected to the Hidden Mist and Hidden Hot Water Village. Plus, we wouldn't have to convince them as much as we would with the mist. Next destination, the Hidden Frost Village. Naruto exclaimed, striking a pose. Suddenly, a messenger toad appeared on top of Naruto's head. Naruto jumped up in surprise. Hey, Jiraiya-sama sent me here with a message. What does the pervy sage want? If he asks me to review his books again, tell him I'm not interested. And where's the old toad messenger? Oh, you must be Naruto. Jiraiya-sama sent this for you, the toad said, handing Naruto a scroll. The old messenger toad is away, so I'm your new messenger toad. Alright, I delivered the scroll so I can go now. Bye. With a puff of smoke, the toad vanished. Dobe, what does the letter say? Hello, Kitsune. It's been a year since we last met. I have some intel on the Akatsuki and Orochimaru. I can't write those details in this letter, so I would like to meet you. I also want to see how far you and Nico have come. Let's meet in the Land of Waves 3 days from today and catch up. The Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku and one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya. Looks like we won't be going to the Hidden Frost after all. The pervy sage wants to meet us, Naruto said, scratching his chin. Chin. Well, I better perfect the Raisin Shuriken before I meet him. I got it down today, now I just need to learn to use it in battle. You up for a spar, Sasuke? No, not everyone has as much chakra as you do. I finally perfected the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. You scared, team? Sasuke scoffed. Of course not. After sparring for a while, the two went to bed. They were so exhausted that they fell asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillows. In Konoha, at Naruto's grave. Hey Naruto, it's been a year since the village announced you as dead. I don't believe them, I don't believe it at all. Ino said, on the verge of tears. I went to Ichiraku for the first time since you disappeared. Teuchi and Ayame miss you a lot, you know. A lot of people miss you, but I miss you the most. You still haven't completed your promise to take me on that date after the Chunin exams, but don't worry, I know you will keep your promise. She forced out a sad laugh. After all, you never go back on your word, right? Team 7 recently got 2 new members. I've improved my Yamanaka family jutsus and taijutsu. I also discovered that I can use Earth Style, so I'm focusing on learning some new jutsus. I can still picture how your face always lit up whenever you learned a new jutsu. The flower shop is doing well, but the flowers aren't as bright as they used to be when you were around. You know, whenever you were here, the whole village felt brighter. The villagers may say you're a demon, but to me, you'll always be my Whiskers. You're the kindest and most selfless person I know, and no one can convince me otherwise. She tried to hold back her tears but sadly couldn't. Just one more thing, Whiskers, one more miracle, please don't be dead for me. Please. She left flowers from her shop and went home. 3 days from Jiraiya's letter to Naruto, in the land of waves. The two had just reached the wave country. They ran into trouble on their way, but nothing they couldn't handle. Naruto was wearing a black jumpsuit with orange flames on it and the Uzumaki symbol on his back. Though orange was still his favorite color, it made him easy to spot. Sasuke wore a similar outfit, but it was white with blue flames and the Uchiha symbol on the back. They had a katana on their backs and a wakizashi at their waists, with kunai pouches attached. They had learned more in this 1 year than during their training in Konoha. Sasuke had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan long ago when he faced Itachi, but he still didn't know how to use it properly as he lacked any scrolls on it. Dobe, where do we have to meet Jiraiya-sama? The wave is a big village. Knowing the pervy sage, he might be peeking in some bathhouses, but he'll find us. Anyway, after our death, do you think Team 7 got new members? Why are all of your senseis perverts? Dobe, a team consists of a Jonin and 3 Genin, and knowing that Banshee, she wouldn't have made it to Chunin, so there will be new members. I never thought about it, but almost all the ninjas I know are perverts like Irika-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, closet pervert Ebisu, and the pervy sage. Heck, Kakashi-sensei used to read the Aiko series in front of us when we were. Do you think our replacements will be better than us? They must be weaklings. I could take them down without even using my Sharingan. Wait, is that the pervy sage? Naruto looked at a man with white hair peeping at a hot spring and writing things down. Ignoring Sasuke's comment, he shouted, "Pervy sage." Jiraiya's head turned so fast that he probably got whiplash. "Keep it down, Gaki." Jiraiya whispered urgently. "I thought you wanted to meet us, but here you are, peeping shamelessly at women. I didn't come here to see you do your research, you know." Naruto shouted back with a playful pout, missing the thrill of getting the white-haired Sannin in trouble. "Dimen yu kitsune." Now they're going inside. "Fine, I finished enough research for today, let's go to a more private place." The two nodded and followed him. He led them into a clearing in the forest and set up a high-level barrier so that no one could see or hear them. "You can remove your masks now." Naruto Sasuke. "So, what have you two been up to?" "Ah, the usual training and completing missions for the Mist, the Cloud, and the Hot Water Village," Naruto said with a small smile. "We've already signed peace treaties with the Hot Water Village for 10 years and with the Mist for 7 years. Now we just need to do something to make them permanent." Sasuke nodded slightly and returned to petting his cat. "I want to see how far you've come in training. Get ready to be beaten, old man. But first, tell me how things are going in the village and what you know about the Akatsuki and Orochimaru." "Well, when you two were declared dead, Tsunade revealed your heritage. I bet the villagers were shocked. The demon child is the child of their Hokage. Yeah. You should have seen their faces. I didn't stay long, but I heard your team got 2 new members last month when I was in the village." "Really? Who are they?" "I don't know much, but I do know their names, Hiroto and Sai. Sai is a level 3 seal master and uses a super beast scroll to bring his drawings to life. He is also an earth-style user and one of Danzo's prized umbu. Hiroto is a fire-style user and skilled in taijutsu. Sakura is training under Tsunade in medical ninjutsu. Now, about the Akatsuki, they know you are alive. They know the Nine Tails is alive and hasn't been released, so be careful. As for Orochimaru, I found the locations of 2 of his hideouts and searched them, but found nothing except that he is working with Danzo." What a bunch of weaklings. I've completed level 4 Fuinjutsu and know most of the level 5 seals. A super beast scroll is useless against my wakizashi. And it's impossible to defeat an Uchiha in fire style. They are disrespecting us by replacing us with such weaklings. And also, the sand has a new Kazekage, Jiraiya smirked. "Gaara." "What?" Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. "Gaara is the new Kazekage." "Wait, this just makes our work easier. We can get a peace treaty with the sand now that they finally have a Kage." Sasuke nodded slightly, showing he was paying attention. "Now enough talking, nah. I didn't just come here to chat. I want to see how strong you two have gotten." Jiraiya took a toad taijutsu stance opposite Naruto and Sasuke. You two against me. Now. Get ready, old man. I've improved a lot, you know, Naruto said, getting into the improved Uzumaki stance. Sasuke assumed the Uchiha taijutsu stance, which suited his Sharingan better. The Sharingan in his eyes flared while the cat climbed a nearby tree. Don't hold back, Jiraiya said, aiming a punch at Sasuke. Sasuke quickly dodged and went for a kick, but Jiraiya had already disappeared, engaging in a fierce taijutsu battle with Naruto. He landed a hit in Naruto's stomach and was going for a kick to his side, but at the last moment, Naruto vanished and Sasuke yelled, "Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet." 3 fire dragons attacked from each side as he substituted himself. That was a B-rank jutsu, and Sasuke did it in under a minute. Impressive. Jiraiya thought to himself. Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side. Suddenly, Jiraiya shouted, "Fire style, toad flame bullet." Earth style, mud wall. Naruto defended, but his back was open, and he saw Jiraiya coming at him. He blocked the blow, realizing, to have acted such a strong wall and blocked my punch such speed. He has become much more powerful than the last time we sparred. My attack did not even leave a mark on his mud wall. You never cease to surprise me, Naruto. Sasuke ran to Naruto's side and nodded to him. Naruto understood what this meant. They would not last if they fought alone. They had to combine their attacks. The two continued engaging Jiraiya in taijutsu but only managed to land a few hits compared to Jiraiya's. They jumped back and began the hand seals for their latest defensive combination jutsu, the Great Intense Fire Dragon. Sasuke unleashed a powerful fire dragon, and Naruto intensified it threefold with his blast of wind. Jiraiya had not expected them to have learned such a powerful combination. Nevertheless, he survived barely. If he had wasted even a second, he would have taken damage. The two have improved at a rapid rate. Normal shinobi would have taken years to reach this level. These two are easily Jonin-level shinobi. I need to end this quickly. With that, Jiraiya yelled, "Ninja art, toad mouth trap," trapping the two by their feet. Well, you two have improved a lot. Your teamwork is flawless, and your speed is amazing. But Sasuke, you have the Sharingan. You need to work on your genjutsu. Throughout the whole fight, you didn't use genjutsu on me even once. And Naruto, you need to keep your guard up at all times. Whenever you launch a big jutsu, you let your guard down a little. You two are easily Jonin-level shinobi, Jiraiya said with a proud smile. He visited them every time he was near and helped them with some jutsus. He also suggested that Naruto add a chakra nature to his Rasengan. By the way, pervy sage, we were holding back a little. I recently finished the Rasen Shuriken. Naruto summoned a shadow clone and created a Rasen Shuriken, shooting it toward his previous mud wall, which crumbled to dust. How is it? That jutsu is really powerful. To think you achieved this at such a young age. This was something Minato always tried to do but couldn't complete. Sasuke, what about you? Jiraiya-sama, Naruto, step back at least 3 meters from me. The two jumped 5 meters from Sasuke. Chidori stream. The air within the 3-meter radius of Sasuke became highly electrified. This jutsu temporarily paralyzes shinobi in a 3-meter radius. After the jutsu ended, he unsheathed his wakizashi. He preferred his wakizashi because, unlike his katana, he could wield it with one hand. He made a deep cut on his palm, and then his other hand glowed a shade of green, starting to heal his palm. I also decided to learn medical ninjutsu because Naruto and I frequently got injured, and bandages take too much time to heal. My chakra control is really good, so it didn't take me long to learn it, Sasuke said confidently. That is very impressive, Sasuke. If you continue to train like this, you and Naruto might become two of the most feared and strongest shinobi of your time, Jiraiya replied. I agree with Jiraiya, the cat added. What? Naruto exclaimed, surprise evident on his face. Sasuke, though shocked, managed to maintain his composure. Jiraiya, however, seemed unfazed. He already knew the cat was a summon. Allow me to explain, Sasuke. I am Gaara. I was sent to see if you were worthy of signing the summoning contract with the cats. We have been summons for the Uchiha for a long time. After observing your fight, I have decided that you are worthy of signing the contract with us. If you accept, we will even train you in using your Sharingan. However, you will need to come to Soraku and train with us for 7 months. Don't worry, the Leaf Village will not know anything about this. Do you accept? Now that I think about it, I need to teach Naruto how to control the 9 tails. So while you're with the cats, I will take Naruto on a training trip. I accept your offer, Kara. Naruto, don't hurt yourself too much while I'm gone. After all, I won't be there to heal. Phew. Don't worry about me, just train your fancy eyes to their maximum potential. Sasuke's eyebrows twitched slightly, but knowing the stubborn blonde, he decided not to waste his energy. Fine. See you in 7 months, team. Don't miss me too much. Don't worry, I won't miss you at all. See you later, Dobe. Sasuke smirked. Training Ground 3, the morning before the Chunin exam finals. Flashback. Naruto was having second thoughts about the fight. He doubted himself and wondered if he could defeat the Hyuga prodigy. After all, he was the strongest genin. He had come here to clear his mind. He knew that he couldn't train before a fight, as wasting his stamina would decrease his chances of winning. He leaned against the wooden pole where he had been tied during Kakashi's bell test, eyes closed. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice the platinum blonde Yamanaka approaching him. She leaned on the pole next to Naruto while looking at him. You know, Ichiraku ramen has special discounts because of the Chunin exams. I thought you'd be there, Ino said with a smile. Naruto jumped slightly at her voice, surprised to see her as he hadn't sensed her coming. Composing himself, he replied, I'm going to Ichiraku later, before the fight. Can't fight on an empty stomach, can I? Hey, you seem down. Something on your mind? Ino noticed the grimness in his voice. Naruto gave a small nod. Just worried. What if I can't defeat Neji? I mean, I promised to beat him, but what if I'm not strong enough? But you will, Whiskers. You've trained hard for the past month, and if anyone can defeat him, it's you. Just believe in yourself. Confidence is half the battle. But how can you be so sure? Because I know you'll give it your all. I believe you'll find a way to defeat Neji. After Ino's encouraging words, Naruto felt all his doubts fade away. Those simple words gave him the confidence he had longed for. He pulled Ino into a hug and whispered, Thank you, Ino-chan, burying his head in the crook of her neck. Ino was taken aback by the hug. As soon as she felt his breath on her neck, she blushed deeply. Unable to form words, she simply returned the embrace. Suddenly, Naruto broke the hug, much to Ino's disappointment, and jumped onto one of the wooden poles. He shouted, I'm going to beat you, Neji, so you better be ready, Databeo. You know, Ino-chan, I'm heading to Ichiraku now. Want to come? My treat for cheering me up. There's the loud-mouthed, unpredictable knucklehead ninja I know. You better beat him, he's always going on about fate and destiny. Sometimes I prefer the whole Lee and Gai-sensei drama over his meaningless rants. She then looked at Naruto with an apologetic smile. Sorry, Naruto, but I need to meet my team in 10 minutes. We're going to the Chunin exams together. Naruto shuddered at the mention of the youthful duo and frowned a bit. As soon as Ino noticed his frown, she replied, Don't think you're getting out of treating me. No, of course not. Actually, after the Chunin exams, I'll take you out somewhere nice, I promise. Naruto accidentally replaced the word treat with date. Realizing what he said, he blushed, the tips of his ears turning as red as Sasuke's Sharingan. Ino blushed slightly at his words before responding, Why yeah, and it better be someplace other than Ichiraku. We've gone there so many times that I've lost count. I don't want to just sit there while you finish your 50 bowls of ramen. She gathered her courage and pecked Naruto on the cheek, saying, I need to go, but I'm rooting for you, Naruto. I hope you win. With that, she left him alone with his thoughts. Naruto was speechless and could barely contain his happiness. Ino had just made this day one of the best days of his life. A few hours before Sasuke's return, at the Uzumaki safe house. Naruto was waiting for Sasuke to return, pacing in front of the gates of the Uzumaki estate. Kitsune, stop pacing. It's not going to make Nico arrive any faster. Jiraiya scolded from under the tree he was leaning against. He longed to visit the hot springs of the hot water country to do some research. I can't help it, pervy sage. He's supposed to arrive today, along with my ramen-chan. Naruto exclaimed, clearly excited to see his beloved ramen, which he referred to as the food of the gods. He had heard about a ramen stand in Saraku with amazing ramen and had wanted to taste it ever since. 4 hours later. Late. Naruto's eyebrow twitched slightly. He hadn't eaten anything for the past 7 hours because Sasuke was supposed to arrive with his ramen, and he wanted to savor it. A few minutes later, he sensed 2 familiar chakra signatures approaching and immediately recognized them: Sasuke and Gaara. He began working on his barrier so no one could see or hear them. The barrier activated as soon as Sasuke and Gaara entered. "You're late." "Here we go again," the white-haired Sannin muttered under his breath. "Hello to you too, Dobe," Sasuke said, removing his mask with a smirk. "Oh, sorry, hello team. Now stop smirking and give me my ramen." "HN. Your ramen is sealed inside this special scroll that preserves and keeps food warm," Sasuke replied, pulling a scroll from inside his jacket. "I know, I made it," Naruto deadpanned. Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. "And now it's going to burn. Amaterasu." The scroll burst into black flames and turned to ash almost immediately. "Those are the same flames that Itachi used to escape my toad mouth trap all those years ago. The cats helped him train his eyes, and learning it at such a young age is just brilliant," Jiraiya thought from under his tree. "Timmy, why would you do that? Do you know how long I have been waiting for my ramen? And you just burned it. How cruel are you? I thought of you as my brother, but you betrayed me? I haven't eaten for 7 hours and you burnt my ramen." Sasuke burst out laughing. "Relax, Dobe, it was an old useless scroll. I did it just for my entertainment. You didn't think I actually burnt your ramen, did you? After you almost cut my fingers off one time, I know better than to come between you and your ramen. Here," Sasuke said, handing him the scroll he had just removed from his pouch. "Be a sturdy." Naruto glared at Sasuke, who just smirked back at him. He snatched the scroll containing his ramen and headed toward the house, talking sweetly to his ramen. Sasuke walked over to where Jiraiya was. "Long time no see, Sasuke. Man, I wonder if that Gaki loves anything more than ramen. He ate ramen in every single town we visited." "HN." Sasuke gave a small nod. "You get used to it after a while. So, how strong has Naruto gotten?" "Fire and lightning. What about you?" "Earth, water, and wind. Boy, am I hungry. But what will we eat? This place is old, and the food we have isn't enough. Let's check the kitchen. If this place was owned by the Uzumaki, there must be some special seal keeping fresh food." With that, the two rummaged through the kitchen until they found a scroll with an emergency food supply that would last them about 3 months. They enjoyed their dinner and then went to bed. Naruto took the nearest bedroom on the first floor, while Sasuke chose the one across from him. The bedrooms were simple, with minimal furniture. They decided to wake up early the next day to explore the library and train. Meanwhile, Sasuke contemplated a new goal. His last thought was that if there had been no council or root, his family might still be alive. His new objective was to dismantle the council, the village elders, and the root organization of the Leaf, and then he would help Naruto achieve world peace. With these thoughts, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. Stronger. The Nine Tails has given him access to 4 tails of its power. The Nine Tails tried to add 1 more tail of chakra, but Naruto's body can't handle it. It suggested that Naruto wait a year to master the 4 tails before fully opening the seal and gaining access to all of Kurama's chakra. "What about you? What have you accomplished with the cats?" "The cats have a lot of scrolls on the Sharingan, so I trained my Mangekyo Sharingan with them. They also have an old cat with Mangekyo Sharingan in her eyes, a gift from the Uchiha, who helped me train my eyes." Jiraiya's expression suddenly turned serious. "Sasuke, I need to talk to you. Even though the Nine Tails and Naruto are friends, and the Nine Tails is willing to give him chakra, that power is too much to handle. Even the Nine Tails can't stop him if he goes on a rampage. If the 5th tail emerges, Naruto will feel overwhelmed and let his emotions take control. You know how it feels. After all, you have Orochimaru's curse mark. So, if and when the fifth tail appears, I want you to use this seal on him. Jiraiya handed Sasuke 3 seal tags. The 4th Hokage made these long ago with his wife, so if the seal loosens, they could control the 9 tails. Don't worry, I won't let that happen. He understood the effects power could have on one's mind. He had once been blinded by the desire for power and his emotions, which is why he had sought Orochimaru. Now, he regretted even considering that. Has this ever happened before? No, but better safe than sorry. Anyway, I need to leave. I have to gather intel for the leaf. I'll keep you updated if I find anything about the Akatsuki or Orochimaru. See you later, and don't let him eat too much ramen, Jiraiya said as he took his leave. 3 weeks later, the two stood at the gates of the hidden sand. State your business in the sand and your village, one of the guards asked. We're here to meet the Kazekage, Naruto replied calmly. Kazek-sama is busy and does not have time to meet you. Busy? Doing what, paperwork? Tell him that his first friend is here to see him. As soon as Gaara heard about his first friend, he immediately thought of Naruto. He had been told that Naruto died, but he still held on to hope since they hadn't found his body. He rushed to the gates on his hovering sand platform. Hey, Gaara, long time no see. Now, please don't mention my name at all. We would like to discuss something with you in private. Yes, follow me. Once they reached Gaara's office, he dismissed all the umbu, and Naruto immediately set up a barrier. Naruto. Who else? Naruto replied, taking off his mask with a smile. And who is your companion? Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke said, removing his mask. Explain, Gaara said, curiosity evident on his face. 30 minutes later, after explaining everything to Gaara, and Naruto sharing stories about ramen from Soraku, Gaara spoke. So you want me to sign a peace treaty with you? Yes. I can sign it, but only for a few months or a year at most. I was recently made the Kazekage, and I can't make huge decisions without consulting the council. To be honest, I don't think they will trust 2 people who wear masks and hide their identities. You'll need to earn their trust. Fine. We'll do whatever it takes to earn their trust. Right, Sasuke? Ichiraku. Sasuke never really liked discussing politics, so he let Naruto handle it, only responding when asked or to correct Naruto. I think I have a solution. We need 2 bodyguards for the Kage booth during the Chunin exam finals happening in a few months. It would definitely help if you could persuade the Hidden Mist to participate. Then, there might not be a problem signing a long-term treaty with you. Are any of the people we know participating from the Hidden Leaf? Naruto asked, secretly hoping Ino would be among them. Actually, Kiba, Hinata, Shino, Sakura, Sai, Hiroto, Choji, Ino, and Tenten are participating. Niji was promoted to Jonin, and Rock Lee was promoted to Chunin earlier this year. I think we should accept the offer. We can also gather information on the military strength of the participating villages, Sasuke whispered to Naruto. We accept the offer, Gaara. Looks like I will be fulfilling that promise of taking you out on a date after the Chunin exams after all, Ino-chan, he thought to himself before continuing to catch up with Gaara. In the hidden sand village, Tsunade. You don't have to do this, a masked blonde yelled, blocking the raven's strike. I'm not going to let you talk me out of this like last time. He threw another punch, aiming for the blonde's face. The blonde caught the punch and kneed the raven's chin. As soon as the raven was distracted, he put as much distance as he could between them. Nico, I don't want to hurt you. Please reconsider, he yelled, moving further away. I said no. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. 3 fire dragons surrounded Kitsune. You leave me no choice. Earth style, multi-mud wall. Huge mud walls emerged from beneath the sand, defending him from all 3 dragons. You're so predictable, Kitsune, Nico said, appearing behind him in the blink of an eye. Chidori, Sinban. The raven shouted, and 100 needles made of lightning chakra surged toward Kitsune from behind. Wind style, great breakthrough. Kitsune breathed out a powerful gust of chakra-enhanced wind, managing to blow away most of the senbons, but one still sliced his arm. The wind was so strong that it nearly knocked Nico off balance, but he managed to stay standing. Seeing that one of his needles had struck the blonde, the raven smirked beneath his mask. "Come on, Kitsune, don't just defend against my attacks. Are you too scared to go on the offensive?" Before Kitsune could respond, Nico prepared for his next move. "Fire style, great flame flower," he exclaimed, launching a multitude of fireballs into the air. Kitsune's thoughts raced. Oh no! He knew these fireballs could easily destroy his Earth-style walls, so he did the only thing that came to mind: Earth-style, hiding like a mole jutsu. He disappeared underground, digging as deep as he could, knowing the fireballs would create chaos above. All the genins participating in the Chunin exams were watching. They had been awakened by the sound of explosions and had come to investigate, finding the two engaged in battle. Nearby Sand Ninja joined the crowd of spectators, watching in awe at the display of strength. Even the elite Jonin and the Anbu shivered at the thought of facing either of them, realizing they would be lucky to escape unscathed, so they dared not interfere. Kitsune emerged in front of Nico after his jutsu was nullified and decided to go on the offensive. Water style, water dragon bullet. He used the water vapor in the air to create a water dragon, a technique he had learned months ago from the second Hokage's scroll that his father had borrowed. He maneuvered the dragon toward Nico. The ninjas watched in awe as Kitsune conjured a water dragon from thin air, knowing that the sand didn't have a significant water source, making the jutsu particularly impressive. Nico activated his Sharingan, unsheathed his wakizashi, and channeled lightning chakra into it, slicing through the dragon and dividing it in two. Kitsune had anticipated this and was prepared. As soon as the water dragon split, it transformed into water bullets that shot toward Nico's back. He dodged a few but still took some damage. Charging toward Kitsune with his wakizashi in hand, the blonde unsheathed his katana and channeled wind chakra into it, engaging Nico in a fierce kenjutsu battle. Sparks flew as their blades collided, both landing minor hits on each other. After some time, Kitsune spotted an opening on Nico's side and attacked, but Nico had been counting on it. As the blonde went in for the strike, the raven elegantly slid his blade under Kitsune's and parried with such force that the katana flew from Kitsune's hand, landing in the sand, out of his reach. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Around 50 shadow clones of Kitsune appeared, surrounding Nico in a circle. Chidori stream. Nico yelled, ramming his wakizashi into the sand, electrifying the air within a 4-meter radius and zapping all of Kitsune's clones. To his surprise, Kitsune was not among them. His eyes widened as he realized Kitsune had planned this. By driving his sword into the sand, he had given away his location. Before he could leap away, a hand pulled him downwards, burying him in the sand, leaving only his head above it. "Earth-style, double suicide decapitation technique," said the blonde, emerging from beneath the sand. He unsheathed his tanto and held the blade inches from Nico's neck. "I win," the blonde smirked from beneath his mask. "Fine. We can have ramen for lunch." "Now put that blade away," the raven said with a sigh. "You know, if you had just agreed to ramen for lunch, none of this would have happened," the blonde replied while sheathing his blade. "Ichin. I even gave you an option to reconsider," the raven said as he climbed out of the sand. Oh, how he wanted to eat his favorite onigiri with okaka. But now he had to settle for tomato ramen. He began healing his wounds and bruises using his medical ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Kitsune was pleased that he got to eat ramen and had defeated Sasuke. He let Kurama heal his wounds. The crowd's sweat dropped when they learned that the two had fought such a large battle just to decide what to eat. The genins were relieved they were not participating in the Chunin exam finals taking place the next day. As soon as the two turned to the crowd, Naruto's azure blue eyes found a certain Yamanaka's ice blue. They stared at each other for what felt like hours, but in reality, it was just seconds. They broke eye contact when, suddenly, in a swirl of sand, the Kazekage appeared. "Kitsune, Nico, this is the 12th training ground you have destroyed. What was the fight about?" Gaara asked Naruto and Sasuke. "Dobe wanted to eat ramen, but I wanted onigiri and okaka." "I see. Who won?" "Me, of course." Hey Gaara, wanna join us for lunch? Naruto asked. Sure. The trio shined away to the best ramen shop in Suna. But she was thinking about the masked blonde she had seen earlier. His eyes are just like Naruto's. He even shares Naruto's love for ramen. Maybe that is Naruto. I mean, he also has the same hair. Snap out of this, you have to focus on the Chunin exams. But if that is Naruto, then I have to tell him how I feel. I need to show him that I have gotten stronger. I have trained hard for the past year and a half to become stronger, just so next time, I can be there fighting alongside him. I need to win the Chunin exams. I have to make Tsunade proud. I will not lose to Billboard Brow this time. I am going to win. With those thoughts, she went to train a bit and strategize for the next day's fight. The Kage booth. The day of the Chunin exam finals. The Hokage, Tsunade Senju, the Mizukage, Mei Terumi, the Kusakas, the leader of the grass village, the Kazekage, Gaara, Nico, and Kitsune were seated in the Kage booth. Kitsune and Nico had convinced the Mizukage and the Kusakas to join the Chunin exam finals after signing a treaty with the hidden grass village. The village elders of Suna had decided to make the duo judges instead of bodyguards after witnessing their fights. It was clear that they could easily identify who was Chunin material and who was not. They were waiting for the Chunin exam finals to begin. Kitsune and Nico, your battle yesterday was quite spectacular. Wasn't it, Hokage-sama? Meiterumi spoke in a gentle voice. It surely was, Mizukage-sama, Tsunade replied. Thank you, Mizukage-sama and Hokage-sama, but the battle could have been avoided if Nico here would have agreed to eat ramen for lunch. Kitsune pointedly looked at Nico. HN. I just wanted to eat on Jiraiya and Okaka. You don't know the half of it. They have destroyed 12 training grounds within 4 months. Oh, and one of their battles went on for 8 hours. I had to enclose them in a sand coffin to make them stop, Gaara said. All the Kage and the Kusakas were amazed. The finals of the Chunin exams are about to begin. A loud voice echoed throughout the stadium. Well then, let's pay attention to the exams, Gaara said to everyone in the Kage booth. In the stadium, the matches were written in bracket format on the huge board. The matches were Kiba vs. Sangenin, Sangenin won. Mist Genin vs. Sangenin, Mist Genin won. Shino vs. Hiroto, Shino won. Ten vs. Sangenin, Ten won. Choji vs. Mist Genin, Choji won. Hinata vs. Grass Genin, Hinata won. Grass Genin vs. Sai won. Ino vs. Sakura. Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno entered the stadium. The two entered the stadium. Ino wore a serious expression, while Sakura had a confident smirk, perhaps a bit too overconfident for her own good. In the Kage booth, Sasuke leaned over to Naruto and whispered, Dobe, your friend is fighting the underdog. Shut up, team. She is not my girlfriend. Naruto's face turned red, grateful for the mask covering it. Not yet. Okay, your childhood best friend turned Genin sweetheart is fighting the underdog, Sasuke teased, enjoying the moment. What are you two whispering about? Gaara asked, clearly wanting to join the conversation as he had been surrounded by older people for too long. About Dobe's friend taking on the Banshee, Sasuke snickered. Team! Naruto whisper shouted, part of him wanting to strangle the raven, but he held back. So this is the girl, Gaara said to Naruto, clearly teasing him. Hokage-sama, if I am not mistaken, aren't those two your students? The Kusakas asked Tsunade. Yes, they are. Now let's pay attention, the match is beginning, Tsunade pointed out. She was confident that Ino would win against Sakura. While Sakura had power, Ino had speed and accuracy. Ino had worked hard compared to Sakura's laziness, and Ino was more level-headed, while Sakura was impulsive and cocky. The only question was, how long would it take for Ino to defeat Sakura? Hajime! The proctor shouted. Get ready to be surprised, Ino pig, Sakura taunted. We'll see whose surprise it is, Billboard Brow. Now, less talking, more fighting. Earth style, stone clone jutsu. Ino summoned earth from her mouth, forming 5 clones. They spread out within the stadium, while the real Ino camouflaged herself beneath the earth, waiting to spot Sakura's weakness. She knew she couldn't waste too much chakra in this fight as it was a tournament, and she had to face many other contestants who were stronger than Sakura. Jiraiya. Sakura punched one of the clones, turning it into stones. She continued attacking the stone clones. Cha! Her hand went through the last clone, and she smirked, but she did not notice the paper bombs hidden within. The clone grabbed her hand firmly before exploding. Sakura was thrown back by the blast, and before she could react, Ino delivered a swift chop to her neck, rendering her unconscious. Winner, Ino Yamanaka. Hoke-sama, I see your student Ino is very skilled. Her speed is definitely at a Jonin level, and her technique of taking the opponent by surprise is admirable. I think she is definitely Chunin level, wouldn't you agree, Kusakaze-sama, Kazuki-sama, Kitsune, Nico? The Mizukage asked, turning to Tsunade. She is really strong. She skipped the last 3 exams just to become stronger and win these exams, Tsunade replied proudly. She had grown closer to Ino after becoming her teacher, and after Naruto's passing, the two had formed an even stronger bond. They never truly believed he was gone and hoped that someday he would return to them. Her use of Earth style is certainly excellent, the Kusakaze added. I agree, Mizukage-sama, Gaara replied. I couldn't even spot the paper bombs. Kitsune pointed out. Because you were too busy looking elsewhere, Nico teased, glancing at Naruto. No one really heard her except for Naruto and Gaara, who both blushed. Everyone braced themselves for the second round. Round 2 of the tournament will begin shortly. The proctor announced. Ino Yamanaka and Sai entered the stadium. The two stepped into the stadium, Ino maintaining her focused expression while Sai wore a forced smile, which irritated her. You should just quit if you can't win a battle, Sai remarked, still smiling. And you should not underestimate your opponent, Ino retorted. The two engaged in a taijutsu fight, Sai wielding his tanto against Ino's kunai. Sai initially had the advantage due to the length of his weapon, but Ino quickly turned that to her benefit. Remembering a technique that Nico had used against Kitsune in their previous battle, she decided to employ it. She feigned an opening, slid her blade beneath his, and with a powerful parry, knocked the tanto from his hand. Nico, she used your technique, Naruto whispered to Sasuke. HN. She is quite skilled, Sasuke replied quietly. Unlike the others, she paid attention during our sparring sessions and learned a few tricks. Sai jumped back, summoning his Super Beast Scroll to draw lions that charged at Ino. 11 lions lunged toward her. Ino slammed her hands on the ground, shouting, Earth style, flying stones. A multitude of rocks shot into the air, crashing down on Sai's drawings and turning them to ink. Sai performed a series of somersaults to evade the falling debris, landing far from Ino. The dust cloud obscured his vision, making it difficult for him to locate her. Suddenly, he felt 2 hands grip his legs and pull him down. Ino emerged from the ground, restricting his movements and placing a kunai at his neck. Earth style, double suicide decapitation technique, she declared, before knocking him out with the butt of her kunai. Winner, Ino Yamanaka. Her use of the Earth style is impressive. If she keeps improving, she might even surpass me as an Earth style user, Mei admitted. She is quite observant too. Some of her moves mirrored those used by Kitsune and Nico during their fight yesterday, the Kusakaze pointed out. Nico's technique is very difficult to replicate, especially since he executed it while defending against my attacks. For her to mimic it is commendable. She should definitely be promoted to Chunin, Kitsune said proudly. She is also a quick thinker. She devised the entire plan and executed it flawlessly, Gaara added. I'm considering giving her Katsuyu's summoning contract after the Chunin exams, Tsunade revealed, pride swelling within her. While her student may not excel in medical ninjutsu, she was undoubtedly her strongest in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Semifinals. Shino vs. Miss Genin, Miss Genin won. Hinata vs. Ino. Hinata Hyuga and Ino Yamanaka entered the stadium. The two entered the stadium, smiling at each other. Hinata, best of luck, Ino said cheerfully, as she considered Hinata one of her close friends. Ino. May the best kunoichi win. Hinata replied. Yeah, No hard feelings, okay? No hard feelings. Byakugan. Hinata activated her Byakugan, her eyes widening as the veins around them became visible. They began sparring, with Ino primarily trying to stay out of Hinata's reach. She knew she could never defeat Hinata in taijutsu. If she got too close, Hinata would easily shut down her chakra points. Remembering how Naruto had defeated Neji, Ino created a clone and used the earth style, hiding like a mole jutsu to hide underground while her clone dodged Hinata's attacks. She aimed to use the earth style, double suicide decapitation technique to pull Hinata underground. Just as she was about to grab Hinata's leg, Hinata jumped away, remaining vigilant. You may have defeated Sai with that jutsu, but you cannot defeat me. I can sense your chakra. You need to try harder, Ino, Hinata warned. Among all the contestants, Hinata was likely her toughest matchup. Hinata consistently aimed for Ino's chakra points but couldn't connect, as Ino kept her distance. Earth style, flying stones. Ino shouted, slamming her hands on the ground and sending a barrage of rocks toward Hinata from all directions. 8 trigrams, palm rotation. Hinata spun rapidly, deflecting all of Ino's stones and creating a crater around her. Ino felt frustration as Hinata effortlessly defended against her attacks. Tired of evading, Ino decided to use genjutsu on Hinata. Genjutsu, Flower Hill, she whispered, conjuring illusionary purple flowers in front of Hinata, aiming to distract and immobilize her. However, Hinata quickly dispelled the genjutsu before it could take effect. Earth style, earth and stone shoots. 4 large spikes shot toward Hinata from all sides, making it difficult for her to evade. Hinata gathered chakra at her feet and leaped to avoid the attack, but the spikes grazed her right leg. She engaged Ino in a taijutsu battle, but Ino maintained her distance, knowing that getting too close would lead to her defeat. Ino contemplated strategies to overcome Hinata. Unable to rely on taijutsu or genjutsu, she realized her only option was ninjutsu. Finally, she had an idea. Earth style, stone plate coffin. Ino declared, raising curved, chakra-infused stone walls around Hinata, trapping her inside while leaving her face exposed for breathing. Hinata struggled to escape but ultimately conceded defeat. Winner, Ayano Yamanaka, the proctor announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Tsunade beamed with pride for her student. Inoichi had taken a leave just to watch his daughter compete in the Chunin exam, and he couldn't have been prouder. Naruto smiled beneath his mask after Ino's victory. She had come a long way since her first Chunin exams. He looked forward to seeing her after the exams, having planned a special evening for her with the help of Gaara and Sasuke, despite their teasing. We will have a 30-minute break before the finals of the Chunin exams, the proctor announced. Some members of the crowd went to get food. Guys, I'm going to get ramen. Do you want anything? Naruto asked the rest of the people in the Kage booth. Onigiri and tomatoes, Sasuke replied. Bring me taiyaki, Gaara said. I will have dangos, Mei spoke up. I will also have dangos, the Kusakas added. So, onigiri and tomatoes for Nico, taiyaki for Gaara, and dangos for the Kusakas and Lady Mizukichi. Kitsune mused aloud. Okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes, he announced before leaving. Tsunade had already left to check up on her student before the finals. 25 minutes later, the proctor announced, the finals of the Chunin exams are beginning. Please take your seats. Ino Yamanaka and Chizu Kaneko entered the stadium. Ino stood across from the mist genin now identified as Chizu Kaneko. She had just over a third of her chakra resources remaining. Hajime. The battle began. The two started throwing shurikens and kunai at each other. After a while, they engaged in a taijutsu fight, landing some hits on each other. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Chizu shouted, unleashing a stream of fire. Earth style, mud wall. Ino declared, slamming her hands onto the ground to create a sturdy wall for defense. Earth style, stone pistol jutsu. Ino said, shooting several bullets of earth towards Chizu. Chizu managed to dodge most of them, but a few struck her. They resumed their taijutsu fight, exchanging blows as their chakra reserves dwindled. Both wanted to finish the fight quickly to avoid exhaustion. The crowd was captivated by the intense battle. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Chizu shouted, launching a massive fireball. Earth style, mud wall. Ino quickly acted a larger wall to shield herself from the flames. Fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. Chizu followed up with a barrage of smaller fireballs aimed at Ino. The fireballs hit Ino, and Chizu lowered her guard, believing she had won. However, the real Ino appeared behind Chizu. Earth style, bottomless swamp, she declared, transforming the ground beneath Chizu into deep mud, which engulfed her up to her neck. Ino swiftly placed a kunai at her neck. Winner, Ayano Yamanaka, the proctor announced. The entire stadium erupted in cheers. As soon as Ino heard this, she fell to her knees and smiled. She had done it. She had won the Chunin exams. The next evening, Naruto was waiting outside Ino's door. When she opened it, she found Kitsune waiting for her. She was dressed casually in an orange tee and gray sweatpants. She looked at him with a questioning gaze. Kazekage-sama has requested your presence, Naruto said. Okay, I'll be in his office in a few minutes, Ino replied. Actually, you need to accompany me, he's not in his office, Naruto added almost immediately. Okay, let me get dressed, Ino said, closing the door. She opened it 5 minutes later, now wearing her usual purple dress. Let's go. Ino followed him to the greenhouse in Suna. As soon as they entered, Naruto activated his barrier, having practiced it many times. Hey, Ino-chan, he said, standing just a couple of feet away. Gaara and Sasuke had helped him plan this entire date, and Gaara even cleared the greenhouse for him. He closed his eyes and slowly removed his mask. When Ino saw his face, she was shocked. It's him, it's Naruto, he's really here, she thought before playfully punching him in the gut. As he bent down slightly, Ino hugged him tightly, not wanting to let go. She buried her face in his shoulder, and he rested his chin on the top of her head. I really missed you, Whiskers, Ino said, tears falling from her eyes. Do you know how worried Shirsho and I were? I missed you too, Ino-chan. You crossed my mind every day, he replied. Then why did you leave? Ino asked, looking into his cerulean blue eyes. I had no other choice. If I had returned from the mission, I would have faced imprisonment or banishment from the Leaf, regardless of whether I succeeded or failed to bring Sasuke back. I sensed something was wrong, so I left a clone behind to spy on the council. The civilian council and the village elders were overpowering Bachan. If Sasuke returned, he would have been placed under house arrest and forced to marry multiple women to produce Uchiha heirs. So, we had no option other than to fake our deaths and assume new identities, Naruto explained, gazing into her ice blue eyes. So you mean that the great Kitsune and Nico are actually just Sasuke and you? The great Kitsune and Nico? Are we famous or something? Naruto asked, looking at her in surprise. Yes, you two are famous in Konoha. You are the only ones that Danzo could not gather any intel on. He has been trying for the past year, sending many of his root agents after you too, but none of them ever returned, Ino replied excitedly. Oh, I didn't know we were famous. Anyway, I brought you here to fulfill my promise of taking you out on a date, he said, giving her his signature foxy grin as he broke the hug and walked to the table set up in the middle of the greenhouse. They enjoyed dinner, which Sasuke had prepared since Naruto could only cook ramen, and talked about the events of the past 2 years. Later, they lay on the grass under a tree, holding hands with their fingers intertwined, sharing a comfortable silence. Suddenly, Naruto sat up, pulling Ino up by her hand. He held her hand between both of his, looking sincerely into her eyes. Ino-chan, I started liking you during our last year at the academy, and my feelings gradually grew. That day when you agreed to go out on a date with me, I was ecstatic. In the past 2 years, I've realized something. I love you, Ino-chan. Naruto leaned closer, their faces just inches apart. Ino gazed into his eyes, filled with love, her gaze drifting to his lips. She slightly parted her lips and closed her eyes, unable to wait any longer. She pressed her lips against his, their kiss starting sweetly. Before Naruto could pull away, She kissed him passionately, and he returned the kiss with equal fervor. Ino playfully pinned him down on the ground, breaking the kiss only to touch her forehead to his. "I love you too, Whiskers," she whispered back, kissing him again with a sense of urgency. After breaking the kiss, she gazed into his eyes. "You're mine, Uzumaki," she said firmly. "And you're mine, Yamanaka," he replied with a playful growl. She rested her head on his chest, shifting her weight slightly to his side as he wrapped his arms around her. "When are you leaving?" Ino asked, her voice tinged with sadness. "Tomorrow," he replied, pulling a small box from his pocket. "But before I go, I want to give you something." He revealed 2 ribbons from the box, one orange and one purple. He tied the purple one around his arm and handed the orange one to Ino. "Even when we are far apart, we will always be connected. These ribbons will remind us of each other." "Really?" Ino asked, her eyes sparkling with hope as she looked into his azure blue eyes. "Absolutely. Also, I have gifts from Sasuke and me for winning the Chunin exams." He unsealed a wakizashi and a tanto. "The wakizashi is from Sasuke. He thinks you need a bigger blade for combat. The tanto is from me. It belonged to my mom. I found it recently, and I believe it will suit your speed perfectly." Naruto handed her the gifts. "Thank you, Whiskers," she exclaimed. "Listen, Inogen, I need to rest soon. We leave at dawn tomorrow, and I can't delay it since we have a meeting with the hidden cloud in 5 days." Naruto looked at her with an apologetic expression. "Are you going to come back?" Ino asked hesitantly. "If everything goes according to Sasuke's plan, we will return to the leaf. Though I can't say how long it will take." "Oh, okay." Ino's gaze dropped, sadness evident on her face. "Hey, don't be sad. I'll try to spend time with you if we run into each other on missions. We just have to be patient and let the plan unfold." He kissed her gently, wanting to make the most of their time together before the separation. As they pulled away, their eyes met. "Ino-chan, once this whole situation is resolved, I promise I'll come back to you. And don't forget, I love you." "I love you too, Whiskers," she replied. They spent a little more time together before returning to their rooms. Somewhere in the forests of the Land of Fire, a group of 3 masked figures made their way toward their home near the hidden hot water village. The one wearing a fox mask was dressed in black NBU trousers and a black jacket adorned with 3 diagonal orange stripes, featuring the Uzumaki clan symbol on one sleeve and the Senju clan symbol on the other. The one with the cat mask wore black NBU trousers and a navy blue high-collared shirt with a small Uchiha clan symbol on the back. The girl wearing the sparrow mask was clad in a long-sleeve shirt and a skirt, with fishnet armor extending to her knees. A hawk carrying an emergency letter from Suna flew toward them. As it landed on Kitsune's shoulder, it pecked him gently on the ear. The trio halted their journey and landed on the ground. Nico grabbed the letter and released the bird while Kitsune set up a barrier. "What does the letter say, Sasuke?" the blonde asked, removing his mask with an annoyed expression from the hawk's peck. Sasuke took off his mask. "We need to go to Suna immediately, Naruto." But before he could finish, Naruto interrupted. "I just finished a meeting with the fire daimyo, and now a hawk from Suna wants us to head there? We have to go in the opposite direction, and I haven't had my ramen fix." Naruto began to dramatically lament. "Is Anija bipolar or something, Sasuke-kun? Was he always like this?" the girl asked, taking off her mask to reveal a beautiful face with medium-length red hair and warm brown eyes. "Yes, Aiko-chan. He's been like this since we were children. At first, I wanted to use Chidori on him, but I eventually got used to the dobe," he replied. The two had found Aiko while returning from their meeting with Kumo after the Chunin exams a year ago. A group of Otogekyure shinobi had been attacking her, and she was on the verge of capture due to chakra exhaustion, but they had intervened and saved her. Initially, she had been cold and distant, responding only when spoken to, but over time, she warmed up to them. She was a year younger and an orphan. A few months back, she began calling Naruto Anija because they were both Uzumakis, and Naruto always treated her like a little sister. She had formed a special bond with Sasuke, who helped her with her nightmares when Naruto was away on solo missions. "Oi, Naruto, stop whining. This is serious." The Akatsuki has captured Gaara, Sasuke said grimly. They also poisoned Kankuro. The sand is in chaos. We need to go. Okay, Naruto said, closing his eyes. He entered his mindscape to have a talk with Kurama. Kurama, do you think you could transfer some of your chakra to Sasuke and Aiko? I can sense that their chakra reserves are low. Sure, but hurry up. That Gaara kid could be in serious trouble if Shikaku is extracted from him, Kurama replied, channeling some of his chakra into Naruto. We leave now. Naruto declared, opening his eyes. Anija, our chakra reserves are low. Even if we manage to reach the sand, we might be out for a long time due to chakra exhaustion, Aiko said, rolling her eyes slightly. I already thought about that. Aiko, Sasuke, give me a fist bump. Kurama is going to transfer some chakra to you so you can refill your reserves by the time we reach the sand, Naruto said, fist bumping both of them. A minute later, they were enveloped in Kurama's vibrant orange chakra. They donned their masks, lowered the barrier, and headed toward Suna. Upon reaching Suna, the three found the village partially destroyed, with only 3 guards at the gates. The rest were either injured or busy keeping the villagers safe and rebuilding. We are the Yuzu trio, allies of the sand, Kitsune said to one of the guards. Yes. Kitten, Nikosama, and Suzum-sama, we were expecting you, the guard replied, ordering another to bring Temari or Baki. A few moments later, Baki arrived. What is the state of the sand? Kitsune asked. A significant part of the sand is destroyed. The Kazekage's older brother, Kankuro, was poisoned by Sasori of the Akatsuki. Team 7 from the Leaf has arrived, but they haven't been able to cure Kankuro, Baki explained as he led them toward the hospital. Chunin. Those inexperienced genins can't cure Kankuro. Let me have a look, Nico muttered. They reached the room where Sakura was examining Kankuro. Were these the weaklings you were talking about, Nico? Suzume asked bluntly in front of the Leaf Ninja, which irritated Hiroto. Hey, we're not weak. I'm stronger than all 3 of you. Hiroto shouted. Well, let's see. The black-haired one has mid-Chunin level chakra, the pink-haired one has low Chunin level chakra, and you also have mid-Chunin level chakra. The only strong one in your team is the white-haired guy, who appears to be your sensei. His chakra is high Jonin level. Overall, you all are weak except your sensei, Suzume stated. How dare you? I am the apprentice of Lady Tsunade. Sakura replied, indignantly. But you still can't cure him. Now move aside, pink-haired one. Let me examine him, Nico said. Sakura, we are not here to pick fights. Let him examine Kankuro, Kakashi said, not looking up from his book. I apologize for their bluntness, he said, scratching the back of his neck nervously. Okay, Nico and Suzume, while you two treat Kankuro, I'll help out around the village, Kitsune said before leaving through the window. What is his condition? Nico asked while examining Kankuro's lungs and heart. High fever, body weakness, and semi-paralysis, one of the Suna medics replied. The poison is spreading through his body and currently affecting his heart, lungs, pancreas, kidneys, and intestines. I need time to make the antidote, but that would mean risking Kankuro's life. I have to remove the toxins directly. Please bring me clean water. Suzume and the rest, hold Kankuro down, Nico instructed. 2 of the Suna medics went to fetch water while Temari and Suzume held Kankuro in place. As soon as the bowl of water arrived, Nico poured it into Kankuro's chest, drawing out the toxins from his organs. He repeated this process several times until all the poison was removed. I've removed all the poison, so Kankuro's life shouldn't be in danger anymore, Nico said, stepping back from Kankuro's bed. Temari sighed in relief. Everyone in the room was awestruck. Something they hadn't been able to do for hours was accomplished by Nico in mere minutes. Even Sakura, Tsunade's student, and the best doctors of Suna had struggled with this situation, while Nico made it seem effortless. Suzume, can you prepare an antidote for the poison? Nico asked. Yes, Nico. Do you know where the greenhouse is? The redhead replied. Yes, follow me. The 2 took a bowl of the poison water and headed toward the greenhouse. Finally found the antidote. Sasori sure makes complex poisons. It took me 28 minutes to prepare it. Now let's go find a ninja and leave to find Gaara, Suzume said. Chen. The two met up with Naruto in the Kazekage's office, where Temari was handling the duties of the Kazekage. The three advised Temari to request another strong team from the Leaf and decided to leave the next morning since it was only evening. According to their intel, the Akatsuki would need at least 4 days to extract the tailed beast, and Gaara had been captured 2 days ago. The next morning, the three stood at the gates of Suna, ready for departure. Nico summoned his cat companion. Kara, I need you to track this scent. Can you do that for me? Nico asked, giving the cat a piece of Sasori's clothing they had recovered from one of Kankuro's puppets. Yes, Nico-sama. Follow me, the cat replied, sniffing the fabric and leading the team towards Sasori's scent. After a while of following Kara, the three stopped abruptly upon seeing a man in an Akatsuki cloak with a straw hat. The figure slowly lifted his hat, revealing a pair of Sharingan. Is he? Kitsune began, but Nico cut him off. Itachi Uchiha, Nico said with a hint of venom in his voice. He activated his own Sharingan. Whatever you do, do not look into his eyes. Kitsune immediately took an offensive stance. Kitsune, you promised to stay out of this. So, like a non-fighting teamwork? No, just cover me. Nico charged toward Itachi, attempting to punch him, but Itachi easily grabbed his wrist and tightened his hold. After a few seconds, Nico vanished in a puff of smoke. Shadow clone. He has grown, but he is still not good enough, Itachi thought. Nico reappeared behind him. Chidori spear, he shouted, firing a sharp beam of lightning from his palm. As soon as the beam pierced Itachi, he vanished in a flurry of crows, reappearing behind Nico. You're only using around 30% of your power for this, Nico remarked, turning to face Itachi. Itachi remained silent. Okay, so you don't want to talk. The two made the same hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. They unleashed a volley of fireballs at each other, canceling out their jutsu. The two again formed similar hand signs. Fire style, Grand Fireball Technique. The two unleashed massive fireballs at each other, Nico's fireball slightly larger. Moments later, a thick layer of smoke enveloped the forest. Hey Nico, this isn't the real Itachi. Hurry up, we need to save the Kazekage. Suzume shouted from her position. Chidori, Sinban. Nico launched a flurry of lightning chakra needles toward Itachi. He dodged them all, but he didn't sense Kitsune approaching from beneath the ground. Nico had signaled Kitsune to attack by sending a needle his way. Kitsune emerged from below and swung at Itachi, who caught his arm. Kitsune used his other hand to hold Itachi in place. Itachi attempted to cast a genjutsu on Kitsune but found himself unable to do so. Shadow clone, he thought. He struggled to free himself but couldn't. Now Nico. Nico charged toward Itachi and Naruto's clone, each hand crackling with Chidori energy. Chidori! He struck Itachi into the ground. Itachi managed a slight smile after the impact. Upon inspecting the fallen figure, they discovered it was actually a sand ninja, not Itachi. Itachi had used a jutsu to transfer his consciousness into the ninja. The three resumed their quest to find Gaara, with Kara leading them. Nico quickly summoned another cat to locate the other team from the Leaf. Meanwhile, Team 10 was making their way toward the Akatsuki hideout to support the Kazekage's rescue mission. Asuma-sensei, how much further to the location? Shikamaru asked. We have about an hour's journey ahead of us, Asuma replied. What a drag. Shut up, Shikamaru. Everything is a drag for you, Ino said, slightly annoyed. They halted when they spotted a man in an Akatsuki cloak, wielding a sword wrapped in bandages. Well, look who it is. Asuma Surubi, you were pretty weak the last time we fought. Asuma-sensei, do you know him? Choji asked. Yes, that's Kisame Hashigaki, wielder of the Samehada. He was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but now he's part of the Akatsuki, Asuma explained, spitting out his half-burnt cigarette and drawing his chakra blades. It's quite an honor to be remembered by one of the former Guardian Shinobi 12. Water style, exploding water shockwave. Kisame unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, enough to fill a small lake. That technique requires a lot of chakra, Shikamaru noted before the four jumped aside to avoid the incoming waves. Asuma-sensei, we need to clear the water for my shadow possession jutsu to work. This is such a drag. On it. Cover me. Fire style, burning ash. Asuma exhaled a stream of chakra-infused gunpowder, creating a smokescreen that covered Kisame and much of the water. He then struck his chakra blades together to create a spark, igniting the gunpowder and causing an explosion. When the smoke cleared, much of the water had evaporated, but Kisame was nowhere to be found. Look out below! Ino shouted. Kisame appeared right in front of them, prompting the four to leap away. Water style, water clone jutsu. Kisame created 4 water clones. Earth style, stone clone jutsu. Ino spat out earth, which transformed into 8 clones. Knowing her clones were stronger due to the Earth's advantage over water, she sent pairs of clones to take out Kisame's clones. In the end, she managed to eliminate all of Kisame's clones, leaving her with 3. Suddenly, Kisame's clones emerged from the water, attempting to ensnare them in his water prison jutsu. Shikamaru and Choji were captured, but Asuma and Ino managed to escape. Asuma engaged Kisame in a taijutsu battle, his chakra blades clashing against Kisame's samahata. After a fierce exchange, Kisame struck Asuma, sending him underwater. Asuma struggled to resurface, but Kisame had other plans. Water style, 5 hungry sharks. Kisame formed 5 sharks from the chakra at his fingertips. Asuma sliced through the sharks with his chakra blades, but they reformed instantly. Meanwhile, Ino freed her teammates from Kisame's water prison. Frustrated with the sharks, Asuma gathered a massive amount of chakra in his chest. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. He launched a fireball, intensifying it with a gust of wind, which evaporated all the water. Earth style, stone golem. Ino slammed her hands onto the ground, summoning 3 humanoid creatures. The golems attacked Kisame, driving him toward Shikamaru. Suddenly, Kisame found himself unable to move. Ninja art, shadow possession jutsu complete, Shikamaru declared. Human boulder! Choji shouted, charging at Kisame with great force. Unable to move, Kisame was overwhelmed by the Akimichi's attack. The 4 examined the fallen figure and discovered it was a sand ninja. Just as they were about to leave, a ginger cat approached them. I am Kaido. Nico-sama has asked me to lead you to him. They have found the Akatsuki hideout and are heading there, the cat said, guiding the 4 to Team Yuzu. On the cliff across from the Akatsuki hideout, an impatient kitsune asked, Ugh, how long do we have to wait for them? Dobe, relax. They'll be here, Nico replied calmly. They had been waiting for about 5 minutes for the other team and Kakashi to arrive. Before departing, they had left a letter for Kakashi, giving him a piece of Kitsune's clothing and asking him to follow the trio. Kitsune and Nico trusted Kakashi to some extent and wanted him as backup in case they encountered too much trouble. Nico had also sent one of his cats to guide the team from Konoha to them. They were waiting for at least one of the 2 to arrive, knowing that dealing with the Akatsuki would not be simple. Well, I hope I am not late. A smiling Kakashi appeared behind them. Kakashi, you are always late, Pakun remarked dryly. Well, I've done my job of locating them, so I'll be off. See you later, Pakun said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. All right, now let's go take down some Akatsuki and save Gaara, Kitsune said, clearly excited. Stop acting so childish, Anija. The Konoha team is approaching. I thought you were a censor, Suzume replied, unimpressed. She still couldn't understand how her brother could switch from being a wise leader one moment to an immature child the next. After a while, Team 10 appeared with Nico's cat, Kaito. Team 10 reporting. What is the plan? Kakashi, where's your team? Asuma asked. Team 10, except for Choji, who was wearing his clan armor that could expand with him, were dressed in the standard leaf shinobi uniforms with the Jonin and Chunin flak jackets. I left them in Suna. They're not skilled enough to handle this, Kakashi replied with a bored expression. The cave on the opposite side of this cliff is one of the Akatsuki's hideouts. It has a seal at the entrance. To break the seal, I will need to create another seal to place on top of it. After that, Ino-chan, Nico, Suzume, Kakashi-san, and I will enter the hideout. I sent some ninjas nearby, so Asuma-san, Choji, and Shikamaru, it would be best if you took care of them should they interfere with our mission. That's the plan, Kitsune explained. Everyone took their positions, and those who didn't know much about Kitsune were impressed by his ability to formulate a perfect plan in seconds. The five rushed to the cave, which was blocked by a boulder with a large seal on it. The word, forbidden, was inscribed in kanji. 5 seal barrier, a level 8 barrier, Kitsune said, pulling out a paper and a brush to create a seal. About 10 seconds later, he made a similar seal with the word, permitted, written in kanji. 5 seal barrier, pass, he declared, placing his seal tag on top of the Akatsuki's seal tag. He then created another small seal and placed it on the boulder blocking the entrance to the Akatsuki hideout. Within moments, the boulder crumbled into smaller stones, allowing all the ninjas to enter the hideout. Ninja art, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Suzume shouted, throwing a shuriken that multiplied into 1,000, targeting the 2 Akatsuki members and their holograms. The colorful holograms vanished upon contact with the shuriken, while the 2 defended themselves from the barrage. You have some nerve disturbing us like that. We were almost finished breaking the seal. Deidara exclaimed. There, let's finish this quickly. I don't like to keep people waiting, especially not Leader-sama, Sasori said, removing his cloak to reveal a puppet resembling a man on all fours with a scorpion tail. I don't fight well in closed spaces, Deidara said, reaching into his clay pouches and starting to mold clay. Well, I guess I'm going to get out of here, he said, shaping his clay into a bird. He then sat on it and flew away. Kit, Gaara's seal is weakening. You need to fix it before Shikaku is released, or he'll be in serious trouble, Kurama warned. Nico, Kakashi-san, go after Deidara. Lightning is his weakness. Suzume, Ino-chan, handle this scorpion man until I fix Gaara's seal, Kitsune instructed before rushing over to where Gaara lay unconscious. He quickly acted a barrier, just in case the tailed beast broke free. Inside the barrier, Kurama spoke urgently, Kit, this is bad. That stubborn raccoon is trying to free itself. You have to use that technique to suppress its chakra. Okay, Kurama, he replied with a nod. Hokage-style Elder Jutsu, 10th Edict on Enlightenment. He declared as the kanji for sit appeared on the palm of his hand. 10 spiked pillars surrounded the unconscious Jinchuriki. He had recently discovered his wood-style ability while showing Aiko how to use chakra paper to identify her chakra nature. While demonstrating, he had seen a plant grow from the paper, but he hadn't known what nature it was. Sasuke pointed out that he had the wood style. I need to fix his seal while suppressing the tailed beast chakra. Wood style, wood clone jutsu. He created a wood clone to maintain the jutsu while the original Kitsune worked on fixing Gaara's seal. This is such a basic storage seal, no wonder Gaara couldn't sleep. He decided to reseal Shikaku using an improved version of the 8-trigram seal that Minato had placed on him. Originally used by the Uzumaki clan to completely seal a tailed beast, Minato had enhanced it by adding a crack in the seal, allowing the Jinchuriki access to the tailed beast's chakra. However, over time, the seal would weaken, risking the tailed beast's freedom. Kitsune improved it further, creating 4 stages of weakening controlled by the Jinchuriki or the sealer, rather than time. He summoned the Uzumaki ceremonial throne and placed Gaara on it, then began working on the seal. Outside the barrier, Ino and Suzume faced Sasori. Ino, be careful. That is a puppet. Sasori was originally a puppet master from the sand. He was resented by the village for turning humans into puppets and later became a missing ninja. He even managed to take down the 3rd Kazekage, Suzume warned, keeping her guard up. Well, someone has done their homework. Don't worry, once I'm done with you, I'll turn you into my puppets too. This is my art, Sasori replied confidently. Listen, Suzume, if we're going to take down Sasori, we need to work together. As far as I know, the armor of that puppet is very strong. One of us needs to break it, Ino whispered to Suzume so Sasori couldn't hear. And stay away from his tail. That tail is very poisonous. Alongside being a puppet master, Sasori is also a poison expert, so watch out for any of his weapons. If the poison enters your body, it's game over for us, Suzume cautioned back. Enough talking. I will finish you quickly. I do not like to be kept waiting, Sasori said, removing the cloth covering the lower part of his mouth. The mouth opened and began spraying a flurry of poisonous needles. Earth style, mud wall. Ino quickly acted a mud wall to protect herself and Suzume. Ino, I have a plan, Suzume said, whispering her strategy into Ino's ear, to which Ino nodded in agreement. The two rushed towards Sasori, skillfully dodging and deflecting his needles. As they closed in, Sasori swung his tail, aiming to strike them. In an instant, Ino turned to stone, while Suzume vanished in a puff of smoke. Sasori's eyes widened in shock. Before he could process what had just occurred, two voices rang out in unison. Fire style, fire palm. Suzume shouted, moving her fiery palms against Sasori's back. Earth style, stone fist jutsu. Ino called out simultaneously, delivering a powerful punch to Sasori's armor, shattering it completely. Suddenly, a cloaked figure emerged from within the puppet, pulling back his hood to reveal a young man with red hair and brown eyes. How is it possible? He looks just like he did 20 years ago, Suzume said, bewildered. Suzume, he's a human puppet. He transformed himself into a puppet to achieve immortality, Ino explained. Well, aren't you clever? Now let's finish this. I need your bodies to create an even more dangerous puppet now that Hiroku is gone, Sasori said, his frustration evident. Secret red move, performance of 100 puppets. He summoned and controlled 100 puppets with his chakra threads. Let's see. 2 against 100. Looks like the odds are not in your favor. Looks like I'll have to use a ninja's jutsu. Good thing I have plenty of chakra, Suzume murmured. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, she exclaimed, creating 50 shadow clones. It seems we'll need even more, Ino said with a slight smirk. Earth style, stone clone jutsu. She formed 30 stone clones and placed her hands on the ground. Earth style, earth dragon. Ino yelled, summoning a massive stone dragon in front of all the clones. Now the odds seem a bit more even, don't you think? Suzume said confidently. Let's see who comes out on top. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Kakashi were hot on Deidara's trail as he soared away on his explosive bird. Kakashi lifted his headband, revealing his Sharingan, while Nico activated his own. They leaped across logs positioned between two cliffs, while Deidara attempted to separate them, targeting them one by one. He unleashed a barrage of explosive clay birds, but Nico and Kakashi swiftly dispatched them with their shuriken. Growing increasingly frustrated, Deidara began molding his clay into detonating spiders, which he hurled down at the duo. They managed to evade the spiders, further inciting Deidara's anger. As he created some distance, he launched 100 detonating crickets at them. Kakashi tried to catch up with Nico, but the crickets were too fast, blocking his path and sticking to the logs before detonating. So this is a test of speed, Kakashi thought. He zipped past the crickets, some exploding behind him. Spotting a large log ahead, he ricocheted off it, diving beneath the logs and resurfacing. Many crickets were destroyed, but as Kakashi emerged, the remaining ones clung to him and exploded. Once the smoke cleared, Kakashi was seen racing toward Nico. He had switched places with a shadow clone, allowing the crickets to detonate the clone instead. It's almost ready, Kakashi said, closing both eyes. He opened his left eye, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan. The power of the Mangekyo. Kamui. He focused on Deidara, managing to send Deidara's arm to another dimension, but Deidara began to fall into the forest. This is it, I have no arms left. This is my only option, Deidara thought, exhausted from his fight with Gaara. He managed to remove his cloak and open the stitches over his heart with his mouth. Nico and Kakashi landed in front of him. If I can't create art, then I shall become art itself. This will leave a significant mark on the earth, he declared, feeding the mouth on his chest clay. Cracks began to form on his body as he prepared to explode. Chidori, spear! Nico yelled, stabbing the area where the mouth was located. Kakashi now! Raikiri! Kakashi shouted, charging at Deidara with a ball of lightning in his hand. He pierced Deidara's heart, ending his life instantly. Nico withdrew his Chidori, spear. Chidori, Sunban, he called, unleashing 1,000 needles of lightning chakra that pierced Deidara's entire body, ensuring that all the clay within him was deactivated. You really enhanced my Chidori. It seems you've improved. Sasuke, Kakashi remarked, narrowing his eyes at Nico. Nico's eyes widened. How do you, he began, but Kakashi interrupted. Easy. You used Chidori and have the Sharingan. At first, I wasn't sure, but you just confirmed my suspicions. Care to explain what's happening, Sasuke? Nico scowled, mentally cursing himself for falling into Kakashi's trap. Just be patient. I'll explain everything after we meet up with Kitsune. Kakashi felt a twinge of impatience but knew he couldn't force them to speak. He had no choice but to wait. All right. And one more thing, could you keep this to yourself? Don't worry, Nico, your secret is safe with me, Kakashi assured him with a smile. Thanks. Now let's check on Kitsune, Nico said before taking off, with Kakashi following closely behind. Meanwhile, Ino and Suzume had just defeated the third Kazekage's puppet. Sasori had proven to be their toughest opponent yet. Aiko delivered the final blow, reducing the puppet to ashes. Both Ino and Suzume were covered in sweat, their bodies marked with cuts and bruises from battling the fourth Kazekage. I haven't had to do this since I joined the Akatsuki, Sasori said, removing his cloak. A metal blade fan extended from behind the puppet on either side, and a retractable poisonous harpoon rope was present where his abdomen should have been. He pointed his arms toward the two, flames erupting from his palms. Earth style, mud wall? Ino shouted, raising a mud wall to shield herself and Suzume. Suzume leaped atop the wall. Water style, water bomb jutsu, she yelled, unleashing a torrent of water toward Sasori. After the attack, she jumped back behind the wall next to Ino. Sasori then started shooting water at high speed at the two. The water managed to break through Ino's wall, prompting the two to run in opposite directions. As soon as Sasori saw that they had separated, he shot his poisonous harpoon toward Suzume and used his fans to fly toward Ino. He was just inches away from her when he realized he couldn't move. Suzume had caught the rope of his harpoon and pulled it. The poison had no effect on her, as she had already taken the antidote. Ino now! Suzume shouted. Ino nodded. Earth style, stone fist jutsu, she exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch to Sasori's stomach. Pfu! Backward toward Suzume, falling apart. Sasori landed about 10 feet behind her, and as soon as his body hit the ground, it shattered into pieces. Suzume turned to Ino, but as soon as she did, Sasori's puppet rebuilt itself and charged toward Suzume with a blade in hand. Ino appeared between them to protect Suzume, and the sword struck her. Suzume's eyes widened in shock, and instinctively, she plunged her kunai into Sasori's heart. He fell, unable to control himself, his heart destroyed. He lay there peacefully. Moments later, Ino collapsed, the sword still embedded in her, blood trickling from her mouth. Naruto had just finished fixing Gaara's seal. He took down the barrier, and his wood clone was carrying the unconscious Kazekage. The first thing he noticed was the devastation in the cave. He spotted Suzume and rushed toward her. As he approached, he saw Ino lying on her side while Suzume checked her. He hurried to her side. Suzume, what is her condition? He shouted, looking at the unconscious Yamanaka. He struggled to contain his emotions, knowing he could never forgive himself if anything happened to her. He mentally cursed himself for taking so long to fix the seal, wishing he had been faster to prevent her injury. Her condition is stable, Anija. Nico can heal her as soon as he arrives. She has just fainted from chakra exhaustion. Calm down. As soon as he heard that she would be fine, his worries faded, like a heavy weight lifted off his shoulders. He gently caressed the unconscious girl's cheek before getting up. Just then, Nico and Kakashi arrived. What happened here? Nico asked, surveying the destruction caused by the battle. "Nico, we don't have time for that. Could you heal her quickly?" Suzume urged. She knew how much Ino meant to her brother, who had shared many stories about her. "Yeah," Nico replied, rushing over to Ino and healing her injuries. After a while, he fully healed her. "Dobe, she will be unconscious for a while due to chakra exhaustion. While I check Gaara, tell Kakashi." "He knows," Nico instructed, moving to check Gaara's vitals. "What does he know?" Kitsune asked. "He knows it's us, and don't worry, he won't tell anyone. I don't want to explain a long story, so just tell him everything that happened after our battle at the Valley of the End," he said while checking Gaara. "Kakashi-sensei, now is not the time, but I promise I'll explain everything to you and Bachan later," Kitsune said. "Fine." Kakashi knew he couldn't argue, so he let it go. Gaara finally woke up, and Naruto was carrying Ino on his back. They were exiting the Akatsuki hideout to meet up with Team Asuma. After a while, they met Asuma, who mentioned he had dealt with some AIM ninjas that attacked them. Team Asuma offered to carry Ino, but Kitsune insisted on carrying her. They had been traveling for about 2 hours when Kitsune felt Ino stir slightly. "You are way comfier than my pillow, Whiskers," she murmured sleepily, wrapping her arms tightly around him and snuggling into his neck. "Sleep well, Ino-chan," he whispered back, smiling from beneath his mask. They were going to reach Suna in a few hours, and he wanted her to rest peacefully until they arrived. He looked at her face and couldn't help but smile at his cute girlfriend sleeping. It took Team Yuzu, Team 10, and Kakashi a few hours to return to the sand with Gaara. On the way back, Naruto told Gaara about his new seal and explained how to use it. As soon as they entered the sand, the entire village celebrated the return of their Kazekage. The village elders and the Shinobi Council personally thanked them and offered to extend the peace treaty with Team Yuzu. Unlike the Leaf, the Sand had younger shinobi in the village advisors and council, preventing the elders from manipulating them. They were also impressed that a Leaf Chunin and Suzume had defeated Sasori of the Sand, one of their greatest shinobi who had gone rogue. They even thanked Kitsune for fixing Gaara's seal and providing him with a much safer option. Team Yuzu gladly accepted the offer to extend the treaty. Naruto took Ino to his house in Suna, which the Sand had provided during the Chunin exams, as the hospitals were full. It was a 3-bedroom house with 2 stories. As a seal master, Naruto had set up various security and privacy seals, allowing them to be comfortable inside without masks. Fortunately, Team 7 and Team 10, except for Kakashi and Ino, had left shortly after arriving, so no one questioned Naruto. Ino was currently resting in Naruto's bed while he busied himself in the kitchen, preparing ramen for both of them. Ino stirred from her sleep, hearing someone humming. Still in her Chunin uniform, she called out, "Naruto!" Within moments, Naruto appeared, confirming her suspicions. "You're awake," he exclaimed, wrapping her in a gentle embrace. "Do you know how worried I was? Don't ever scare me like that." "I'll try not to, Whiskers," she replied, returning the hug. "I would love to spend time with you, but I need to take a shower. I'm covered in sweat and feel awful." "All right. The shower is to the left," he said. "Do you have something comfortable to wear?" "I only have another 2 pairs of my uniform," Ino said, not entirely truthful. "Yeah. My clothes are in the closet. Pick anything you like. I'm making ramen for us, so hurry up," he said, giving her a quick kiss before heading back to the kitchen. A few minutes later, Ino entered the kitchen wearing one of Naruto's shirts and shorts, finding him waiting at the dinner table. "Hey Ino-chan," Naruto said, a bit flustered. "Is something wrong, Whiskers?" "You're stuttering," she observed. "No. It's just that you look really great in my clothes," he blurted out. Ino felt a blush creep onto her cheeks and chuckled. "So great that I can barely keep my hands to myself." "What's stopping you then?" Ino teased. "I'm just waiting for us to finish dinner." "Do you plan to show me how much you missed me, Naruto-kun?" Ino smirked, and hearing her use that suffix made his heart race. "Oh, I intend to," Naruto replied with his signature grin. Later, they shared a tender moment, cuddling as they drifted off to sleep. Training Ground 21, Suna. "I was 8 when it happened. Sasuke said, his mind elsewhere despite being in a training session. He had set up a barrier so they could train without masks. Sitting next to Aiko, he felt the weight of his past. Sasuke, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, Aiko offered gently. No, Aiko-chan, I need to get this off my chest. You deserve to. No, Sasuke replied. Itachi was only 13 when he took the lives of our entire clan. When I came home, I found him staring at the lifeless bodies of our parents. The whole clan was gone that night. He claimed he did it to test his powers. After that, I became cold and distant. Part of me couldn't believe Itachi could do such a thing. The only ones he spared were Izumi and me, telling us we weren't worthy of his blade. Shortly after, Izumi left the Leaf Village to find him. From that moment, I made it my mission to avenge our clan, which led me to Orochimaru. He revealed the curse mark on his neck. I was on my way to Otogakure when Naruto and I fought. In the midst of our battle, he transported us away from the Valley of the End. A tear slipped down Sasuke's cheek. That day, Naruto saved me. He revealed the truth about the Uchiha massacre. It was orchestrated by the village elders and the civilian council against the Hokage's wishes. Danzo, one of the elders, forced my brother to carry out the massacre or face the annihilation of our clan, including me. Itachi sacrificed everything for my sake. That day, I vowed to seek revenge on the Leaf and Danzo. Naruto couldn't return to the Leaf either, as Danzo planned to imprison him or kill him and seal the Kyuubi into someone else. The civilian council wanted him banished. So we chose to go rogue. Naruto aimed to eliminate the village elders and the civilian council, while I sought revenge on Danzo. We both wanted peace. While Naruto's reasons remain unclear, I wanted peace so that no child would endure what I did, Sasuke said, gazing into the distance. Thank you, Sasuke, for trusting me enough to share this, Aiko said softly. HN. So, what do you think of Naruto's girlfriend? Sasuke asked, breaking the silence. She's nice. Really powerful too. Fighting alongside her felt natural, although I don't know much about her yet. I'd like to change that, Aiko replied. Well, she was one of the only two girls who weren't my fangirls, Sasuke admitted. Wait, you had fangirls? Aiko laughed, and Sasuke couldn't help but feel a warmth in her laughter. You're telling me that you, with your unique hairstyle and serious expression, had fangirls? My hair does not look like a duck's but, Sasuke protested, slightly scowling. I was the most popular guy in our academy. Yeah, right? She said sarcastically, laughing again at the thought of a younger Sasuke. Stop laughing, Sasuke grumbled. Ah, is little Sasuke sad? Aiko teased, poking his cheek. No, he replied, flipping her over and sitting slightly on her stomach to keep her from laughing. Aiko blushed, realizing their position. Sasuke leaned in a bit, both maintaining eye contact. Just as he was about to act on the moment, Aiko broke the gaze. Fine. I'll stop laughing. Now get off me. You're heavy, Aiko said. HN. Sasuke stood up, feeling a hint of disappointment but hiding it well. It's getting late, so let's call it a day and head home, Aiko suggested, avoiding Sasuke's gaze. HN. You go ahead. I still need to buy tomatoes, Sasuke replied. Mind if I tag along? Aiko asked hopefully. Sure, let's go. The two headed toward the markets of Suna, leaving behind the tension of the moment they almost shared. The next day, the Hidden Leaf. Team 10 entered the Hokage's office to report on their mission. I see that you've returned, but where are Kakashi and Ino? Tsunade asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Asuma stepped forward. Team 10 reporting back from our mission to save the Kazekage. The mission was a success. We were on our way to the Akatsuki hideout but were stopped by a clone of Kisame Hashigaki from the Akatsuki. We defeated him. Nico sent one of his cats to guide us to them. We followed one of the cats to the Akatsuki hideout, where we split into teams. Kakashi and Nico confronted Deidara, ultimately defeating him. Tsunade's eyes widened at the news of an Akatsuki member's defeat. Kitsune repaired Kazekasama's seal, saving him, while Ino and Suzume took down Sasori. Tsunade was astonished. 3 years prior, 2 Akatsuki members had invaded the hidden leaf and injured 3 jonin without breaking a sweat. "Shizun, bring me the bingo book," she commanded, eager to find information on the 3. "Here, milady," Shizun replied, handing her the book. Tsunade quickly flipped through the pages until she found the entries. Name, unknown. He goes by the name Kitsune. Age, 16 to 17. Origin, unknown. Clan, unknown, but he wears clothing with Senju or Uzumaki clan symbols. Unofficial leader of Team Yuzu, consisting of himself, Nico, and Suzum. Ninja rank, high jonin or low kage. Physical description, 5 feet 11 inches tall, with azure blue eyes and golden blonde hair. The rest of his face is covered by a mask resembling a fox. Elements, proficient in all 5 elements, favoring earth style, water style, and wind style. He can perform large water style jutsus using water vapor in the air, similar to the second Hokage. His Kekkei Genkai element is unknown. Approach with caution if he's alone. Flee on sight unless you are a Kage when he's with Team Yuzu. Special talents, level 10 Seal Master and a powerful sensor. Summon, unknown. Bounty, 100 million Ryo, alive or dead, stationed by Amage Cure. Name, real name is unknown. He goes by the name Nico. Age, 16 to 17. Origin, unknown. Clan, Uchiha clan. Part of Team Yuzu, consisting of himself, Kitsune, and Suzum. Ninja rank, high jonin or low kage. Physical description, 5 feet 10 inches tall, with black eyes that turn into the Sharingan and jet black hair. His face is covered by a mask resembling a black cat. Elements, proficient in all 5 elements, favoring fire style and lightning style. He is a master of shape manipulation of lightning chakra. Approach with caution if he's alone. Flee on sight unless you are a Kage when he's with Team Yuzu. Special talents, level 4 Seal Master, Master of Genjutsu due to his Sharingan, and proficient in medical ninjutsu. Summon, cats. Bounty, 100 million Ryo, alive or dead, stationed by Amage Cure. 50 million Ryo, alive, by Otoge Cure. Name, real name is unknown. She goes by the name Suzum. Age, 15 to 16. Gender, female. Origin, unknown. Clan, unknown, but she wears clothing with the Uzumaki clan symbol. Part of Team Yuzu, consisting of herself, Kitsune, and Nico. She is Kitsune's younger sister. Ninja rank, high jonin. Physical description, 5 feet 7 inches tall, with brown eyes and medium-length red hair. The rest of her face is covered by a mask resembling a sparrow. Elements, her main elements are fire style and water style, and she can perform several lightning style jutsus. Approach with caution if she's alone. Flee on sight unless you are a Kage when she's with Team Yuzu. Special talents, rumored to have the boil release and is an excellent sensor. Summon, unknown. Bounty, 75 million Ryo, alive or dead, by Amage Cure. Continue, Tsunade said, looking up from the book. Due to Ino's battle with Kisame and Sasori, she fainted from chakra exhaustion and is currently resting in the hidden sand. Kakashi's team was not needed, so they returned with us. Kakashi will stay in the hidden sand and accompany Ino back to the hidden leaf, Asuma concluded. Thank you, Asuma, for your mission report. I will need a written report by the end of this week. Everyone nodded. You are all dismissed except for you, Asuma. Once the others left, Tsunade leaned in. Tell me everything you gathered about the Akatsuki and Team Yuzu. Asuma sighed. There's not much I can tell you about Team Yuzu that isn't already known, as I didn't fight alongside them. Regarding the Akatsuki, this is all I managed to gather. He handed Tsunade a piece of paper, which she burned after reading. They both understood the risk of being spied on by root ninjas. Asuma, you are dismissed. Asuma left the building, lighting a cigarette as he walked away. Tsunade was deep in thought after reading the note, which contained the location where Sasori was supposed to meet his spy for Orochimaru. After a moment, she made a decision. Shizun, send a hawk to Kakashi in the hidden sand. She wrote a letter to Team Yuzu requesting their assistance on the mission and handed it to Shizen, who sent it to Suna. The Hidden Stone. The Hidden Stone was in shock upon hearing that one of their finest rogue shinobi, Deidara, had been killed. Did you just say Deidara has been killed, or am I going deaf? Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, asked. You heard correctly, Gramps. Deidara has been killed by Kakashi of the Sharingan and Nico of Team Yuzu, Kuratsuchi replied, sadness evident in her voice. Before his betrayal, Deidara had been her idol and one of Iwa's best shinobi. Send a letter to Team Yuzu. Inform them that we would like to sign a peace treaty with them. He knew that Team Yuzu had peace treaties with the Hidden Mist, Hidden Sand, Hidden Hot Water, and the Hidden Grass villages. Not wanting to be left behind, he gave the order. The Hidden Cloud. Tensions were high in the Hidden Cloud. Their two-tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni, had been captured by the Akatsuki, and hearing about Team Yuzu saving the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Kazekage Gaara, only added to the frustration. The Raikage had been adamant about not signing a peace treaty with them until they revealed their faces, and now he felt guilty. Darui, send a letter to Team Yuzu, asking them to sign a peace treaty with us. He had already lost one of his Jinchuriki, and his younger brother, Killer Bee, was the other. Though Killer Bee was a perfect Jinchuriki, he didn't want to take any chances. Hi, Raikage-sama, Darui, his right-hand man, replied. The next day, the Hidden Sand. The five were at the gates of Suna. Kakashi had spent the last day resting while Aiko and Ino got to know each other better. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke were busy pushing their limits in a training session that left them looking like they had just come from a battlefield. The five of them were bidding farewell to the Sand siblings. Goodbye, Kitsune, and thank you for saving me, Gaara said awkwardly, extending his hand for a shake. Goodbye, Gaara. And perhaps try to talk and form a friendship with Shikaku, Kitsune replied, shaking Gaara's hand and smiling slightly beneath his mask. Gaara nodded in acknowledgement. Just as the five were about to leave Kakashi and Ino heading to the Hidden Leaf and Team Yuzu returning to their home near Yuzushio, a hawk landed on Kakashi's shoulder and delivered a letter. After reading it, Kakashi passed the note to Kitsune. We are leaving for the Hidden Leaf. They need our help on a mission, and I think we might also be able to sign a peace treaty with them, he explained. The others nodded in agreement. Guess I'll have to tell you soon, Kakashi-sensei Bachan, he thought as they set off for the Hidden Leaf. A 9-year-old Naruto was seen dragging along a 9-year-old Ino. Whiskers, where are we going? Ino asked, slightly out of breath. It's a surprise, Ino-chan. Here, climb on my back, he said, noticing her fatigue. Ino blushed slightly before jumping onto his back. Hold on tight, Naruto said as he carried her piggyback style, leaping from building to building toward the Hokage's stone faces. He stopped atop the head of the fourth Hokage and gently set Ino down. We're here. This is beautiful, Ino said, gazing down as Naruto spread out one of his sheets. The village looked tiny and peaceful, and the view was breathtaking. Ino, come on, lie down, he said, patting the space next to him. He lay back with one hand under his head for support. Ino quietly settled beside him. I brought you out here for stargazing. I hope you like it. I already like it, Whiskers, she replied, a smile lighting up her face. She was genuinely happy that Naruto had planned this for her. Hey Nun, why do you call me Whiskers? He asked, tilting his head in curiosity. Because you have cute whiskers on your cheek, and I like calling you that, Ino said without thinking. I should come up with a nickname for you too, you know, he said thoughtfully. Ino hummed in response. What about Flower Girl? Because you like flowers a lot. Ino giggled at the nickname. Yeah, that suits me. She turned her gaze back to the stars. The stars are really beautiful tonight, but I don't know the names of any of them, she admitted, slightly embarrassed. I don't know any either, but I'd like to think those two stars are named Ino and Naruto, he said, pointing to the two brightest stars in the sky. Because no matter how far apart they are, whenever I look at them, they will always be by each other's side. Ino could see the sincerity in his blue eyes and felt herself blush. You're a dork, you know, she said, grinning widely. I know, but I am your dork, he replied, hearing her chuckle in response. That you are, she said, intertwining her fingers with his. So, which is Ino? The scene shifted back to the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village. It's been a while since we've been here, huh, Nico? Kitsune remarked, gazing at the Konoha gates. HN. They still have Izumo and Kotetsu as the gatekeepers, Nico whispered back, observing the eternal guards. They finally reached Konoha, entering the gates and being escorted to the Hokage Tower. The 5 of them, except for Kitsune, entered Tsunade's office. Kitsune jumped through the window, and 4 Umbu guards appeared around him, swords drawn. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Kitsune said, smirking beneath his mask. Umbu, stand down, Tsunade commanded from her desk. The guards quickly dispersed. Ino, congratulations on completing your first S-rank mission. You must be tired, so take some rest and tell me more about it tomorrow. Hi, Shursho. Ino replied, bowing slightly as she left the room. Kakashi, I expect the full written report of the mission on my desk by the end of this week. Dismissed. Actually, Tokasama, would it be alright if Kakashi stays during our meeting? Kitsune asked. Alright, Tsunade said, narrowing her gaze. Nico, show Sunshan around the village and seal 75 bowls of miso ramen from Ichiraku's. Ichin, he replied before leaving with Suzume, relieved he wouldn't have to sit through another meeting. Didn't think you were actually here, Kitsune, Jiraiya said as he hopped into Tsunade's office. He had arrived in the Hidden Leaf a few days prior and had heard Kitsune was in town, so he decided to stay for a while to meet his student. You know, Amigakure raised the bounty on your head by 100 million. I stopped checking the bingo book, so I don't really know my current bounty, he replied. Hokasama, could you ask your Umbu to leave us for alone? I have some serious matters to discuss. Tsunade signaled for her Umbu to exit. Have all of your Umbu left? Tsunade nodded. He then threw Sunban at 5 hidden root ninjas, a technique Nico had taught him to temporarily paralyze opponents and render them unconscious. He muttered under his breath about Danzo and moved the unconscious Umbu into another room, while Tsunade watched in disbelief and Kakashi discussed his new book with Jiraiya. I'm setting up my barrier now, so none of Danzo's people can overhear us. I hope that's all right with you, Hokatama. Tsunade nodded in agreement as Kitsune activated his barrier. Well, now is as good a time as any, he murmured, removing his mask. Surprise! When Tsunade saw Naruto's face, her posture stiffened, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. A small gasp escaped her lips, and tears of joy filled her eyes at the sight of Naruto, whom she regarded as her son. Naruto, she whispered softly. She felt torn between wanting to punch him and wanting to embrace him. Yes, Bachan, he replied, stepping closer. He could see a mix of happiness and hurt in her eyes. He noticed her hand clenching into a fist. Oh no, here it comes. Kurama, help me, he thought, bracing for impact. He knew he might get hit, but what he didn't expect was to be pulled into a tight hug. I'm sorry, Bachan. Tsunade pinned him against the wall behind him. You disappear for 3 years, letting all of US think you're dead, and then show up? A sorry isn't going to cut it, she exclaimed, her free hand raised just inches from Naruto's face. Do you want to tell me why you hid this from me for 3 years? She demanded. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. He could face Elite Ninja without fear, but Tsunade terrified him. I thought Pervy Sage told you, he said hastily, his eyes widening as he realized what he had just said. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya, her glare fierce. You knew. Jiraiya began to sweat as Tsunade advanced toward him. Kami, save me, he thought, closing his eyes and bracing for the worst, knowing he couldn't escape Naruto's barrier. Kakashi simply enjoyed the unfolding drama. Bachan, I told him not to tell you. I'm sorry, but if I had contacted you, the council and Danzo would have killed me and stripped you of your position as Hokage. Just let me explain everything and who my teammates are. You too listen closely, Kakashi-sensei. With that, Naruto began recounting everything from the moment he gained the memories of his shadow clone. At the Uchiha district in the Hidden Leaf Village, Sasuke pointed to the largest house. This used to be my home. They had come here after buying Naruto's ramen. He knew he could speak freely here. No one visited this place after that night. My father was the head of the Uchiha police force and the Uchiha clan at that time. He was very strict. He always compared me to my brother. All I wanted was to make him proud by surpassing Nissan, but it seems I can never measure up. He paused, understanding that he wasn't just talking about power or skill. My mother was one of the strongest kunoichi of the Uchiha clan but retired after marrying my father. She always had a smile on her face and the kindest heart. She would train me whenever Nissan was busy on missions and cheer me up when I struggled with new jutsu that Otusan taught me. Nico said, a sad smile gracing his lips. He didn't know why he was sharing these memories with Suzume, but it felt right. She sounds really nice. I wish I could meet her, Suzume replied, intrigued by this side of Nico. I wish she could have met you too. She would have really liked you, Nico said, revealing one of his rare genuine smiles beneath his mask. Suzume was lost in thought and didn't notice Nico walking away. Oi, hurry up, he called, snapping her out of her trance. She jogged to catch up with him, walking side by side until they reached a lake with a dock. This is the Uchiha dock. Otusan taught me the fire style, fireball jutsu here, he said, walking to the end of the dock. I bet I can make a bigger fireball than you. He teased the younger redhead. I'll make you eat those words, Uchiha. Is that so, Uzumaki? Watch this. He lifted his mask just enough to reveal his lips. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He formed a tiger hand sign, reducing the number of hand signs needed for the jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, nearly engulfing the entire lake. Suzume gasped in awe at the size of his fireball. I remember someone saying she would make me eat my words. Nico smirked at the astonished Suzume before lowering his mask. I still think I can beat you, she insisted, lifting her mask. Fire style, fireball jutsu. She formed a tiger hand sign, gathering chakra in her lungs. After a moment, she unleashed an even larger fireball. Seems like I won, Uchiha, she declared, lowering her mask. Not quite, you just won one round. There are 2 more rounds left, fire style, grand fireball jutsu and fire style, great fire annihilation. The loser treats the winner to a snack, Nico said. You're on, Uchiha. Suzume declared, determined not to let him win. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade slammed her fist down on her desk, shattering it instantly. She wasn't one to curse often, but the stress of the situation had pushed her to her limits. Well, the good news is that you can completely prohibit the civilian council from participating in village matters, Naruto said, approaching the remnants of Tsunade's desk. He formed a hand sign, and wood began to grow from his hand, shaping itself into a new, larger desk. Tsunade and Kakashi watched in astonishment. This won't break easily, he assured them. He had shared with Tsunade who Nico and Suzume truly were, along with his efforts to achieve peace through treaties with other villages, omitting certain details he preferred to keep private. Oh, I forgot to mention I have wood style. I just found out about it recently. This means I can officially call you Bachan, since I am a senju, he added, noting their shocked expressions. I need a cup of sake. This is too much to take in, she said, sighing slightly. Anyway, what were you saying about the civilian council? Oh yeah. I officially received permission from the Fire Daimyo to ban the civilian council from participating in shinobi affairs. Here. He tossed a scroll to Tsunade, who caught it effortlessly. As she opened and read the scroll, Naruto began spinning one of his kunai in his hand. Tsunade's eyes widened as she read. This also gives me full authority to take action against any of the village elders if they go against my wishes or work behind my back. She was fed up with the elders controlling her and making decisions without consulting her. Yes, Bachan. Just announce this at the next meeting after we leave for the Sasori mission, Naruto said. But now I have to ask you an important question, Bachan, Jiraiya-sensei. Both of them recognized the seriousness in his tone as he addressed Jiraiya respectfully. According to my intel, Orochimaru is preparing to change his body again, and I want to know if it would be acceptable for us to eliminate him if we encounter him. You two were his teammates, so I wanted to ask for your permission. At one of Konoha's best restaurants, Nico ordered onigiri and okaka, his smug smirk evident in his voice. "Wipe that annoying smirk off your face," Suzume replied, clearly annoyed. She felt she could have won if she hadn't slipped off the dock and fallen into the water while attempting the fire-style, Great Fire Annihilation. She suspected Nico had something to do with her mishap. "Hey, no need to be a sore loser," Nico chuckled. "I am not a sore loser. I swear if I hadn't fallen into the water, I would have won. But luck was on your side this time." "Sure," Nico said sarcastically. "Your order is ready, sir," the waiter announced, interrupting their argument. "Yes. The bill will be paid by the lady," Nico said cheerfully, accepting the takeout onigiri and okaka, while Suzume handed the waiter the money, leaving a generous tip. "Eat that later. Now let's go to the Hokage Tower." "Anija might need help," Suzume said softly, smiling at Nico's happiness. Nico nodded, sealing his precious onigiri and okaka. In the Hokage office, Kitsune said, "All right." Tsunade was fine with him eliminating Orochimaru, but Jiraiya was a bit skeptical. Deep down, he knew that Orochimaru was too far gone to be saved, so he ultimately agreed. Kitsune's posture stiffened as he sensed a chakra signature. "Okay, my time is up. Danzo is approaching us, so I will take down the barrier. Please don't tell anyone that I'm alive, and call me Kitsune as soon as we are outside the barrier." He put his mask back on. "We understand, Naruto, and I promise none of us will say anything," Tsunade said sincerely. She turned her gaze to Kakashi, who nodded in agreement with a serious expression. "Thank you, Bachan, Kakashi-sensei," he said before dropping the barrier. According to his senses, Danzo would take a few minutes to reach the Hokage Tower. "Kakashi, you are dismissed," Tsunade said, giving him a chance to leave before Danzo arrived. "See you later," he waved before disappearing in a shunshin, just as Nico and Suzume arrived in a shunshin. "I hope you have told Hokage-sama everything she needs to know," Nico said. Kitsune replied with a simple yes, waiting for the old war hawk to arrive. The door to the Hokage office opened, revealing a man with one arm in a sling and his left eye covered with bandages. He used a cane for support and had a peculiar X scar on his chin. Nico's jaw tightened, and he felt a surge of anger at the sight of the man who had caused his clan's demise. Suzume noticed this and gently held his hand, offering support to calm him. Nico managed to compose himself, but his mind was filled with thoughts of revenge against Danzo. "Kitsune-sama, Nico-sama, and Suzume-sama. I am Danzo, one of the village elders. I believe I know the reason for your visit," Danzo spoke in an authoritative tone. "We didn't come here to meet you, that's for sure," Kitsune replied bluntly. Danzo was displeased, but he pressed on. "I know about the mission concerning Sasori's spy, and I want one of my ninjas, Toryun, to accompany you," he ordered. "Not happening," Kitsune said in a sing-song voice. Jiraiya and Tsunade stifled their laughter. "You dare come into my village and mock me? I tried to approach you politely, but now I think I must use force. You will remove that mask and reveal your true identities and intentions. If you do not comply, I have an army of ninjas at my command, and we will capture you and extract the information by force," Danzo threatened, tired of the banter. Kitsune chuckled at the man. "First off, this is not your village. You are not the Hokage. And secondly, haven't you heard that we took down 2 Akatsuki members? I don't think our allies would appreciate you trying to capture us. You would be declaring war against 2 of the 5 great nations, along with several smaller villages." Kitsune stepped closer to Danzo, stopping just inches away. "And I don't think you want the world to know about the unsavory actions you've taken. Do you want everyone to find out about the incident that occurred a few months ago at the hidden waterfall village?" Danzo winced at this. "You may be the one sending spies, but we have dirt on you. Tell me, have any of those spies returned? Know your place, Danzo, especially when you know nothing about your enemy." Danzo scowled, realizing Kitsune had him cornered. "As much as I would love to continue this discussion, I have more important matters to attend to. I came to speak with Hokage-sama." He turned away from Danzo and walked toward Tsunade. Nico smirked under his mask. His best friend had a unique talent for embarrassing and insulting others. Danzo left the room, trembling with rage and slamming the door behind him. Tsunade couldn't hold back any longer. She burst into laughter. "You certainly have a way with words, brat Kitsune. I don't remember the last time someone managed to silence Danzo." "How did I do, sensei?" he asked Jiraiya, intentionally avoiding calling him pervy sage. "You did well, brat. You handled him just as he used to," Jiraiya said with a smile. Kitsune understood he was referring to his father and felt a warmth at the compliment. "Anyway, what kind of team would you like?" Tsunade asked, shifting back to business. "Nico, what kind of team do we want?" Kitsune inquired, unsure of what he desired. To him, Team Yuzu already felt well-rounded. "HN. We need 2 strong ninjas who can hold their own in one-on-one combat and are excellent at gathering information," Nico replied casually. "Yeah, that sounds good," Kitsune nodded. "Okay, where will you be staying for now?" Tsunade asked. "We have a hideout close to the village, so we'll be staying there. We'll return in a day to meet the team and set off for the mission," Kitsune explained. He wanted to live in the Leaf Village, but staying there while Danzo was still in charge of the route was too risky. "Alright, Jiraiya and I will see you off at the village gates," Tsunade said with a smile, understanding his reasons for not staying. They bid farewell to Tsunade and Jiraiya at the gates before leaving the Hidden Leaf. Route Headquarters. "Fo, I want you to send 5 teams of 3 after Team Yuzu and the Konoha ninjas when they leave for their mission," Danzo commanded from his stone throne, addressing his most trusted root ninja. He sought to gain the upper hand against Kitsune, still seething from the insult he had received. "Instruct them not to engage until they are certain the group is weak, and to observe from a distance. If they do encounter Team Yuzu, they should attempt to capture Kitsune's little sister. She will be the easiest target, and I can use her to blackmail Kitsune into giving me all the information he possesses and gain full control over him." "Hi, Danzo-sama," Fu replied, bowing before leaving Danzo alone. "I will make you pay for belittling me, Kitsune," he thought with a sinister smile. Flashback, a few months after the Chunin exams. It had been 2 months since they found Aiko and decided to take her in. She had slowly begun to warm up to Naruto and Sasuke, forming a brotherly bond with Naruto while having little interaction with the Uchiha. Something about Naruto had been bothering her lately, and she decided it was time to ask him. She headed to the rooftop of their house, knowing that Naruto often spent his nights there. She found him gazing at the stars with his hands behind his head. "Do you need something, Aiko-chan?" he asked softly, turning his head toward her. "I wanted to ask you something, Naruto," she said nervously. "Sure, ask me anything," he replied, gesturing for her to lie down next to him. "Why do you dislike Konoha's civilian council and the village elders?" she asked, getting straight to the point. "You don't have to answer if you don't want to," she added quickly. A sigh escaped Naruto's lips. He knew he had to tell her eventually. "Okay, I'll share my story," he said, sitting up. Aiko nodded in agreement. "Well, I think I should start from the beginning. Growing up, I was an orphan and stayed in the orphanage until I was 4. At that age, I was kicked out, and the 3rd Hokage provided me with an apartment. From the start, I sensed I was different because the whole village seemed to despise me. They sometimes bullied me and vandalized my apartment. I thought it was something I had done when I was very young or something my parents had done, so I tried everything to gain their attention and change their opinion. I started by being nice, but that didn't work, so I resorted to pranks. I finally learned why they hated me when I was 6 years old." Naruto focused his gaze on Aiko. "But before I continue, promise me you won't hate me. Over the past 2 months, I've come to see you as my little sister, and I don't want to lose you." He felt a flicker of worry about revealing the truth. Aiko was initially confused about why she would hate him. What could he have done that would make him think that? She could see the concern in his eyes and nodded silently. "When I was 6, on my birthday, some villagers gathered and hurt me badly. That day, I discovered that I was hated because the 9-tailed fox was sealed inside me. I despised the civilian council because they were the ones who revealed that secret. The 3rd Hokage had made it an S-rank secret, but the civilian council went behind his back and announced it to the entire village," he said, looking down. Before he realized it, Aiko had tackled him into a hug. "You're an idiot if you think I would hate you for that," she said, her voice slightly muffled against his chest. She understood what Jinchuriki were, having met one named Han. She finally grasped what that red chakra was that Naruto used during training. Aiko was grateful to Naruto for keeping the Nine Tails at bay. "I would never hate you for something that wasn't your fault, Anija. And the civilian council better watch out. I will make them pay for what they did to you." Naruto felt a surge of happiness when Aiko accepted him for who he was and didn't hold any resentment toward him. But when she called him Anija, his joy multiplied. "You know, when someone is hugging you, you should hug them back," Aiko said, pouting slightly against his chest. "Sorry, Aiko-chan," he replied, wrapping her in a warm bear hug and resting his chin on the top of her head. "And thank you." Now he had one more person to protect, one more reason to grow stronger. From that day on, she became his little sister. Flashback and the Hokage's office, Hidden Leaf Village. "One of the two accompanying you will be Yamato, one of my personal umbu," Tsunade said, pointing to a man with brown hair and large black eyes. She had personally chosen Yamato as one of her most trusted umbu. "He looks kind of creepy," Kitsune whispered to Suzume, who stood beside him, while Nico glared out the window, clearly annoyed by a certain someone present. "Shut up, Anija. We're not here to judge people, we are on a mission," she whispered back, scolding him gently. "Moving on, you can choose the second member from these," Tsunade continued, walking toward the 5 ninjas standing nearby. "Shikamaru Nara, the Jonin of the Nara clan, has one of the sharpest minds in the Hidden Leaf," she said, pointing to a boy with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle who wore a bored expression. "Or Kiba Inazuka, a Chunin of the Inazuka clan and one of Konoha's best trackers. He can also hold his own in battle," she added, gesturing to a brunette boy who smiled while petting his dog. "Or Niji Hyuga, a Jonin and prodigy of the Hyuga clan. He is also an excellent tracker due to his Byakugan and specializes in Hyuga clan taijutsu," she said, indicating a boy with long hair and pale lavender eyes, who stood with a blank expression. Kitsune nodded in acknowledgement. "Tsunade-sensei, aren't you forgetting someone?" a pink-haired girl asked innocently, her expression fooling no one, and clearly the reason for Nico's irritation. Tsunade let out a long sigh before continuing. "The Civilian Council has recommended Sakura Haruno, the genin daughter of the current head of the Civilian Council, Mabuki Haruno. She is an adequate fighter and medic, I suppose." Nico scoffed, and before anyone could respond, the door to the Hokage office swung open, revealing a platinum-blonde Yamanaka. "Sorry for being late, Shirsho," Ino said, bowing her head slightly to Tsunade. Tsunade smiled at her apprentice, and Kitsune barely managed to suppress his admiration. "It's fine, Ino. I wasn't expecting you to accept this mission after your last one, but I'm glad you're here." Tsunade turned to Team Yuzu. "This is Ino Yamanaka, recently promoted to Jonin after completing an S-rank mission for the Yamanaka clan. She is my personal student and has mastered many Yamanaka clan jutsus, making her one of the best Earth-style users in Konoha," Tsunade said proudly. "I personally recommend her for this mission." "Tsunade-sensei, why waste your breath recommending Ino? We all know they'll choose me. After all, I'm the strongest among these ninjas," Sakura said smugly. "Oh no way. I'd choose anyone but this pink nuisance. Plus, you're the only genin here and got defeated by Ino in the Chunin exams," Nico retorted. "After all these years, she's still annoying and ineffective," he thought before continuing. "The Nara is out. Kitsune can come up with a plan under pressure, but if he fails, I can step in. The Inazuka is also out since my cats are fast trackers, and I don't think we need the Hyuga. We certainly don't need the Bubblegum Girl, as she is a weak medic and I'm better than her in medical ninjutsu. So, we'll take the Yamanaka. She can establish a mind link, making communication easier if needed. She also helped us in the last mission, so it will be easier for us to work as a team." After hearing this, Kitsune struggled to keep his voice neutral. "Meet us at the gates of the village in an hour," he exclaimed before jumping out of the window and wandering off. The gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, an hour later. "Hope I'm not late," Ino said as she arrived at the gates. Nico, Suzume, and Yamato were already waiting. Not really. A ninja hasn't arrived yet, Suzume replied. A few minutes later, the blonde member of their group showed up. You're late, Dobe. Sorry, I just got lost in the village, Kitsune said, rubbing the back of his head. He had actually been busy talking to Jiraiya, who had told him to send a messenger toad if they encountered too much trouble with Orochimaru. Anyways, I got your onigiri, okaka, and fresh tomatoes, he said, tossing a scroll to Nico. And your sushi, he added, throwing a scroll to Suzume. That was a weak excuse, but I'll let it slide because you brought me this, Nico said, pocketing his scroll. Now that we're all here, we should leave quickly. We need to reach the meeting point by noon tomorrow. The others nodded in agreement. I'll take the lead, Ino-chan will follow me, then Yamato, followed by Suzume, with Nico at the back. Okay. The four nodded and left the village in the specified formation. Well, does anyone have a plan? Nico asked, resting his hands on the table. They were currently staying the night in a hotel, in a room that Kitsune had secured with a barrier. I think a ninja should lead and use henge as Sasori since his henge is nearly perfect and hard to detect, Suzume suggested. The three had removed their masks and were now wearing Kakashi-style masks. Yamato and Nico will be hidden on the right side, while Ino and I will be on the left. After a ninja gives us the signal, we will engage the enemy in combat, she stated confidently. Sounds good, Suzume, Kitsune replied. Does everyone agree? The others nodded. Perfect. Now let's have dinner. He summoned a few scrolls from the storage seal on his hand and lowered his barrier. Freshen up while I set the table. Mind if I help you? Ino asked, a smirk on her face. Not at all, he replied while the other three left the room. As soon as the three left, Kitsune took his kunai and carefully cut his mask to reveal only his lips. Ino quickly leaned in and captured his lips with hers, pinning him against the wall. What started as a brief kiss soon turned into a more passionate moment. I've been waiting to kiss you, he said with a smile. I've been waiting too, she replied, smiling back. Get a room, lovebirds. Suzume exclaimed as she entered the room. We plan on getting one later, Kitsune said bluntly. Shut up. Ino said, her cheeks flushing as she playfully hit Kitsune on the chest. But it's true, he protested. Anyways, Nico and Yamato will be here soon, so you better start setting up the table and save the rest for later, Suzume chimed in. I'll help you too because clearly you have no self-control, she teased. The three began setting up the table while Kitsune and Ino exchanged shy glances. Suzume noticed but didn't intervene, thinking it was cute. Just as they finished, Yamato and Nico entered the room. Yamato-san, what do you want for dinner? Kitsune asked. Teriyaki tofu and chicken curry with rice, Yamato replied. Coming right up. Kitsune said, unsealing the dishes in front of Yamato. Careful, the food is really hot, he warned before moving on. Yamato's mouth watered at the sight. Sushi for Suzume and yaki onigiri with okaka for Nico, he said, placing the food in front of them before heading over to Ino, where he unsealed 50 bowls of ramen. And ramen for Ino and me. Nico and Suzume had also adjusted their masks to eat comfortably. Itadekamsu, the five exclaimed before diving into their meal. Yamato's face lit up with delight after tasting the food. It was the most delicious he had ever eaten. Nico and Suzume savored their meals while Kitsune and Ino engaged in a friendly competition to see who could eat the most ramen. Yamato watched in amazement, having never seen anyone devour ramen so quickly. It's like he started, but Nico interrupted. Inhaling it. We know. You'll get used to it after a while, he muttered, not even looking up from his plate. Yamato nodded, continuing to eat, slightly amazed. After finishing dinner, the five retreated to their personal room. Later, when Ino was sure no one was around, she quietly approached Kitsune's room. Kitsune opened the door, shirtless but still wearing his mask. Ino barely managed to suppress a blush at the sight. As soon as he saw her, he pulled her inside, closing the door and setting up a barrier around them. Are you ready to continue where we left off? Ino asked playfully. Of course, he replied, leaning in for a kiss that was filled with warmth and excitement. They didn't go further, both aware that it wouldn't be wise to lose their innocence in a hotel before a mission, but their connection deepened with every moment spent together. The next morning, the five had left for Tenchi Bridge hours ago and were just minutes away when Kitsune stopped. I guess this is the part where we split up. But before that, could you confirm if my transformation is right, Suzume Ino? He asked, making a hand sign while the two nodded. How's this? He asked, transforming into Sasori. You definitely look like him, but your voice should be a bit more. Suzume hesitated, searching for the right word. Constipated. Okay, Kitsune said, adjusting his voice. How's this? He asked in a voice that resembled Sasori's. Perfect, she exclaimed. Now Ino and I will go left while Nico and Yamato go right, and we will act when a ninja gives us the signal. She said before leaving with Ino toward the left. Soon after, Nico and Yamato headed off to the right. Kitsune sighed before walking toward the Tenchi Bridge in his disguise. As he approached the bridge, he spotted a hooded figure looking off the edge. It's been a long time, Lord Sasori, the figure said, turning around to reveal Kabuto. Kitsune's eyes widened. He knew if Kabuto was his spy, it was likely a trap, but he decided to play along. It's been 5 years, hasn't it? He asked. As soon as the others caught a glimpse of Kabuto's face, they sensed something was amiss but chose to wait for Kitsune's signal. How are you doing? Kitsune asked in Sasori's voice. I still have the strange sensation from when I remembered who I was after your jutsu broke, Kabuto replied, looking over the bridge again. I have some questions for you, Kitsune said, ignoring Kabuto's previous statement. I don't have much time, so please keep it short, Kabuto said, turning back to Sasori. I risked my life to get here without Orochimaru finding out. I want information on Orochimaru's current hideout and the rest of his active locations. We are now in a hideout on a small island on a lake to the north, Kabuto lied. We'll be moving again in 3 days. Suddenly he turned around in an instant, pulling out a kunai. Oh, it's just a wild rabbit, he said, returning his attention to Sasori, while Orochimaru lurked behind a tree, grinning. Now would you please hand over the item we discussed last time? I need to get away before Orochimaru finds out I'm here, or I'll be in serious trouble. In an instant, the snake Sannin appeared behind him, his snakes wrapping around Kabuto. Sounds like an interesting conversation. Mind if I join in? He asked, liking his lips as his snakes tightened around Kabuto. Kabuto jumped to Sasori's side, escaping the snakes and leaving his cloak behind. As soon as he was beside Sasori, he took advantage of the moment and disrupted Kitsune's transformation. Kitsune leaped upward, dodging Sasori's strike. Multiple striking Shadow Snake. Orochimaru shouted, sending a number of snakes to grab Kitsune. Kitsune quickly substituted himself with a log. A fast substitution. Could it be? He said, looking at the mask of the man who landed in front of him. Kitsune, he snarled, filled with hatred for Kitsune and his team, who had destroyed many of his hideouts. Why don't you ask your team to come out too? He smirked, liking his lips. Kitsune signaled, and all 4 teammates appeared behind him. You take care of Kabuto while Nico and I handle Orochimaru, he said calmly. Orochimaru snarled at the nickname. Kurama, for tails, he thought in his mindscape. Kurama opened one eye, allowing 4 tails of chakra to flow immediately. Here, Kit, he said before closing his eyes. I'd like to see you try. In an instant, Kitsune appeared in front of Orochimaru, and before he could react, she struck him across the face, sending him flying into the forest. Kitsune and Nico followed him, where the 3 engaged with Kabuto. Orochimaru lay on the ground when Kitsune and Nico appeared before him. He opened his mouth, and a swarm of snakes poured out, their mouths opening to reveal sharp blades. Amaterasu! Nico shouted, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan and engulfing the snakes in black flames, incinerating them in an instant. Kit, let me take over. It's been a long time since I've actually fought someone. Okay, Kurama, he replied, relinquishing control to Kurama. Kurama began gathering his chakra for the tailed beast bomb. Nico realized what was happening and leaped to a nearby tree. Orochimaru's eyes widened in alarm. Summoning, triple Rashomon, he exclaimed, summoning 3 demonic gates to shield himself from Kitsune's impending attack. The tailed beast bomb obliterated the gates. As the smoke cleared, Orochimaru was seen lying face down on the ground. Just as Kurama was returning control to Kitsune, Orochimaru's upper half emerged from the ground, the Kusanagi sword in his mouth. Nico swiftly cut Orochimaru in half before the Kusanagi could strike Kitsune. Upon being cut, Orochimaru transformed into mud, revealing a mud clone. I am too weak to handle them in my current condition. Coming here was a mistake, he thought as he fled to his hideout, unaware of Nico's cats trailing behind him. You did send one of your cats after him, didn't you? Kitsune asked. Chen. I sent Gaara and Kaito, he replied, sheathing his wakizashi again. Looks like we need to head back. Kabuto has company, Kitsune said before the two made their way toward the bridge. As soon as Kitsune and Nico departed, Danzo's 15-root Umbu surrounded Ino, Suzume, and Yamato. Ino and Suzume had taken out 4 Umbu each, while Yamato had dispatched 3. As they fought the root Umbu, who were particularly targeting Suzume, Kabuto managed to escape. Suddenly, Kitsune and Nico appeared, knocking out the remaining Umbu. Stupid Danzo, I already warned that war hawk, Kitsune muttered, tying up the root Umbu. Nico immediately reverse summoned them to Soraku. Just as they were about to leave, Gaara appeared. Nico-sama, Kaito and I have located Orochimaru's hideout. Kaito is waiting for us there, she said, climbing up to sit on Nico's shoulder. I'll lead you there. Thank you, Gaara. The 5 set off for Orochimaru's hideout in the same formation, but Nico and Kitsune switched places. Orochimaru's hideout was not far, and soon the 5, along with Gaara, arrived. Seeing them, Kaito emerged from his hiding place and sat beside Nico's leg. Yamato, stay here with Kaito. You will be our backup, he instructed, and Yamato nodded. Kitsune, Ino, Suzume, Gaara, and I will infiltrate the hideout and gather as much information as we can. With that, the 5 departed. The 4 ninjas and the cat split up upon finding 2 paths. Kitsune and Ino headed left, while Nico and Suzume took the right. Nico and Suzume checked all the rooms as they searched for Orochimaru and information. Meanwhile, Orochimaru rested in a room, recovering from his last fight. That demon geezer. Because of him, I lost all my jutsu, and my rebirth has been postponed. Losing my next vessel, Sasuke, was another price I had to pay, he muttered, coughing. Kabuto, prepare my next vessel, he ordered, and Kabuto nodded in agreement before leaving the room. My rebirth should come soon, he murmured, coughing again. My rebirth shall make up for this pain. Suddenly, a beam of lightning chakra pierced the door, aiming for his heart. Orochimaru managed to block it with his hands just as Nico's wakizashi sliced through the door. Such chakra-shape manipulation. Orochimaru thought, his eyes widening. It seems your time to die has come, Nico declared, stepping closer to Orochimaru. Stand back, Suzume, this is my fight. He noticed Suzume had unsheathed her blade. You are weaker than me, Orochimaru. There was no point in leaving Konoha for you. You only wanted the Sharingan, but Itachi was much more powerful than you, so you sought me out. Guess you were wrong, Mr. Genius of the Sannin. He climbed onto the bed where Orochimaru lay. Perhaps the world considered you a genius, but you could never reach the level of an Uchiha. Suzume rolled her eyes. Your methods of obtaining the power of an Uchiha are laughable at best, he mocked. But you see, I don't need you to become powerful. At this, Orochimaru let out a bitter laugh. You disgust me, he said as Nico struck him. After Nico's strike, a massive snake formed from countless smaller snakes emerged from Orochimaru's mouth, appearing behind Nico. Coo, I finally get the Uchiha, Orochimaru thought. You've experimented so much, but in the end, this is how you turned out? Nico challenged, facing Orochimaru. Sasuke, the snake yelled, and dozens of snakes lunged at him. Nico swiftly cut them down with his wakizashi. He attempted to strike the giant snake, But as soon as his sword touched Orochimaru's skin, it shattered. He cursed under his breath. Chidori, Sinbon. Chidori, spear. He unleashed his techniques, cutting down the giant snake. You disappoint me, Orochimaru. As soon as his Mangekyo Sharingan met Orochimaru's snake eye, he was pulled into Orochimaru's dimension. Where am I? Nico asked, looking around. This is where the rebirth ritual takes place, Orochimaru replied, emerging from the ground. In moments, Nico was surrounded by snakes. The power of those eyes will be mine. Nico unleashed his lightning chakra, transforming the snakes from white to olive green. Impossible! This is my dimension. Orochimaru exclaimed as Nico's chakra snakes morphed into a large olive green cat. Nico fully absorbed Orochimaru, defeating him. Outside, Suzume and Kara were engaged in battle with Kabuto. Suddenly, they heard Nico drop to his knees. Suzume and Kara rushed to assist him, and Kabuto seized the opportunity to escape. Suzume had inflicted serious damage on him without sustaining any injuries herself. Nico, are you okay? She asked, providing support and helping him to stand. HN, Orochimaru. Dead, he panted. DMNBSTRD broke my chakra wakizashi. I need a new blade, he said, rising to his feet. They walked down the corridor until they reached a training room. It was fairly basic, but there was a one-handed katana with a black scabbard. Nico quickly picked up the sword. I guess this will do, he said, replacing the cover of his old wakizashi with the new katana. The two then headed off with Ino and Kitsune. They had searched almost the entire left side of the hideout, except for the room at the end of the corridor. As soon as they entered, their eyes widened in shock at the sight before them. Wow! Both of them exclaimed in unison. A 5-year-old Ino was walking home with her father, in Noichi, after collecting flowers for the Yamanaka flower shop. Dad, this is heavy. Ino complained, dragging her basket full of flowers. Do you want me to carry it for you? Inoichi asked, turning around with a much larger basket in his hand. No, I will carry it on my own. After all, I want to become a strong kunoichi, she said with determination. Inoichi sighed. Ino was as stubborn as her mother. They were in front of the ninja academy when something caught her eye. Dad, hold this. I'll be back in a minute, she said, pushing her basket and running toward a tree in front of the academy. There was a blond boy with his head down, and she could see tears streaming down his cheeks, hidden by his hair. She gently approached him and tapped him on the shoulder. Why are you crying? She asked softly. The boy looked up, and as soon as he saw her, he wiped his eyes furiously, trying to rid himself of the tears. No, I'm not crying. I'm fine, he said, forcing a smile. Ino recognized the smile as fake, having learned to distinguish between real and false expressions from her father. Hey, you don't have to put on that smile for me. Are you sad? She asked patiently. The boy was taken aback by her response and silently nodded. What's wrong? She asked, concern evident in her voice. Their eyes met his azure blue eyes locking onto her light blue ones. Instead of coldness, he saw warmth in her gaze. Why are you being so nice to me and not running away? He asked, tilting his head in confusion. Because I want to help you, she answered truthfully. The boy was surprised. No one had ever been kind to him before. He felt a flicker of hope and found himself wanting to share his feelings with her, trusting her despite their brief encounter. I'm sad because everyone hates me, nobody wants to play with me. I don't have any friends, he whispered. Ino's expression softened as she saw the sadness and loneliness in his eyes. Don't worry, they are all missing out. If you want, I can be your friend, she said, extending her hand for a handshake. He accepted, their small hands fitting perfectly together. I'm Ino Yamanaka, she declared, bringing a genuine smile to his face. I am Naruto Uzumaki, he replied, feeling a warm sensation inside. Oh, we are going to have so much fun, Naruto. Come with me, I want you to meet my dad, she said, pulling him along to where her father was standing. Dad, I made a new friend, she announced, stopping in front of Inoichi. Naruto felt a bit nervous. Oh, what's your name? Inoichi asked the blond boy. Naruto Uzumaki. He stammered, afraid that Inoichi would treat him like the other villagers. Inoichi's gaze softened. He knew Naruto's parents and had wanted to adopt him, but the civilian council and Danzo had denied his request. Say, Naruto, would you like to join us for ramen? He asked with a smile. What's ramen? Naruto replied, having never really eaten anything other than fruits and fish he caught. Whenever he visited a shop, the shopkeeper would push him away. Oh, you've never had ramen? Come on, it's really good. I'm sure you'll like it. Ino said excitedly. The blonde boy nodded, and the three set off to Ichiraku Ramen, a restaurant that would soon become Naruto's favorite. That was the start of their friendship, which would later grow into something more. Presently, Ino and Kitsune had searched almost the entire left side of the hideout, except for the room at the end of the corridor. As soon as they entered, their eyes widened in shock at the sight before them. Wow! Both of them exclaimed in unison. The room was filled with Orochimaru's failed experiments, jars containing various eyes and some snakes trapped in large glass containers. They had never seen anything quite like it. Ino-chan, let's divide and conquer. If you find any valuable information, store it in this scroll, Kitsune said, handing her a storage scroll. The two headed off in different directions, determined to uncover as much information as possible. After a while of searching, they realized they hadn't discovered anything new. Kitsune! Ino called out, and the blonde appeared beside her moments later. She quietly pointed towards a door adorned with intricate seals. Kitsune understood her intent and immediately began to overwrite or cancel the seals. After a few minutes, he finished removing all the seals. The two entered the room, their expressions filled with shock. Orochimaru's private study? Ino asked, receiving a confirming nod from Kitsune. They began to sift through Orochimaru's files, books, diaries, and records, scanning the entire room for information. They discovered how he had taken the eyes of deceased Uchiha and used them in his failed experiments to obtain the Sharingan. They also found some cells of Hashirama stored in a special container. While Kitsune examined Orochimaru's experiments on the curse mark, a file caught Ino's eye. Designs and details of past successful experiments. She flipped through pages discussing his immortality and paused when she landed on a specific page about experiments conducted on Danzo. Kitsune, take a look at this, she said, handing him the file. A slight smirk appeared on his face, hidden by his mask. The following pages were filled with information about Danzo's arm and eye. Kitsune stood up and began knocking on the walls, stopping when he found one that sounded hollow. Ino-chan, a little help? He asked, gesturing toward the wall. Gladly. Earth-style, stone fist jutsu, she exclaimed, smashing the wall with her stone fist. They discovered a shelf filled with Uchiha eyes, each pair in a separate jar filled with a preservative fluid, ready for Orochimaru's use. The shelf also contained detailed files on all members of the Akatsuki. Just as he was about to start reading, the small seal on his wrist began to glow. We need to get out of here. Nico and Suzume have finished, Kitsune said, placing the file back on the shelf. But what about all this information? Ino asked, handing him back the storage scroll. Summoning jutsu, he declared, biting his thumb and summoning a toad. Hey bro, what do you need me for? The summoned toad asked cheerfully. Kichi, I was hoping you could take all of this to Mount Mayaboku, he said, forming a wood clone. Along with my wood clone. Kitsune and Nico had finally figured out how Kitsune could create a wood clone that would retain all the information it had collected as soon as it was dispersed. Sure. Gamakichi replied as Kitsune's clone began sealing everything up. Ino-chan, please keep this information to yourself as long as Danzo is alive, he requested, receiving a nod in response. Ino understood that Danzo had a network of eyes and ears throughout Konoha, and she respected his request. The two left the room as the wood clone and Gamakichi headed to Mount Mayaboku with all the information and documents. Outside Orochimaru's hideout, Nico asked in an irritated tone, "What took you so long?" "Oh, nothing, just found something that may help us in the future." "Anyway, you look exhausted," Kitsune replied, sensing his chakra level. Nico had never used more than half of his chakra reserves in a fight and now had only a third left. Killing a Sannin does that to you. Nico replied calmly. No way. You defeated Orochimaru? I can't believe it. Now you can say you took down a Sannin instead of me. Talk about bad luck? He said with a hint of frustration. Is that really what you're focusing on? Anyway, did you find any leads on his other hideouts? Nico asked, motioning for Kaito and Yamato to step out from their hiding spot. Yeah, I found 3 locations that seem promising, he replied, handing Nico a piece of paper. But I'm not sure if you'll be able to track them down in your current state. I'll rest a bit in Konoha and then go after them while you handle renewing our treaties, Nico said, passing the paper to Kara. And my cats will help track them down. With a puff of smoke, the 2 cats vanished. They shared some of the information with Yamato before heading to the Hidden Leaf. 2 days later, Dobe, you go report the mission to Hokage-sama. I can't just sit there and be bored, and I doubt Suzume wants to come either, he said. Suzume nodded in agreement. Fine, I'll take care of it myself, Kitsune sighed. Come on, Ino-chan, Yamato-san. The 3 made their way to Tsunade's office. So, Nico, where do you want to take me today? Suzume asked cheerfully. Let's visit the Uchiha district since I don't know when we'll be back in Konoha. After that, we should head to the mountains where I learned the Chidori, Nico suggested. Sounds good to me, she replied. The 2 then set off for the Uchiha district, where Nico showed her a few notable places, even if their time there was brief. She hadn't seen him last time. Shortly after, the 2 arrived at the gates of the Uchiha district when a certain pink-haired girl spotted them. Hey, what are you 2 doing here? These are the Uchiha's sacred grounds, she said, approaching them. You aren't allowed to be here. We are. If you didn't know, I am an Uchiha, so that gives me permission to enter the Uchiha district, Nico said smugly, flashing his Sharingan. Okay, but you are not an Uchiha, Rust Head, so get out of here. This place belonged to Sasuke-kun. You aren't even worthy to step inside the district, Sakura replied, holding her head high. As soon as she said that, Nico felt a surge of anger. He didn't know why, but anyone insulting Suzume infuriated him. How dare you talk about Suzume like that? Her red hair is 1,000 times more beautiful than your bubblegum pink, Nico retorted. Hearing Nico's compliment made Suzume blush slightly. And unlike you, she isn't useless or annoying. The only one who isn't worthy of entering the Uchiha district is you. Now run away if you want to avoid trouble. Seeing his anger, Suzume gently held his arm, managing to calm him down. Sakura sensed the tension and quickly ran away, clearly frightened. You think my hair is beautiful? Suzume asked, a smirk on her face. Nico mentally face-bombed himself, realizing what he had said. Wipe that smirk off your face, Uzumaki. I just said it was more beautiful than that bubblegum hair. Doesn't change the fact that you think it's beautiful, she replied playfully. Nico let out a frustrated sigh. Will you let that go? Let's make a quick trip to the mountains. We don't have much time before we leave Konoha. With that, the 2 set off toward the mountains. Gates of the Hidden Leaf, 1.5 hours later. So, do you think you can find and capture all 3 of them? Kitsune asked. He had already discussed a plan to confront Danzo with Tsunade and Jiraiya in private. Now, he was heading to the Hidden Mist and some other allies to renew their treaty, adding Konoha's name to it. We'll be fine, Anija, Suzume assured her older brother. And if we run into trouble, we'll send one of Nico's cats to you. If you say so, Kitsune muttered. Anyway, capture the 3 and meet me home in 3 days. The 2 nodded and took off, while Kitsune headed in the opposite direction. The meeting took place on the 2nd floor of the Uzumaki safe house, located near the coast, south of the hidden hot water village. 3 people sat in custom wooden chairs crafted by Kitsune using his wood release, gathered around an elegant triangular table. Each corner of the triangle was occupied by a member of Team Yuzu, unmasked in the most secure room of the house. They were currently devising a plan to deal with Danzo. To trap him, we need to lure him out. If we give him a hint that we possess information that could threaten his position in Konoha or lead to his arrest, he will likely make a mistake, Aiko said. Her medium-length red hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her once warm brown eyes now held a steely resolve. She had a score to settle with Danzo, the man who had devastated the lives of her brother and Sasuke. If it weren't for him, the two would be living peacefully in Konoha. Aiko is right, Danzo tends to overreact. If he perceives a threat, he will do anything to eliminate it. If we are that threat, he will take extra precautions and slip up. That's when we strike, Sasuke said, a smirk playing on his lips. His signature hairstyle remained, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Sasuke finally had a chance to seek justice for his clan. While he had grown empathetic over time, he felt no mercy for Danzo, who was responsible for the massacre of the entire Uchiha clan, including innocent children, and had shifted the blame onto Itachi. Both of you make valid points, but we need concrete evidence that will truly unsettle him. The more anxious he is, the greater the chances of him making a mistake, Naruto added. His hair was longer and messy, reminiscent of his father's. He had spent days scouring the Uzumaki safe houses for information on Danzo. The Uzumaki had extensive libraries filled with books and notes about him, some praising him and others condemning him. He had so many reasons to eliminate Danzo that it would take him a day to list them all. I think we might need to reach out to him. He could have evidence that might assist us. Can't we use some other information that doesn't involve him? Sasuke asked, knowing the man Naruto referred to as dangerous. We have no choice. The information we possess is fresh, and Danzo could easily cover it up and make us look foolish, Naruto replied, clearly displeased with the idea, but they had to proceed. He was present during the war. We need to meet with Shintaro. Fine. But it would be better if you two went. I remember angering him last time. In the meantime, I will go through Orochimaru's files on the Uchiha and his experiments to obtain the Sharingan. I'm also considering offering a pair of Sharingan to Gaara. She has been loyal to me, and cats are the only ones who can handle the Sharingan like the Uchiha, he said, already contemplating what to do with the pairs of Sharingan Naruto and Ino had discovered in Orochimaru's hideout. Okay, I guess Anija and I will have to convince the old man to give us some information. Sounds fun, Aiko said sarcastically. With that, Naruto and Aiko departed for the Hidden Valleys village, while Sasuke made his way to Soraku, where he planned to extract information from Danzo's men that he had captured during their last mission. Time skip, a town in the land of rivers. Numida was a small town known for its vibrant festivals and delicious rice. The rice grown here was so exceptional that the sake made from it sometimes cost a fortune. Numida was somewhat distant from the village hidden in the valleys, situated between Konoha, Suna, and Kumo, making it quite crowded during certain times of the year. In one of the casual restaurants, two seemingly ordinary individuals were seated, enjoying the establishment's famous rice bowl with custom toppings, accompanied by rolled sushi. The small restaurant was nearly empty, as patrons had already finished their lunch by 4 in the afternoon. The rice here is different. People weren't exaggerating when they said this place had the best rice around, the girl remarked, placing a piece of sushi in her mouth. You're absolutely right about that. I can't wait to make Nico jealous by hyping up this place, the boy said, finishing off his bowl of donbori. Are you enjoying yourself, Suzume? He asked, looking up from his bowl and moving on to his plate of makizushi. He had originally wanted ramen but decided to try something new. HM. I like moments like these when we can just sit and talk like normal siblings, she replied after finishing her last roll of makizushi. I know, but life isn't that simple. Once all of this is over, we will spend more time together as siblings, he said, repeating a phrase that had become a mantra for him. Once all of this is over. He had said it to the girl he loved, his mother figure, his godfather, and now his sister. It was one of his many dreams. He wanted to be more than just a shadow in the dark. He wanted to be a son, a brother, and a loving partner. While he was content with his current life, it wasn't the life he had envisioned. Perhaps getting rid of Danzo would help clear some of this mess, he thought. He quietly finished his makizushi and ordered 2 cups of tea for Suzume and himself. Anija, he's here, Suzume said, finishing her tea and setting her cup down. A minute later, an old man walked past them and sat in the last booth. 4:30 on the dot, they thought, having studied his schedule and planned accordingly. The boy finished his tea and paid the bill. They then walked to the last booth and sat down across from the old man, who had his eyes closed, seemingly pretending to be asleep. "Can I help you too?" the man asked, opening one eye. "I believe you can, Shinto," the boy replied. The old man opened both eyes and interlocked his fingers on the table. As soon as he heard his name, he knew they were there for business. "We need information on Danzo." He paused, waiting for a response. When none came, he continued, "We need to know what happened that night during the war." "I believe you have come to the wrong place," the old man said, his expression unchanged. "I know you know what happened that night," Shinto, Suzume insisted. "Okay, but what's in it for me?" the man questioned, leaning back with a smirk. "500,000 ryo, the boy offered. When he received no answer, he knew he had to negotiate. And the public humiliation of Danzo along with his downfall. "Come on, old man, wouldn't you want the man responsible for that scar to get what he deserves?" he said, pointing to the scar on the old man's face. The old man's eyes lit up. "Fine. 1,000,000 ryo, public humiliation of Danzo, and his demise," the old man agreed. The boy nodded. "Were you too followed?" he asked, leaning closer. They shook their heads. For the next 10 minutes, Shintaro provided them with all the information he had about Danzo and evidence of his actions that night. Afterward, the boy handed the old man a scroll containing 1,000,000 ryo, and the two left the restaurant, taking takeout for Nico. Once they were away from the town, they removed the seal tags on their hands and transformed back into their original selves, donning their masks. They had used Kitsune's special henge tags for this mission. With this, they were a step closer to their targets. Time skip, the Uzumaki safe house. "This information is invaluable," Sasuke exclaimed, looking up from the file. The three were gathered in the same room again, but this time, they had answers. "If we send him this photograph, he'll be trembling with fear," he said, passing the picture to the others. "Exactly. And if we threaten to leak this information to Konoha if he doesn't comply, he'll do anything we ask," Aiko added with a mischievous grin. "We should ask him for money." 12,000,000 ryo? Naruto suggested. After receiving a nod of confirmation, he continued, "We should arrange to meet him somewhere far from Konoha so he can't call for backup." "Any suggestions, Sasuke?" "I have a location in mind. The bridge between the land of fire and the land of lightning," Sasuke said, getting up. "I'll send one of my cats to deliver the message. I'll send one of my toads to Bachan with all our leverage on the civilian council and the village elders and ask her to arrest them while Danzo is away." With that, the three left to train. They knew that defeating Danzo wouldn't be easy, so they had much to prepare for. One thing was certain, they were determined to change Konoha for the better in the coming week. The next day, a black cat stood at the entrance of the root organization ruled by Danzo. She incapacitated some guards and entered the root, her new Sharingan activated. She quickly found Danzo's office and bypassed all the security on her way there. She placed the letter on Danzo's desk and was reverse summoned back to Soraku. A few minutes later, the old war hawk entered his office, a smile on his face as he had just conceived a plan to overthrow Tsunade and become the 6th Hokage. Upon seeing the letter, he noticed a cat paw stamp with the Uchiha crest in the middle. Curiosity piqued, he opened the letter. As soon as he did, all color drained from his face. He saw the photograph of himself from that night years ago. After reading through the letter, he came to a chilling conclusion. He had to eliminate Team Yuzu. They knew too much. He immediately called his right-hand man, Yamanaka. The orange-haired man entered the room, his expression neutral, having learned to suppress his emotions since childhood. "At your service, Danzo-sama," he said, bowing. "Rise, Fu," Danzo commanded, giving him a stern look. "I want Toryun, Kairi, and you to accompany me on a mission. If we want to make Konoha the greatest nation, we must do this." Danzo lied. He simply wanted to keep his secrets hidden. The Hokage must not know about any of this. Fu nodded in agreement, having learned long ago not to question Danzo. "Prepare for the mission. We leave in 3 days," he said, dismissing the Yamanaka. On one side, Danzo was seething with anger, while on the other, Tsunade was celebrating. She had received a letter from Kitsune that would lead to the arrest of the village elders and the civilian council. She had already instructed Shizune to search for a new civilian council. Now all she had to do was wait for 3 days. These 3 days might feel like the longest of her life, but she didn't mind as long as she could save Konoha and its future. She took out a bottle from her special stock, deciding to indulge a little to mark the occasion. Can't sleep? Can't sleep. Aiko was standing in the kitchen of the Uzumaki safe house, pouring herself a glass of apple juice. She wore a plain white t-shirt and blue shorts, her tired expression evident. "Want a glass?" she asked, turning to face Sasuke. He nodded and she poured him one. "Hungry?" Sasuke asked as he approached the kitchen counter to pick up his glass. He wore an olive green shirt with the Uchiha crest on the back and black joggers, his face expressionless. "Nah, just need to get my mind off some things," she replied honestly, taking a sip of her juice. She had just woken from a troubling dream about her past. "Oh," he said, sipping his drink. He could tell she had been asleep but had recently woken up. Understanding that she didn't want to discuss it, he kept quiet. With Naruto away on an escort mission requested by the Mizukichi, he felt it was his duty to cheer up Aiko. "I know a way to clear your mind. Follow me," he said, finishing his juice and leaving the kitchen. Aiko quickly finished her drink and followed him outside. Sasuke stopped at the training grounds in front of the house. "So you want to train in the middle of the night?" Aiko asked, raising an eyebrow. Sasuke chuckled softly, having begun to show more emotion around those he trusted. "No, you can't just train all the time. Your body needs rest too," he said, sitting down. "This training ground faces the sea, so it gets a nice breeze at night. It's a good place to talk. When I need to clear my head, I come here and talk to my cat, Gaara. If I talk to Naruto, he won't let me get a word in edgewise." Aiko laughed. She loved her brother, but she knew he could be quite the chatterbox. "Luckily, I'm a great listener, and I want to know more about you. After all, you're part of our team." He gestured for her to sit beside him. "So we're going to share things we think the other doesn't know, right?" Aiko asked as she settled down. She realized she didn't know much about Sasuke, who was much more reserved than her brother. "You go first," she encouraged, tilting her head to look at him. "Okay, black and blue were my favorite colors, but lately I've been drawn to olive green," he said, wanting to avoid anything that might remind her of her nightmare. "My favorite is probably sky blue. Before becoming a rogue ninja, I was a bit of a brat," Sasuke admitted. "I'm not surprised," she teased with a smile. "Before you guys found me, I used to escort people transporting goods. They didn't pay much, but it was enough for me. I once had a dog named Shiro who didn't like me much and bit me one day. So, being the stubborn kid I was, I tried to get rid of him," he confessed, feeling surprisingly comfortable sharing this with Aiko. "No way. You tried to get rid of a dog just because he bit you?" Her eyes widened slightly. "You're terrible, Sasuke," she joked. "Hey, I tried, but that dog could swim. And in my defense, he bit me first, and 6-year-old Sasuke didn't like being bitten," he said, pouting slightly. It was rare for him to show such vulnerability, but Aiko's presence made it easier. "Anyway, did you have a pet before?" "Yeah, I did. I had a black horse named Ichika, whom I won at a fair in the land of lightning once," she reminisced, recalling her first friend. "He was incredibly fast. When we weren't escorting anyone, we'd race to our next destination." "Oh, what happened to him?" Sasuke asked before he could stop himself, already sensing the answer. Aiko spoke of him in the past tense, which usually meant something tragic. "He was taken from me by some ninjas while I was escorting people to the land of Earth a year ago," she said, a sad smile crossing her face. "At first, I couldn't accept it, but over time, I made peace with it." "Aiko," Sasuke whispered, feeling a pang of regret for asking. He took her hand and gently rubbed the back of it with his thumb. "I'm sure he's in a better place now." "Yeah," Aiko replied, lost in memories of her late horse. "I learned my first jutsu when I was 7. "Guess I beat you to it," Sasuke said with a smirk. "I learned my first jutsu when I was 5. "It's not my fault orphanages don't teach jutsu until the kids are 9, she shot back playfully. "Wait, You said you learned your first jutsu when you were 7, not 9, he pointed out, raising an eyebrow. I ran away from the orphanage when I was 7. I was always looked down upon for my unusual red hair, and no one wanted to adopt me. Instead of waiting to turn 13, I decided to leave. I picked up some simple jutsu for self-defense along the way. You were quite the rebel. And to be honest, your hair looks good. I've seen people with worse hair colors, Sasuke whispered, genuinely admiring the shade of her hair. It reminded him of a ripe, sweet tomato. My life was much simpler compared to yours. I was the best student in the academy, I had many admirers, and despite what people say, having admirers can be quite challenging. I dreamed of owning a tomato farm and a restaurant that serves the best tomato and rice dishes. You just had to mention the admirers, Aiko said, playfully nudging his shoulder. She was so sleepy that she could barely keep her eyes open, but she didn't want this moment to end, so she tried her best to stay awake. Of course, he replied with a genuine smile. A warm feeling blossomed in his chest, though he couldn't quite explain why. Do you have a goal for the future, Aiko? I don't know. But right now, I want to focus on helping Anija achieve his dream, she said softly, leaning against Sasuke's shoulder and closing her eyes. Until I find my own goal, I want to help the two of you achieve peace. With a yawn, she drifted off to sleep on his shoulder. Good night, Sook, she murmured. Perhaps it was her tiredness that made her feel bold, as she wouldn't normally dream of doing such a thing. Sasuke waited a few minutes to ensure Aiko was truly asleep. Once he was certain, he gently picked her up, handling her with care as if she were fragile glass, and carried her to her bedroom. He struggled to open the door while holding her, one hand supporting her legs and the other her back. Once inside her room, he carefully laid her on the bed and tucked her in. He turned to leave, whispering, "Good night, Aiko," before quietly closing the door. Flashback and near the bridge between the land of fire and the land of lightning. So what's our game plan, Anija? Suzume asked. The three were currently hiding in a tree, waiting for Nico's cat, Kara's signal. I have a plan. We attack, defeat Danzo, and hopefully make it back alive. As soon as Kitsune said this, the other two face-bombed. That is our mission, not the plan, Dobe, Nico said, rubbing the part of his mask where his forehead was. Why are you being such a fool now? Hey, it's not my fault. I haven't had decent ramen in a week. How do you expect me to come up with a plan? Plus, we don't even know how many people Danzo is bringing, Kitsune complained. Suddenly, a black cat appeared on Nico's shoulders. Nico-sama, Danzo has arrived, along with 3 additional ninjas, Kara reported, receiving a nod from Nico. Do you want me to stay with you during the fight? Thank you, Kara, but there's no need for you to stay. If I need you, I'll summon you, Nico replied. The cat nodded and disappeared back to Soraku. We may not have a plan, but we know a lot about Danzo. Just be careful not to harm the other 3 ninjas, knock them out, and either Nico or I will reverse summon them, Kitsune said seriously. Remember, we have trained for years to get here, and we must succeed today. With that, the 3 left the tree and set out for the bridge. They arrived and perched on one of the poles at the beginning of the bridge. Danzo, you and I both know we aren't here to negotiate. You want to eliminate us and we want to eliminate you. So let's get to it, Kitsune declared from the top of the pillar. His blonde hair flowed in the wind, and a serious expression graced his face beneath the mask. His warm azure blue eyes had turned icy cold, reminiscent of Minato's. Fu, Toryun Kairi. As soon as Danzo spoke, 3 ninjas in umbu armor surrounded him in a triangular formation. Danzo threw his walking stick to the ground and began to remove his hand from the sling. Cover me, I am releasing the seal from my right hand. He revealed a bandaged hand with 3 copper seals. The 3 nodded and rushed toward Team Yuzu. The teams split up, each taking on one opponent. Nico went after Fu, Kitsune went after Toryun, and Suzume went after Kairi. As soon as Kitsune and Toryun faced off, Toryun threw a barrage of kunai at Kitsune, who dodged by performing a series of acrobatic maneuvers. Toryun then aimed a kunai at Kitsune's head, which passed through the afterimage left behind by Kitsune's swift movement. Realizing this, Toryun quickly removed his gloves before Kitsune could strike. 3 shuriken flew toward Toryun's head, which he managed to evade, but one sliced through the side of the mask covering the upper half of his face. He charged at Kitsune, aiming a kick at his head, which Kitsune dodged by ducking and sending Toryun behind him. Toryun smirked and punched Kitsune's back with his purple hands. The purple insects from his hands began to swarm over Kitsune, draining his energy. A moment later, Kitsune collapsed, unconscious. Insects that corrode your cells upon contact. Danzo, you've got some capable subordinates, Kitsune said loudly from behind Toryun. Toryun turned in shock, having just seen his insects devour what he thought was Kitsune. He looked back to find only a wooden statue where Kitsune had been, realizing too late that Kitsune had replaced himself with a wood clone to test his theory. The clone had allowed Toryun to touch it, confirming Kitsune's suspicions. "I'll get you next time," Toryun shouted, removing a layer of clothing. As he did, the purple insects covered his entire body, including his face. Suddenly, Kitsune appeared in front of him, placing a hand infused with tailed beast chakra on Toryun's shoulder. In an instant, Toryun was absorbed into Kitsune's seal, the insects burning away upon contact with the 9 tails chakra. Nico and Fu engaged in combat immediately. Fu's flat-tipped sword clashed against Nico's single-handed katana. Fu pressed the attack, seizing every opportunity to land a critical hit on Nico. Nico knew he couldn't afford to waste much chakra, so he defended against Fu's attacks with precision, not allowing a single scratch on his body. Fu then threw smoke bombs to create a diversion, preparing to use his mind transfer jutsu. He began tracing a circle with his finger, but before he could complete the jutsu, he was met with a pair of Sharingan, the 3 tomos spinning to life, and he found himself caught in Nico's powerful genjutsu. Just as he was about to spike his chakra to break free, he was knocked out by the hilt of Nico's sword. "Summoning jutsu!" Nico shouted, summoning a large cattail that wrapped around Fu's unconscious body and reverse-summoned him to Soraku. Kairi sprinted behind Suzume until they were a safe distance from the bridge. Once they were far enough away, Suzume stopped and turned to face Kairi. Their eyes locked. Suzume's hazel gaze met Kairi's gray, both ready for battle. Kairi was the strongest of the trio. The only reason Danzo overlooked her was her lack of a Kekkei Genkai. She was determined to defeat Suzume and prove to Danzo that she could take down one of the most feared ninjas without any special abilities. A kunai appeared in Kairi's hand, while Suzume wielded a blade. They engaged in a flurry of strikes, but Suzume had a slight advantage due to the length of her weapon. Frustration mounted as neither landed a hit. Growing tired of the stalemate, Suzume performed a somersault and tossed her blade into the air. She quickly formed a series of hand signs and took a deep breath, unleashing a stream of chakra-infused gunpowder that engulfed the area around Kairi. Kairi's eyes widened in realization, fire style, burning ash, and she substituted herself with a nearby rock just in time. The explosion shattered the rock into pieces, sending debris flying and creating a thick cloud of smoke that obscured Kairi's vision. As she remained on guard, waiting for the smoke to clear, Suzume flash-stepped away to devise a new strategy. Against a challenging opponent, create the distraction and formulate a plan to conserve chakra. Think of ramen as your reward for victory, her and Nija had advised during training. Though Kitsune had a carefree and joking demeanor, he was strict during their sessions, pushing her to her limits without using the Kyuubi's chakra. He wanted her to be as strong as he was, maybe even stronger, and going easy on her would only hinder her growth. Remembering Kitsune's words, a smirk crept onto Suzume's face as she devised her plan. As the smoke dissipated, Suzume charged at Kairi, her blade ready. This time, she had removed some of the resistance seals that Kitsune had placed on her, granting her increased speed. Kairi found herself on the defensive, using 2 kunais to block Suzume's strikes. Suddenly, a kunai with an explosive seal whizzed past Suzume, prompting her to leap back while Kairi dodged to the side, keeping her eyes on her opponent. This was the moment Suzume had been waiting for. From her hidden position, she launched a poisoned senbon at Kairi before she could react. The senbon carried a paralyzing poison that would induce a deep sleep for at least 32 hours. The last thing Kairi saw was the Suzume she had been fighting vanish into thin air, shadow clone. She thought before succumbing to slumber. Suzume emerged from her hiding spot, binding Kairi with special chakra-infused ropes to a nearby tree and encasing it in a protective barrier just to be safe. After finishing his fight with Toryun, Kitsune shined in front of Danzo. He glanced sideways to see Suzume leading Kairi away and Nico drawing his blade against Fo's flat-tipped one. Danzo dropped his metal seals and began to unwrap the thin bandages covering his arm. Meanwhile, Kitsune engaged in a mental conversation with Kurama. Kurama, be cautious of his genjutsu, he has Shirsue's eye, and you know I'm vulnerable to them. Do you want my chakra? The tailed beast asked, rising to his feet. No, I want to see how much damage I can inflict on him without your chakra, Kitsune replied before exiting his mindscape. Once Danzo had fully removed the bandages, a white arm adorned with multiple Sharingans replaced his regular right arm. Kitsune immediately recognized the cells in that arm. He was aware of the Sharingans, but Orochimaru had not specified which cells he had used. How did you acquire my ancestor cells? Kitsune asked, his voice laced with Kurama's malice. The thought of Danzo disrespecting his ancestors by robbing their graves ignited a fury within him. It's a long story, Danzo replied, forming hand signs to activate the Izanagi. He charged forward at maximum speed, swinging his hand to deliver a powerful blow to Kitsune. The impact landed, but Kitsune remained unfazed. He looked down to see a shield of wood protecting the area where Danzo had struck. Danzo's eyes widened in shock as his mouth fell open. The blow had enough force to break through a wall, yet it left not even a scratch on the wood. Natural wood style. Now I understand how he knew about my arm cells, Danzo thought, jumping back defensively. To his surprise, Kitsune had already summoned a tree behind him, its branches beginning to wrap around Danzo's body. He struggled to cut through the branches, but they continued to ensnare him. Kitsune had used the wood style, tree bind eternal burial, a stronger version of Gaara's sand coffin, crafted from trees. Kitsune was eager to see what trick Danzo would employ to escape this predicament. The tree fully enveloped Danzo, compressing him tightly. A splash of blood hit the ground, and Kitsune felt Danzo's chakra signature fade away. A nagging feeling in his gut told him that something was amiss. An opponent like Danzo, who was feared across the shinobi nations, would not be easily defeated. A moment later, he was proven right. Kitsune sensed Danzo's chakra signature reappear, but this time it was behind him. He turned around to find the old war hawk smirking. A kunai slipped down Danzo's sleeve and into his palm. He lunged forward with the intention of stabbing Kitsune, but once again, a piece of wood shielded him. Danzo's kunai shattered upon contact with the chakra-infused wood. Just as I thought, would style. The famous Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage. That splendid chakra-infused wood to defend yourself. It's no doubt that you are a Chunin. Before Danzo could finish, a gigantic wooden hand, created by Kitsune without any hand signs, struck him. It was a smaller version of Hashirama's wood style, laughing Buddha jutsu. Danzo was sent crashing into the bridge, and Kitsune felt his chakra signature vanish. Moments later, Danzo reappeared standing on a column to Kitsune's right. Another giant wooden hand emerged and smashed the column where Danzo stood, obliterating it. Danzo leaped just in time, landing in front of Kitsune. Kitsune's first hand struck the part of the bridge where Danzo had been, causing destruction but missing him. Danzo propelled himself upward using his chakra. What he didn't notice was one of Kitsune's clones right behind him. Danzo turned to see the clone wielding a Raisin Shuriken. Before he could react, the Raisin Shuriken struck, and Kitsune felt Danzo's chakra fade once more. Danzo's chakra signature reappeared behind Kitsune. Kitsune turned around, but Danzo was ready. As soon as Kitsune faced him, Danzo unleashed a barrage of wind-style, vacuum bullets, which Kitsune barely avoided by jumping and channeling chakra into his feet. While airborne, 2 bullets grazed him, one nicked his neck and the other his shoulder. Kitsune cursed under his breath. He knew Kurama would heal him, but he didn't want Danzo to have the satisfaction of landing a hit. Before he landed, he noticed one of the Sharingans in Danzo's arm close and realized they were somehow linked to his survival. I knew I couldn't capture you or the Uchiha, so I decided to capture your sister. She is the weakest in the group after all. But once I defeat you, I'll take her and do unspeakable things until she reveals all your secrets and the locations of your safe houses. After that, I'll hand her over to my subordinates for their amusement, Danzo said. Smugly. He was aware that Suzume was a sensitive topic for Kitsune, but he needed to get into Kitsune's head quickly or risk losing. Unbeknownst to him, he was digging his own grave. What did you say? Kitsune snarled, his voice low but menacing. His blue eyes transformed into a deep red with vertical slits, and the whisker marks under his mask thickened. Keep my sister's name out of your filthy mouth. He was enveloped in a tael's worth of Kurama's chakra. The surge of power shattered the mask covering his face, leaving only a Kakashi-style mask over half of it. Before Danzo could react, Kitsune's fist connected with his face, shattering several teeth. Danzo struggled to rise, but Kitsune tackled him hard, causing several ribs to crack. For the next few moments, Danzo was overwhelmed. He couldn't match Kitsune's speed, and Kitsune didn't give him the chance to remove the bandages covering Shirsue's Sharingan. Danzo felt as if he were seeing the very essence of his being. After Kitsune finished, Danzo lay defeated, his body broken. His chakra signature faded again, and Kitsune took a moment to calm himself, returning to his original chakra and relinquishing what was left of the one tail back to Kurama. His eyes shifted back to blue, and his whiskers returned to normal. It's useless, Danzo said from atop another column in the middle of the bridge. He chose not to mention Suzume, recalling the beating he had just endured. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Just as Kitsune was about to unsheath his katana, Nico appeared before him. I'll take care of him now, Nico said, turning to Kitsune. His obsidian-black eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan and then into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kitsune nodded in agreement and vanished in a flash. As much as he wanted to confront Danzo, he knew Nico had a score to settle as well. Nico focused on Danzo, activating his genjutsu. Black blobs of ink detached from his body, morphing into cats. The black cats raced up the pillar, and all Danzo could see was a red landscape with a single moon surrounded by the cats. He found himself tied to a stump as the cats began to tear at him. Then, one of the men whose life Danzo had ruined appeared, Itachi Uchiha. Danzo dispelled the genjutsu along with his Izanagi and jumped down from the pillar, landing in front of Nico. Before reaching the ground, he activated his Izanagi once more. So, you are related to Itachi. But you lack his skills in genjutsu. He is still the best, Danzo remarked, while Kitsune observed from atop the pillar at the end of the bridge. I'll ask you this once, Danzo. Is it true that Itachi eliminated my clan under orders from you and the Leaf Elders? Nico asked calmly. He believed it to be true but wanted to hear it from the source. When Danzo remained silent, Nico's patience wore thin. I asked you if it's true, he shouted, and a skeletal green hand made of pure chakra appeared, catching Danzo in its grip. The hand began to squeeze tightly. I didn't think he was that kind of man, Danzo gasped, spitting blood. Curse him, he told you everything. I never thought Itachi would betray his village by revealing the secrets entrusted to him. He struggled against Nico's hold. That means it's true then, Nico said, his voice laced with anger. His Susanu's skeletal hand transformed into a more humanoid shape, and the upper body began to take form. The rest of the Susanoo remained skeletal, except for the hand that held Danzo. It formed a waist-length figure, and the hollow eyes in its skull glowed ominously. It's not just Itachi, countless shinobi have fallen the same way. It's thanks to them that peace is maintained, Danzo said, coughing up more blood. Still, Itachi revealed the secrets to you, which means he's a traitor. Upon hearing those words, Nico tightened his grip around Danzo, intent on ending him. But when he struck, a boulder shattered into rubble. Substitution, Nico thought as his Susanoo vanished. Danzo appeared behind him, launching a flurry of wind chakra-enhanced shuriken at Nico. Nico dodged the first and drew his katana, using the blade to redirect the second shuriken, deflecting the third one away. He then hurled the shuriken back at Danzo, who blocked it with his fourth shuriken. Nico charged at him, aiming to stab with his sword. At the last moment, Danzo seized Nico's neck, choking him, but he failed to notice the third shuriken that Nico had sent flying. It sliced through Danzo's right arm, and Nico followed up with a slash to Danzo's chest. Quickly, he removed the seal Danzo had placed on him while being choked. Kitsune had placed much stronger seals on him, making this one easy to break. Before Danzo could reappear, Nico shunshined to the column where Danzo had been standing, allowing him to spot his opponent easily. He began forming his Susanoo again, this time not just the skeleton but muscles and fibers began to appear as well. The Susanoo sported arm fins and shoulder fins, its face resembling that of a sea monster. It wielded a crossbow in one hand and wore knight-like armor. Danzo reappeared, now on his knees. Although Izanagi kept him alive, he still felt the pain of death. As soon as he materialized, he loaded his crossbow with an arrow. He's aiming right at me, I can't weave the signs. Danzo thought, realizing he had no choice. Just as Nico shot the arrow, a tree sprouted from Danzo's shoulder, and the arrow pierced through it, missing him. Seizing the moment, Danzo charged at Nico. Nico had already reloaded another arrow and shot it straight through Danzo's chest. Danzo coughed up blood, and then he vanished. He reappeared moments later, rushing toward Nico again. That was when Nico finally understood Danzo's technique. He had learned about it in Soraku with Nikoba. The jutsu was forbidden, even among the Uchiha, Izanagi. Danzo then unleashed a wind-style, vacuum great sphere at Nico, pushing the Susanoo back several meters. But then, a drill-like sword began forming in the Susanoo's hand. Before Danzo could defend himself, he was pierced by the sword, ending his life instantly. He reappeared where the tree had grown from his shoulder. That Kitsune, there's little chance he'll join the battle, Danzo thought, glancing at the blonde who sat comfortably on a pillar at the end of the bridge, enjoying a bowl of steaming ramen. Though he seemed oblivious, he was ready to jump into the fray at a moment's notice, but for now, he chose to enjoy the show. But I can't take any chances, I must conserve enough power to fight him. It'll take time for my right eye to recover after using it recently to erase the memory of a root Anbu who discovered some of my secrets. However, battling the Susanoo won't be easy either, its attacks are hard to evade. Danzo thought, eyeing the green half-sea monster. I can't undo my Izanagi yet. He then pressed his finger into one of his wounds. I have to finish this now. He concluded. Summoning jutsu. He declared, summoning a large creature that resembled a mix between an elephant and a tiger. The creature turned to Nico and began skiing everything into its mouth. Taking advantage of this, Danzo appeared behind Nico and pushed him along with his Susanoo using wind-style, great breakthrough. The summoning started tearing pieces off the Susanoo, drawing them into its mouth. The summoning, it's the Baku, a monster that feeds on nightmares. It's much larger than I imagined, Kitsune remarked before slurping some noodles. The force of the summoning had no effect on him, so he chose to remain still, avoiding any spills from his ramen. Danzo now had the upper hand. Wind-style, vacuum blast barrage, he shouted, closing in on Nico. The attack stripped away the layer of flesh from the Susanoo, leaving only its skeleton. This is it. The weak point of the Susanoo, he thought. Boil-style, solid fog jutsu. Suzume exclaimed, entering the battle. She unleashed a cloud of highly acidic mist toward the unsuspecting Danzo, causing him to dissolve instantly. She had learned this technique from the Mizukage during her time in the mist. Turning to the summoned creature, she shouted, Fire-style, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from her mouth, the pinnacle of Uchiha fire release techniques. She had used the Baku's inhalation against itself. The Baku inhaled a massive amount of fire, its mouth and head igniting. Unable to withstand the pain, it retreated to its summoning location with a satisfying poof. Kitsune appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he cheered for his sister. Nico's Susanoo faded, and some blood slipped from his lips. Using the Susanoo was a powerful jutsu, but it consumed a vast amount of chakra. Suzume approached him, and they stood back to back, scanning the bridge for Danzo. "Guess I saved you, Uchiha," she said, panting. Switching between two chakra natures that required a large intake of air had left her breathless. "Don't get too arrogant. When you fight him as long as I have, you won't be smiling," he replied, wiping the blood from his face with his sleeve. Danzo reappeared, this time close to Kitsune, charging at him with a kunai in hand, taking advantage of the blonde's distraction. He made a huge mistake thinking it would be easy to take down Kitsune just because he was preoccupied. He leaped over the column, and Kitsune merely glanced at him before summoning 4 shurikens from the seal on his hand and tossing them at Danzo, all while balancing a bowl of ramen and chopsticks in one hand. The 4 shurikens struck 4 of Danzo's vital points. He grunted in pain before collapsing. "Just because I'm eating doesn't mean I'm not paying attention. You should be grateful I left you to fight with Nico alone after your last defeat. Feel free to attack me again if you want to repeat," Kitsune remarked before Danzo's chakra signature vanished, and he fell once more. This time, Danzo appeared right in front of Suzume and Nico. The 2 ninjas split up and sprinted in opposite directions, wary of Danzo's traps. Danzo pursued the raven, knowing his chakra reserves were lower after using the Susen. When he caught up with Nico, the raven faced him, his katana crackling with blue lightning chakra. Danzo drew a kunai, infusing it with wind chakra to create a chakra blade. They charged at each other, their blades clashing. Danzo's blade pierced Nico's side, while Nico's blade struck Danzo's heart, ending his life. Moments later, Danzo vanished. As soon as he disappeared, Nico began healing his wounds with medical ninjutsu. Danzo reappeared in front of Suzume, who was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, he brandished his last kunai and rushed toward her. He aimed for her heart, but as he did, a sudden poof echoed in the air. Danzo looked down to find a chakra blade protruding from his chest. Suzume had anticipated his move, using her shadow clone as a decoy while she attacked from behind. Ironically, her blade was inspired by Danzo's wind chakra blade. She had simply changed the element to boil. "That's payback for what you did to my brother," Suzume said, withdrawing the blade. He coughed, realizing he had to use his final Izanagi. To his surprise, it failed. He glanced at his hand to see the last open Sharingan had closed. "My genjutsu may not be as strong as Itachi's, but it certainly works," Nico said, appearing in a flash. Danzo turned and fled, blood seeping from his chest and mouth. Neither of the two pursued him, knowing a certain blonde was already waiting for him. Kitsune appeared in front of Danzo. "Danzo, I will be taking Shursue's eye," Kitsune said, locking eyes with him. "Do you mean it? If only I could have dragged the battle long enough to use Shursue's eye, I would have won," he thought. "For the shinobi world and the leaf, I won't let you live," he shouted, activating the reverse tetragram seal on his chest. Kitsune quickly drew a seal to counter Danzo's and placed it on his chest. Danzo's eyes widened, and before he could utter a word, Kitsune struck him in the neck, ending his life once and for all. He then removed Shursue's eye and stored it in a scroll. "Don't you die on me, Annette," he exclaimed, shaking the lifeless Danzo by the collar of his shirt. "Anija, he is already dead and was our enemy," Suzume said, appearing with Nico beside Kitsune. "I know, Suzume, but I've always wanted to say that line to a dying person," he replied, getting up and dusting himself off. "Let's go home." The 3 nodded with smiles on their faces and left for their home in the hidden hot water village. Flashback, when Naruto was traveling with Jiraiya. Naruto sat on the edge of the roof of their temporary home, his spiky hair, dyed sky blue, blowing wildly in the morning wind as he gazed at the horizon. His jaw-length ear tails, resembling Jiraiya's and Minato's, were tied in the middle with orange bandages, and his cerulean blue eyes appeared distant. He had covered his whiskers with a partial henge to complete his disguise. Waking up an hour earlier than usual, he couldn't fall back asleep, so he came up here to think. "What are you thinking about?" Jiraiya asked, sitting down next to Naruto with one knee bent and the other leg dangling off the roof. He had been awake all night, filled with ideas for his latest Ichiraku book. "Not much, sensei," Naruto replied with a sigh. "Just wondering if Sasuke was right." He continued to stare at the sky. After a moment of silence from Jiraiya, he added, when he fought, he said that Konoha wasn't helping him reach his true potential. I've realized there's some truth to that. I mean, I've become much stronger in the past year than I ever did in Konoha. He let out a deep sigh. Jiraiya could sense a but coming. But Dad, Kakashi-sensei, Hashirama-jiji, Tobarama-jiji, Mara-Uchiha, Shursui-Uchiha, Itachi-Uchiha, Sandaime-jiji, Bachan, and even you became some of the most powerful and feared shinobi across all the shinobi nations while being in Konoha. I just don't know what to believe anymore, he said, shaking his head. All the shinobi you just mentioned became powerful because they had a goal, they focused on something to protect. They wanted to achieve their goal no matter what, which ignited the determination in them to work hard toward it. Take Minato, for example. He always wanted to become Hokage, and the third great ninja war, and achieve peace. During the time I was training him, he worked twice as hard as other ninjas his age. He learned ninjutsu under me and fuinjutsu under your mother, Kushina. In his spare time, he read the scrolls that interested him the most. He managed to complete 2 of his goals and also maintained peace for a while, Jiraiya said proudly. Just like him, you too wanted peace, so you trained hard for the last year to try and achieve it. The problem with being in the village is that you get distracted easily, and you have to follow certain rules. I'm not saying that all distractions are bad, but some can waste your time. Another reason is the lack of books and scrolls in Konoha. While the Konoha library is massive, 80% of it is closed off by the civilian council and village elders, thinking that learning the jutsus would be dangerous after Orochimaru left the leaf. Minato had to break a lot of seals, including the Senju blood seal, to gain access to all the scrolls and immediately made copies of them. The library in your house has most of the original scrolls, and the rest are copies from Konoha's library. The library not only has all the scrolls from the Hidden Leaf Village but also important scrolls from different villages. Even if the C-rank and B-rank jutsu sections had been kept open, Konoha would have much stronger shinobi. I realized this when I met Sarutobi-sensei's rival, Danzo. This is one of the main reasons I travel and collect intel. I feel restricted in Konoha. What I want to say is that it doesn't matter whether you are in the village or not. As long as you have the determination and the will to complete your goals, you will become stronger, Jiraiya concluded. This was a side of Jiraiya that very few people had seen. Most knew him for his aloof and playful nature, but he was also a very wise man. Thanks, Sensei. It's all much clearer to me now, Naruto said, a small smile spreading across his face. No problem, kid. Now that you're up, we can start training early. That way, we can visit the hot springs later and do some research, Jiraiya said, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Can't you focus on something else for once? You really broke the student-sensei moment we were having, Naruto replied, slightly irritated. If Ino-chan were here, she would have beaten me to a pulp. It's strange how I always think of you, Ino-chan. Do you ever think of me, or do you believe I'm actually gone? He thought. Naruto, how dare you disrespect me by calling me a pervert? I have told you countless times that I am a super pervert, he exclaimed. As if that's something to be proud of, Naruto grumbled, getting up and heading inside to change into his ninja gear. Anyway, let's get to training, he said before disappearing from the roof. So, what you're saying is that all the silencing seals that Danzo had put on his umbu are now removed? Sasuke asked in disbelief. He had tried to extract information from the captured root umbu but failed every time. The two were currently in the living room of their house, sitting and talking after dinner as always. They did not have to worry about anyone discovering their identities, as the house had various seals and traps that could alert the trio if anyone was within 200 meters. Aiko was currently clearing her level 6 of sealing in her study. Just like Naruto, she could create seals easily. It was mostly due to both of them being Uzumakis. Sealing came naturally to them. Yeah, according to the seals placed on Toryun, those seals should have vanished the second Danzo died, Kitsune said. I haven't unsealed him from the scroll because of his insects. He had hidden the scroll away as soon as he returned from that mission. That's brilliant. Now I can extract information from them about Danzo and the people he had helped from over the years, which will give us a lot of leverage, Sasuke said, getting up. I'll alert the cats that I will be visiting them for a few days to gather information from those root umbu. Yeah, you do that. Anyway, what should we do about the Yugo guy? Naruto asked. Sujetsu had been sent back to the hidden mist after a bit of interrogation, as he was innocent. The Mizukage immediately took him in and thanked Team Yuzu. Apparently, he was the brother of one of the late ninja swordsmen of the mist, Mengetsu Hozuki, and had been kidnapped. He was now being trained to wield the Kubikura Bocho, or the Executioner's Blade, which was previously wielded by Zabuza Momochi. I don't know. According to my cats, he is a pretty chill guy. He has spent most of his time in Soraku meditating and being with animals. I'm thinking of letting him stay in Soraku until he has a place to go, Sasuke said. Anyway, I think I should go to sleep. I have a pretty long day ahead of me tomorrow. After receiving a nod from Naruto, he left the living room. I should probably check if anyone has sent any messenger birds, he muttered, slipping on his mask and heading out to the birdhouse located a bit farther away for security reasons. Upon reaching the birdhouse, he spotted a pigeon with a metal bracelet on its right leg, bearing the symbol of the Hidden Star Village. The village was requesting assistance to protect their chakra-emitting star that had landed on Earth 200 years ago and to apprehend some thieves who had been spotted trying to steal it. Normally, he would politely decline missions like these, as they were typically C rank or B rank, and he rarely accepted anything below A rank. However, he decided to take on this mission. He wanted to see the star for himself, and it could also be an opportunity to gain a new ally. Like Sasuke, he planned to leave for the mission the next day along with Aiko and informed her accordingly before going to sleep. Konoha. Danzo is dead, Tsunade announced from atop the Hokage Tower. Her two students, Shizune and Ino, stood on either side of her. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. While he may not have been popular among the younger shinobi, the older generation certainly recognized him as one of the leaders during the Third Great Shinobi War. Despite his efforts to improve Konoha, we cannot overlook his wrongdoings. He was one of Konoha's finest shinobi. May he rest in peace, Tsunade concluded. Though her words were somber, she felt a sense of relief inside. We also cannot ignore the crimes committed by the village elders and the civilian council. They will be sent to Hozuki Castle for the rest of their lives. The criminals were brought out, all wearing defeated expressions. They had attempted to bribe Tsunade, but she was resolute. Additionally, all of them bore chakra suppression seals, preventing them from using any chakra. One of them was the leader of the civilian council, Mabuki Haruno. When her daughter, Sakura Haruno, saw this, she was consumed by rage. Without thinking, she charged toward Tsunade, intending to strike her with a chakra-enhanced punch. Before the punch could connect, Ino stepped in front of her sensei and expertly captured Sakura's wrist, preventing her from causing a scene. Sakura, you need to think before you act. You could be sent to prison for attacking the Hokage. Out of pity, I will place you under house arrest for 2 weeks and you will not be allowed to accept any missions for the next 2 months, Tsunade stated firmly. But sensei, Sakura began, but Tsunade cut her off. Do not call me sensei. I thought that by taking you under my wing, you might stop being a weak fangirl and become a proper ninja. Yet, for the past 3 years, I have seen no improvement. Ino started training the same day you did, but unlike you, she dedicated herself to it. Now, Ino is one of the best Earth-style users and an expert in Yamanaka clan jutsus. She is a Jonin, while you remain a Genin. She has worked hard to earn the title of Tsunade's apprentice, so do not dare to call me sensei. As soon as Tsunade finished, 2 Umbu guards appeared and escorted Sakura away. Anyway, our new civilian council leader will be Daichi Hiroyama, Tsunade continued, gesturing to a brown-haired man in his mid-20s with black eyes. He was likely the best choice, as he was knowledgeable about the workings of the shinobi world and agreed that the civilian council should not interfere in shinobi matters. Tsunade then began reading the names of the newly appointed members of the civilian council and answered all questions. By the end of the event, she felt exhausted. The land of bears. Huh, you can't possibly beat me with that speed, a ninja, the brown-haired girl teased. She was actually Suzume, but she wore a seal that altered her appearance, one that could only be removed by her. I'll make you eat those words, the blue-haired ninja, Kitsune, shot back from behind. He had fallen behind because he needed to make a quick trip to Takumi village to purchase new weapons from the skilled artisans there and to place an order for custom kunai. He had also met up with Jiraiya during his visit. Suzume halted as she approached a canyon. Just as she was about to step closer, 5 arrows shot past her feet. Reacting quickly, she performed a backflip while drawing a kunai. A boy wearing a gas mask appeared before her. Ninja art, kunai shadow clone jutsu, she exclaimed, launching her kunai at the masked stranger. Suddenly, 100 kunai materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward the boy. Ninja art, kujaku, protection. A purple chakra surrounded the boy in the shape of a peacock's tail, deflecting all the kunai without leaving a scratch on him. Suzume was taken aback but masked her surprise. It's just like a ninja's tailed beast chakra. Could he be another Jinchuriki? No, the chakra is too weak compared to a tailed beast's, she thought, analyzing her options as she drew her blade. Suzume, wait. He is not our enemy, Kitsune said, jumping between them. As he did, the purple chakra surrounding the masked boy dissipated. Oh, you must be Kitsune and Suzume. I thought you might have your masks on, he said, removing his gas mask to reveal a boy with wavy black hair and chocolate brown eyes, looking the same age as Kitsune. I'm Sumaru, sent to pick both of you up. Forgive me, I thought you were one of those thieves, he said, turning to Suzume. It's no problem at all. We were going to wear our masks, but your village leader doesn't trust masked people, and we didn't want to raise any suspicion. Don't worry, these aren't our real faces, Kitsune replied with a smile. Okay, follow me. Sumaru shot an arrow through a tree on the other side, creating a rope bridge. The 3 crossed it, and then Sumaru cut the rope. They continued on their way to the Hashikage Tower. Once they arrived, one of the Hashikage's men instructed them to go to the office, where he was waiting. They took their seats across from a man with dull purple hair and grayish-blue eyes. I am Akahoshi, and before he could finish, Kitsune interrupted him. His instincts were alerting him that something was off about Akahoshi. You are the deputy Hashikage, appointed following the sudden passing of the 3rd Hashikage 4 years ago, Kitsune stated, completing Akahoshi's sentence. He often used this tactic to assert dominance. I have a question. Only the leaders of the 5 great nations and the leader of Uzushio can be called Kage. How can you claim that title? Yes, as you pointed out, the shinobi of our land are not qualified to have a Kage. However, we possess a star that the Kages of the 5 great hidden villages do not. One day, we will HRSS the full power of that star and claim our place as the 6th Kage, he replied, his tone devoid of emotion. He was impressed that Kitsune recognized him but kept it hidden. He understood the importance of not crossing Kitsune, who, despite his youth, had the power to bring their village to its knees. So your enemies have been trying to obtain that star, haven't they? Kitsune asked, already knowing the answer. That's right. Our scouting team managed to gather some useful intelligence. He barely got the words out before the office door burst open. Lord Hashikage, we have an emergency, a bald man exclaimed, breathless. What is it? The star. The star has been stolen. The bald man collapsed before he could say more. Akahoshi's eyes widened in shock. Kitsune and Suzume quickly stood up, followed by Akahoshi and Sumaru. They split up to search for the thief while Sumaru checked on the genin practicing their star training. Suzume raced toward the cliff, sensing a chakra signature moving away. When she spotted the thief, she recognized the same gas mask that Sumaru wore. Determined, she pursued the figure to the cliff's edge. Kujaku, wings, the thief exclaimed, knowing she couldn't defeat Suzume. She had heard of Suzume's reputation as one of the strongest young shinobi. Even if she managed to win, it would deplete too much chakra. Wings made of chakra sprouted from her back, allowing her to soar across the cliff, evading the poison below. Darn it! The thief got away, Suzume said, reaching the cliff's edge. Sumaru arrived just behind her, equally frustrated. The fact that the thief had used a technique exclusive to the shinobi of the hidden star shocked him the most. 2 pairs of Sharingans were fixed on the new prisoners being taken to Hozuki Castle, like predators watching their prey in the stillness of night. This was Nico's plan, his own mission. He focused on the two main elders responsible for the massacre of the entire Uchiha clan. Countless innocent children and people had lost their lives in that tragedy. This was not merely revenge, it was justice. Those who had knowingly caused such suffering deserved to face the consequences. This was his final act. Nico knew he would have to return to Konoha eventually, but he could never step foot in the village while the individuals responsible for his clan's demise remained alive and unpunished. He had already stripped them of their powers, yet forgiveness eluded him. The deed was done, and someone had to pay. A grin crept onto his lips as he saw the two village elders being transported separately in their own caged cart. He was waiting for the right moment, buzzing with excitement. The thought of finally avenging his clan sent a rush of adrenaline through him. He was on a path to restore the Uchiha clan's honor not through repopulation, but by reclaiming its reputation. When the cart reached its designated spot, he signaled to his most trusted companion, Gaara. Everything became a blur as the guards were swiftly incapacitated, and Nico stood before the caged cart. He had precisely 4 minutes to execute his plan. The cart carrying the civilian council was 6 minutes behind, and they had just reached a point where the two carts had lost sight of each other, an unexpected slide of luck for Nico. Before the elders could grasp what was happening, they fell under Nico's genjutsu. While his technique may not have been as powerful as Itachi's, it was still formidable. The two village elders found themselves trapped in a genjutsu reminiscent of Sasuke's experience years ago when Itachi had ensnared him. This time, the terrain was a surreal blend of green and blue, and the elders were bound to a table where they faced various torturous instruments for what felt like 40 minutes, though only 40 seconds passed in the real world before Nico ended their lives with a swift, decisive strike. They died instantly. He had done it. The price had been paid. Unbeknownst to him, he had also spared future generations of Konoha. Before anyone could notice, he quickly escaped with Gaara, who had been keeping watch and was responsible for alerting Nico. What? Someone let the star slip away, the Hashikage exclaimed, slamming his fist into the ground. This is unacceptable. We sought your help to prevent this, and your teammate allowed the thief to escape. First of all, stop blaming Suzume. By the time she caught up to the thief, they had already crossed the valley, Kitsune replied, striving to maintain his composure. And second, how were we to know the thief used the same jutsu as the hidden star village? The Hashikage's eyes widened at this revelation. Sumeru, is this true? He asked, shifting his gaze from Kitsune to the brown-eyed boy. Yes. Ninja art, Kujaku, without a doubt. The control displayed was extraordinary, as if the user had completed the star training, Sumeru said, looking up. Anyway, what's done is done. I can't say it wasn't our fault, so don't worry, we will retrieve the star, Kitsune said. Despite wanting to leave them in despair, he couldn't abandon his principles. He sensed the Hashikage's doubt in their abilities, and proving him wrong would be a satisfying challenge. All right, we leave this matter in your hands. He then turned to Sumeru, in the meantime, you will check on your injured comrades. But they are outsiders. What do they know about our ways? Sumeru protested, frustration evident in his voice. That's an order, the Hashikage commanded, silencing the black-haired boy. Meanwhile, Kitsune and Suzume made their way to the exit of the building. Once outside, Kitsune decided to break the silence. So, what did you find out? He asked, casually placing his hands behind his head. He had noticed Suzume closely observing the Hashikage during their argument. First off, the Hashikage is impulsive and struggles to think clearly under pressure. Sumeru's reaction when he scolded him showed he fears the older man. His palms were sweaty, and his eyes trembled as he looked down, indicating that the Hashikage severely punishes those who disobey him, she explained confidently. This was her area of expertise. During their team meetings, Kitsune did the talking while Nico noted key points, and Suzume observed everything with keen attention. She absorbed information from dominant hand gestures to signs of discomfort. She relayed the crucial details to her teammates, storing the rest in her memory for future reference. She could have utilized her skills better if she had researched the individuals beforehand, but her disdain for reading meant she relied on Kitsune and Nico to provide her with the necessary information to identify weaknesses. When you mentioned the thief using Kujaku, the Hashikage's expression changed, his tone shifted, and his right hand trembled. There was a mix of anger, frustration, and fear, as if the thief knew something about him. Do you have any information on his past or the history of the Hidden Star Village? She asked, looking up at her brother. Let's see. The star training was halted about 13 years ago by the third Hashikage due to its negative effects on ninja bodies. However, after the third Hashikage's death 4 years ago, Akahoshi was appointed as deputy Hashikage and immediately resumed the training. The cause of the third Hashikage's death remains a mystery. That's all I have for now. As she processed this information, her mind raced with possibilities. Did they not find the body? Completing the star training takes 20 to 25 years. Was that why he felt uneasy when Summer mentioned that the thief had completed the training? It seemed unlikely that the villagers would have replaced the Hashikage so quickly if he had merely vanished. The thief must have been a star ninja when the Hashikage was alive and had either completed or nearly completed the training 10 years before the Hashikage's death. After the Hashikage's passing, Akahoshi resumed the star training. Could it be that he had a role in the death of the third Hashikage and feared that the thief knew about his involvement? Most likely. There was a small chance that I could be mistaken, but logically, I was 75% sure I was right. As I see it, Akahoshi had a role in the death of the third Hashikage, and he probably knows who the thief is, she said in a lower voice. But we need proof for that. Anyway, why did you have to go ahead and say that we will find the star? We have no leads, and we don't even have any of Nico's cats to track the thief. We don't even know if the thief is a man or a woman. I don't know why I said that. Plus, I want us to form a peace treaty with the Star Village too, he mumbled. Since we don't have any leads, I'm going to dig around for something that might help us. What are you planning to do? I think we should divide and conquer. I'll keep an eye on Sumeru and his friends while you investigate the Hashikage and his men. That way, we're more likely to come across any leads or evidence. Okay, that sounds like a good idea. Meet me at our guest house or whatever they have given us to stay in around 8. We'll discuss our findings over dinner. Sound good? Yeah. The two then headed off in different directions to find whatever evidence they could. Suzume walked toward a cliff where she sensed Sumeru's chakra. She spotted his silhouette against the setting sun, singing something she couldn't quite make out. In order to find a lead, she jogged over to him. As she closed the distance, Sumeru heard her footsteps, stopped singing, and turned to face her. Hey, what are you doing here? He asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Nothing, just checking out the village. How about you? What are you doing all alone here? She said, trying to shift the focus from herself to him. Her trust issues made it hard for her to open up to anyone. Oh, I was just waiting for the sun to set and catching a glimpse of the stars before reporting back to Lord Hashikage, he said with a small smile. Right now, there's only one red star visible, Suzume said, pointing toward it. It must be the brightest star to shine this early, though it isn't the North Star. Natsuhiboshi. It's a star that shines brightest only in this village. It's supposed to watch over and protect me, he said, gazing off into the distance. Anyway, where are the other ninjas undergoing star training? She asked, snapping him out of his trance. She didn't believe in superstitions and realized she wasn't going to find anything useful here, so she decided to move on to her next location, checking on the injured ninja as a bonus. You'll find them in the training hall. It's getting dark, I should head back, he said, turning around. Yeah, me too, she replied, jogging toward her next destination, the training hall. Kitsune was currently hiding outside the window of the room where the Hashikage was having a serious discussion with his two sidekicks. His chakra was well hidden, so the three couldn't detect his presence. There's no question about it, Akahoshi said, seriousness evident in his voice. So you're saying that the shinobi who stole the star, are you saying it was really, before he could finish, the bald guy was cut off by the lanky one? How could they even be alive? We don't stand a chance against them, he finished. So Suzume was right. If only these idiots would stop referring to them in the third person and use their name. They were the last ones to complete the star training, which means that with our level of jutsu, we are no match for them, the bald one said, slightly worried. I wouldn't worry. If they really are the culprits, don't forget we already possess their Achilles heel, Akahoshi said with a sly smirk. Use. Come on, give me a clue before I come there and confront you. Calm down, Naruto, you can't blow your cover. Deep breaths. Yeah, I suppose so, the bald guy said, a similar smirk on his face. Let's go round him up. The three left the room, plotting something sinister. Thank goodness. At least they used a proper pronoun for the thief's weakness. Now I know it's a boy or man, he thought, retreating to find something else. The star training is having negative effects on his body. The training forces his body to control more chakra than it can handle until it physically shuts down, Suzume stated, examining Mizura's body. His upper chest had purple markings from excessive training. If only Nico were here. He could actually treat him, she thought. No, I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me, Mizura said, coughing slightly. Though he didn't want to admit it, part of him knew Suzume was right. This is the only way to get stronger. Hey now, rest easy, Hokuto, the other girl, said as she gave him some medicine to drink, easing him into a sleeping position and covering him with a blanket. Hokuto, why are only you two here? Where are the others? Oh, Sumeru took the rest with him. They were going to catch the thief. As soon as those words left Hokuto's mouth, she heard the door of the training room close. Suzume rushed toward the forest in the land of bears. She could sense Kitsune's chakra, so she decided to join him. He had sensed her chakra as well and slowed down for her to catch up. So, do you know what's going on, Anija? She asked, catching up with her. Brother. Not really. I just sensed a huge amount of chakra coming from there. Well, that JRK Sumeru has decided to go off with his friends to find the thief. I have a very bad feeling about this. It's likely they have already engaged in combat. Not wanting to waste any time, the two took off in Sumeru's direction. When the two arrived, they found a group of unconscious children and the thief making off with Sumeru. Suzume rushed forward, but the thief had already taken Sumeru into the ominous valley. Darn it. This is the second time that thief has escaped by flying, she muttered, pulling out a vial and leaning slightly into the valley to collect some of the poisonous gas. She had been thwarted by the valley twice before, and she couldn't let that happen again. She was prepared to spend the entire night if necessary to create the antidote. Now I have your Achilles heel, the thief declared, revealing himself to be Akahoshi. Once I retrieve the star village will become the most powerful in all 5 great nations. He then connected the unconscious Sumeru to a machine and laid him down on a bed in the Hoshikage building. Carefully, he administered sedatives and anesthetics to ensure the boy remained unconscious. He couldn't risk Sumeru escaping. Once finished, he instructed his 2 henchmen to keep watch over the room. He then approached his messenger pigeon. This should catch your attention, Lady Natsuhi, he said with a sinister laugh, attaching a chakra-infused message to the bird's leg. The pigeon took flight, disappearing into the dark night sky over the valley. Ino Yamanaka had just closed her flower shop after a busy day. Her mother had left early to buy groceries and prepare dinner. With a sigh, she locked the shop and headed toward their greenhouse. As she walked, thoughts of what to make for dinner filled her mind. Having moved out of her parents' house to gain independence, she still visited them daily, but now had a 2-bedroom flat not far from their home. Maybe I could go to the barbecue place or Ichiraku, she pondered, opening the greenhouse doors. She needed to ventilate the greenhouse to keep her flowers healthy. Glancing at the clock on the glass wall, she noted it was 7 o'clock. That day was bittersweet for her. It marked her 1-year anniversary with Naruto, but they couldn't celebrate together. She understood, but it didn't lift her spirits. Perhaps I'll just make instant ramen. It's the closest I'll feel to him, she thought as she approached the last opening. She smiled at the orange and purple tulips planted side by side, seeds they had sown together in their youth. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a silvery white star-shaped flower with its stem wrapped in a piece of paper. An Edelweiss? She wondered, picking it up. Curiosity piqued, she opened the note, which read, "Between every rise." And every set of the sun. I only see the blue of your eyes. Happy anniversary, Ino-chan. Her lips curved into a gentle smile, and her eyes sparkled. Despite his playful nature, Naruto had a romantic side that he wasn't afraid to show, and that was one of the many things Ino cherished about him. She focused back on the note. You didn't think I would forget our anniversary, did you? Surprise, I didn't. I'm sorry I'm not in Konoha, but I arranged a date for us. Meet me a little distance from the gates of Konoha at 7. I'll distract the guards while you sneak away. No need to change, I have an outfit ready for you. P.S. I won't be in my usual disguise. Just ask me a personal question, and if I answer correctly, you'll know it's me. Or you can find out when we meet. I should stop before this turns into a ramble. Can't risk getting caught, you know? And please burn this or hide it somewhere safe. Forever yours, Whiskers. Naruto had managed to lift her spirits in his own unique way. The frown that had lingered on her face since morning was replaced by a bright smile. She quickly finished her tasks and hurried to her flat. Although Naruto had told her not to change, she felt it was important to look her best for their meeting. She changed into her usual purple attire, tucked the edelweiss in her hair, and set off. Arriving at the gate at 7:25, she waited for the distraction. At exactly 7:30, an explosion echoed from the forest facing Suna, followed by a cry. Normally, Ino would have rushed to investigate, but she knew it was a diversion, so she waited for the guards to leave. Once they were out of sight, she dashed through the gates and into the woods, heading in the opposite direction. Before long, a hooded figure with a bear mask appeared. Ino-chan, the figure asked. Before I confirm who I am, tell me this. Who makes the worst ramen? She asked, drawing her blade. She wouldn't let her guard down until she was certain it was her Whiskers. You're dead. We had it when we were 6, and I spent the night at your place. He promised to help us perfect our shuriken jutsu, which made us the best in the academy, he answered without hesitation. Whiskers? She asked, lowering her blade. Those were details only Naruto and Inoichi would know. She immediately tackled him in a hug. Yeah, it's me, he chuckled, wrapping his arms around her and resting his chin on her head. We need to go further up to a small house where we can change into our outfits, and then we're ready to go. And by the way, you look beautiful, he said, smiling beneath his mask. A soft blush crept across Ino's cheeks. Come on, let's go. She followed him to a wooden house nestled among tall trees. The second room has your outfit, he said, stepping into the first room. As soon as Ino entered her room, she was captivated. The space featured a bed adorned with a white kimono decorated with purple flowers and green branches. There was also a mirror and a bathroom. She quickly freshened up and changed into her kimono, admiring herself in the mirror. Once satisfied, she turned off the lights and exited the room. Naruto was already waiting for her outside. He wore a matching black kimono with orange flowers. His golden blonde hair was tied back in a man bun, and a genjutsu concealed the whiskers on his face. You look really beautiful, Ino-chan. Not that you weren't beautiful before, but ugh, I was supposed to be smooth, he stammered. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. She loved seeing Naruto flustered. It was one of the reasons she had fallen for him. You look pretty handsome too. So, what's your plan? We're going to the hidden hot water village. There's an annual festival. That I know you'll enjoy, he said, a huge grin spreading across his face. He had been planning this for almost a month after receiving an invitation from the village. The festival lasted 3 days, and coincidentally, their anniversary fell on the first day. Realizing this, he had sent a letter back to the village, stating that the trio would attend on the last day so he could celebrate their anniversary without upsetting the village head. But what about people discovering your identity, and why are your whiskers covered? She asked, already suspecting the answer but wanting to confirm. The villagers think I'm a fisherman named Menma, so my cover remains intact. I started going as Menma because the villagers were intimidated by us when we wore our masks, and they often offered us things for free. The whiskers are still there, but they aren't part of the disguise, he explained, intertwining his fingers with hers and giving her one of his genuine smiles, which she returned with her own. Now, let's hurry up. We can't miss the festival. The two enjoyed the night, trying unusual snacks, and Naruto using cheesy pickup lines like, "You're a snack." They played silly games, some ending with Ino playfully defeating Naruto, who pouted like a child when she teased him. They also shared stories about their recent missions and caught up on changes happening in the Hidden Leaf over dinner. Once their meal was finished, Naruto led her to the top of a small hill. At the summit, Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her closer. Ino wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing into his blue eyes. "Happy anniversary, Ino-chan," he said, bringing his lips just inches from hers. His warm breath sent shivers down her spine, making her heart race. "Happy anniversary, Whiskers," she replied, closing the distance between them. Their lips met in a kiss filled with longing and affection, a culmination of weeks and months of yearning for each other. Pulling each other as close as possible, Ino's fingers tangled in his messy golden locks while one of Naruto's hands caressed her back and the other cradled her neck. They kissed as if it were their last chance, unaware of when they would see each other again. Fireworks lit up the sky, marking the end of the first day of the festival, but to them, nothing else mattered except each other. It had been 2 days since Sumeru's capture. Kitsune had discovered that the second thief was actually Akahoshi, who had kept Sumeru hidden in one of the heavily guarded rooms in the Hashikage Tower. They could easily rescue Sumeru, but according to their intel, he was the weakness of the true thief who had stolen the star. Kitsune and Suzume had been living in a small house that Kitsune created using his wood style, as their original location was chosen to minimize the risk of Akahoshi discovering their true identities. It was evening, and Kitsune was concealed near the room where Sumeru was held. Suzume was hidden in the training room. They sensed the strong chakra of the star and knew the thief was returning, likely to trade the star for Sumeru's safety. Now, all they had to do was wait for the thief to arrive. After several hours, the guards left Sumeru's room. As soon as the coast was clear, Kitsune slipped inside. He had anticipated another guard would be present, and he was right. However, luck was on his side when he found that the guard was one of Akahoshi's henchmen. Without a sound, he knocked the man out with the butt of his kunai. He approached Sumeru and disconnected the machines he was hooked up to. The boy remained unconscious. Kitsune created a wood clone to carry the unconscious guard while he took Sumeru back to their house. First, he would ensure Sumeru's safety, and once that was secured, he would deal with the guard. Suzume waited patiently for the thief to enter the room, having been there for about half an hour. The genins were outdoors practicing taijutsu, leaving her alone in the room. Suddenly, the door opened to reveal the masked thief. She was ready to see the star, which would confirm the thief's identity. As the thief's hand moved toward the kunai pouch, 4 kunai and 5 shurikens struck her back, causing her to fall. Surprisingly, Suzume hadn't thrown them. Akahoshi and one of his lackeys entered through the same door the thief had used. Suzume continued to hide, hoping to uncover some clues. Akahoshi approached the injured thief with a sinister grin, pleased that he had outsmarted her. He pulled off her mask, revealing a woman with long black hair and eyes reminiscent of Sumeru's. "You're so naive, Lady Natsuhi," he taunted, reaching for his kunai pouch to retrieve the star. "If only you had been clever enough to realize that the star training was our only chance to match the strength of the 5 great nations. Imagine if we had 100 ninjas who completed the star training, we could easily overpower not just the 5 great nations but the entire world." He took the star and turned to leave. "But sadly I must leave you here." Once Akahoshi departed, Suzume rushed to check on the unconscious woman, who had lost a significant amount of blood. Lacking medical ninjutsu skills, she couldn't heal her, but she carefully removed the kunai and shuriken, disinfected the wounds, and bandaged her up. She placed a tag on the woman to alter her appearance to that of a child. With everything done, she carried the thief back to her home, suspecting that the woman had stolen the star due to her knowledge of its side effects. She would learn the full story once the woman regained consciousness. XXXXXXXXXXX. With a groan, the man opened his eyes. His hands and legs were bound to the chair, and a seal tag rested on his forehead. In front of him stood Kitsune, this time wearing his fox mask, with Kurama taking charge for the interrogation. He approached the man confidently. "So, you are finally awake. If Lord Hashikage finds out about this, You're finished, the man shouted, struggling against his restraints. As he attempted to use chakra, a sharp pain shot through his forehead, causing him to cry out. Calm down. If you try to use chakra, the seal tag will cause you pain. And your Hashikage can't help you, so don't waste your breath trying to intimidate me, Kurama replied, taking a seat across from the man. Now, let's get to the point. How did the third Hashikage die? I don't know. Don't play innocent with me. I know you were involved. Speak up before I lose my patience. I won't tell you anything. You can do what you want. Kurama smirked beneath his mask at the man's defiance. He took out a kunai and pressed it against the man's thigh, eliciting a pained cry as he felt the blade's pressure. Not so tough now, are you? Think carefully, this is just the beginning. By the time I'm finished, no one will recognize you, he warned, moving to pierce the other thigh. I can keep this up all day, so stop stalling and tell me what I want to know. Please stop. I'll tell you everything, the man stammered, fear evident in his voice. He could sense the dangerous intent radiating from Kurama. Akahoshi killed him because he stopped the star training. We helped him, I swear. Please spare me. His words were cut off as Kurama knocked him out, having obtained the information he needed. After leaving the room, Kurama granted Kitsune full access before drifting off to sleep again. With great power comes a great need to take a nap. Don't wake me up anytime soon. But Kurama, that was nothing. You're lazier than a Nara, you know. Kitsune thought as he exited Kurama's mindscape. He then headed over to Suzume's room to devise a plan to expose Akahoshi. How could you be so careless? Akahoshi said, his eyes blazing with anger. The guards present before him trembled with fear. We are so sorry, Lord Hashikage. It was the other set of guards' shift, so we left. The two guards stationed outside Sumeru's room said in unison. Now get out of my sight before I banish you from the village. The guards fled the room as soon as the words left Akahoshi's mouth. Boss, do you think it was Kitsune and Suzume? His remaining follower asked. He had wanted to reveal the truth about Akahoshi but felt unable to do so. Akahoshi held his only weakness, a task he regretted to this day, helping Akahoshi eliminate the third Hashikage. It might be them, but we can't think about that now. Sumeru could wake up any second. We need to hurry and announce my title as the fourth Hashikage to the village before that happens. Come on, gather everyone before I reach there. Natsuhi had just woken up, believing she was on the brink of death until someone saved her. She looked across the room to see a boy sleeping on another bed. Initially frightened, she thought Akahoshi had imprisoned her alongside Sumeru, but she sighed in relief when she realized the architecture wasn't from the hidden star. Feeling a surge of joy, she quietly walked over to see her son, careful not to make any noise. As soon as she saw him, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks, landing on Sumeru's face and waking him up. Sumeru awoke with a slight headache from the anesthetics. Groaning, he opened his eyes to see a woman crying. Her face felt familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Sumeru, she whispered, breaking the silence and gently caressing his chin. As soon as he heard her voice, memories flooded back. It was the same voice that had sung him lullabies in his childhood, and suddenly every memory came rushing back. His eyes widened in realization. Mom! Hearing these words, she pulled him into a warm embrace. But you were supposed to be dead, he said, trying to hold back his tears. The third Hashikage assigned your dad and me a mission that required us to leave the village and keep an eye on it from afar, to steal the star if the star training was happening. Sadly, your father died from the side effects of using the star's chakra, she explained, waiting for another question from him. But before he could ask, Kitsune rushed into the room, with Suzume just behind him. I'm really sorry to interrupt your reunion, but if we don't hurry, Akahoshi will become the fourth Hashikage. I can handle him, but since I'm not from this village, no one will believe me. I need your help, Lady Natsuhi, he said quickly. The mother and son exchanged determined nods before Sumeru dashed off to meet up with his friends to show the villagers the negative effects of the star training on Mizura's body. Meanwhile, Lady Natsuhi listened intently to Suzume's plan to outsmart the Hashikage. From this day forth, I am no longer the deputy Hashikage but the fourth Hashikage. Akahoshi announced, and the villagers began cheering for him mindlessly. "Wait," a woman called out, stepping forward. She was initially composed of purple chakra, obscuring her face, but as she approached, the chakra dissipated to reveal Lady Natsui. Gasps rippled through the crowd while Akahoshi merely grunted. "This man is a fraud. The star training only harms the body periodically, which is why the third Hashikage stopped it." The crowd erupted into discussions about whom to believe Lord Hashikage or Lady Natsui. "No, only those who don't love the village enough can't handle the star training," Akahoshi retorted, regaining their attention. Just then, Sumeru appeared with Mizura and Hokuto. "Lord Hashikage, you are mistaken. For years, I have endured the star training, and my body has suffered many negative side effects, but I still persevered. How can you say I don't love the village enough? Look at what the star training has done to me," Mizura said, opening his robe to reveal the purple markings on his chest. The villagers gasped, turning against the star training. "No, I will not lose so easily," Akahoshi shouted, taking the star and pressing it into his chest. His eyes turned purple, his hair grew longer, a beard sprouted, and his muscles expanded. A dragon made of chakra formed above him, sending a shockwave that knocked back all the villagers, including Sumeru, Natsuhi, Hokuto, and Mizura. Suzume rushed to shield Mizura and Natsuhi, knowing their bodies couldn't withstand much harm. Kitsune, however, charged to the front lines to confront Akahoshi. "Wood style, wood dragon jutsu," Kitsune yelled, leaping onto a massive wooden dragon that towered over Akahoshi's. He thought it fitting to defeat a dragon with a dragon. Seeing this, Akahoshi infused more chakra into his dragon to match Kitsune's height. The two dragons clashed until Kitsune's wooden dragon coiled around Akahoshi's, draining its chakra like a vampire. Kitsune then formed a raisin shuriken and aimed it at Akahoshi's chest. When the raisin shuriken made contact with the star, it shattered, taking Akahoshi down with it. 2 days had passed since Akahoshi's demise. Lady Natsuhi was appointed the fourth Hashikage, and Akahoshi's followers were imprisoned. Nico arrived shortly after, having received a letter from Suzume about the effects of the star's chakra. He devised a treatment that would heal the villagers over time. After consulting with the local medics, he explained the procedure, leaving them in awe. A solution to a problem that had plagued their shinobi was discovered by a 16-year-old. Currently, the trio stood at the gates of the hidden star, ready to leave. Both Sumeru and Lady Natsuhi decided to send them off. "We would love to sign your treaty," Lady Natsuhi said, shaking Kitsune's hand. "I will send the scrolls needed to sign the treaty with one of Nico's cats," he continued, discussing the other villages that had already signed. "I almost forgot to thank you for saving my mom," Sumeru said with a nervous smile. "Don't worry about it," Suzume replied, smiling back. "You look a bit nervous." "Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you if you would like to go out with me," Sumeru said, blushing. As soon as these words reached Nico, who was petting Kara, he felt a pang of jealousy. Thankfully, he was wearing a mask, unlike the other two, who were just using solid transformation seal tags, making it easier to hide his emotions. Acting as if nothing had happened, he returned to petting Kara. You are a really great guy, but I just don't feel that way about you," she said nervously. This was her first attempt at turning down a guy, and she wanted to do it as gently as possible. "Plus, I don't think it would work out between us with all my traveling. But I'm sure there is someone out there for you. Maybe they have been right in front of you, but that someone is not me," she said, letting him down gently. Nico and Kitsune felt relieved as soon as she said that, for completely different reasons. After exchanging their goodbyes, they left for their home on the opposite coast of the island of Yuzushio. In the quiet forests of the Land of Lightning, a little girl was foraging for food. She couldn't remember the last time she had a decent meal. About 10 years old, it had been 3 years since she had left the orphanage and was living like this. The clothes she wore were too big for her, and her hair was cut short to help her blend in. Aiko knew what certain people would do if they discovered she was a girl. She was far more mature than most children her age and had witnessed things no child should ever see. Hoping to find some fruit to fill her stomach, it had almost been a day since her last meal. Finally, after spotting an apple tree, her warm brown eyes lit up with joy. She began filling the bag she had found at a deserted ninja tent with apples. Now she wouldn't have to worry about food for a few days. In her life, she had never had a proper meal. While in the orphanage, she had rice porridge that was barely cooked, and after running away, she ate whatever she could find. Her life had not been easy, but she wasn't one to dwell on it. She was aware of the lives of the privileged. She had often visited villages where people wore beautiful silk kimonos and enjoyed delicious dango on sticks. She had always wanted to try one but could never afford it. Once, a kind woman had offered her a roll of sushi, and it had tasted like heaven. A child like her couldn't earn money unless she offered herself as a servant, but Aiko valued her freedom too much to consider that. The fact that she didn't have money or was poor didn't affect her negatively. Instead, it fueled her determination to buy a whole plate of sushi with her own hard-earned money. She had heard that in the farms of Nishigo, people employed children for small tasks like shifting hay or harvesting rice, so she was heading that way in hopes of earning something. Little did she know that she would find a much better job there. 3.5 years later, a group of merchants was traveling from the land of frost, located between the land of lightning and the land of hot water, to the land of birds, situated between the land of wind and the land of earth. They had been traveling for about 7 days, led by Aiko. At 13, Aiko had found the perfect job in Nishigo after hearing complaints about bandits stealing goods. She already knew many jutsus to protect herself, so offering protection to farmers and merchants while getting paid was a good deal. Initially, no one wanted to hire her, but a desperate man needing to deliver his goods quickly turned to her. After a successful journey, more and more people sought her protection. They didn't have to pay as much as they would for a D-rank mission in a shinobi village but still had a shinobi to guard them. Aiko charged 1/10 of the cost of a D-rank mission because she didn't need much money. She had grown into a beautiful girl with ruby red hair, which she had let grow over the past 3 years, and her once malnourished body had transformed into an athletic one as she earned enough to feed herself and buy books on jutsus. Currently, she lay on the back of her horse, Ichika, with a hat covering her face. She trusted Ichika, who knew the route well, and this would make the bandits confident enough to attack, thinking her guard was down, which would allow her to capture a few extra criminals along the way. This was her life, and she was genuinely satisfied with it. Things were finally looking good for her. She had no idea that in the coming year, her horse would be lost and she would become a member of one of the most feared teams. Flashback and Civilian and Shinobi Council Joint Meeting Room, Konoha. So, the restrictions on the B-class and C-class jutsus in the Konoha library will be lifted, and the scrolls containing information on a ranked jutsus and above will be accessible to the jonins of the village, the 5th Hokage concluded. This was one of those days when she had to resist the urge for sake. It was her 5th meeting, and it was only 5 p.m. Oh, how she longed for her bottle of sake, but she had promised herself not to drink after the scene she had caused a few months ago by hugging everyone in the room until they were nearly overwhelmed. Additionally, the requirements for becoming a genin will be raised from merely throwing kunai and shuriken and knowing the transformation and clone jutsu to knowing at least 10D ranked jutsus and 2C ranked jutsus as well. All in favor, raise your hand. Everyone, including Taunton, raised their hands. Well, it's decided then. I'll complete the paperwork by tonight, and these rules will be implemented starting tomorrow. Dismissed, she said, waiting until everyone had left before heading to her final meeting of the day, which was likely the most important one. She hurried to the other side of the Hokage Tower with Shizen right behind her. The room contained Kakashi, who was already being considered for the position of Hokage even though he didn't want it, Shikaku, arguably the best strategist in the entire shinobi world and her personal advisor, and Jiraiya, the man she trusted the most. Usually, the head of the civilian council would also be present along with a few other important figures, but the matter to be discussed today was so confidential that she could not risk any leaks. Upon entering the room, she found Jiraiya and Kakashi chuckling about what she assumed was the next book in the Ika series, while Shikaku was taking a brief nap. With a cough, she snapped everyone out of their daze and sat down at the head of the table. Without wasting any time, let's get straight to the point. I am here to discuss what offer should be made to Team Yuzu for them to return to Konoha. she said, passing them the files prepared by Team Yuzu, which contain their actual identities and information. The files were sealed so that they could only be opened once. Kitsune had sent the same files to the Mizukage. It was time she learned about their identities. After all, she was the first of the 5 Kage to truly believe in them and sign their peace treaty. 3 of the 4 people already knew their identities, so they didn't even bother checking the files. As soon as Shikaku closed Kitsune's file, it vanished into thin air. Similarly, Nico's disappeared in a flash of lightning and Suzume's turned to ashes. Now that you've finished reading about them, let's work on a proposition for them. The Uzumaki house. Judging by the look on Anija's face, it seems that the village hidden in the waterfalls and the village hidden in the valleys signed the treaty. Suk, did the hidden frost village sign the treaty? Aiko asked. See for yourself, he said, tossing the signed scroll, which Suzume caught effortlessly. We haven't had any luck with the hidden rain village. What should we do about that, Aiko? Naruto asked, his confusion evident. They had sent countless letters to the village without a response, and even their visit was thwarted by the guards who wouldn't let them in due to their masks. I think something's off with the village. According to Lord Jiraiya, Hanzo usually replies within a few days. I suspect something has happened to him, and the village is keeping it under wraps. We should probably be patient, Aiko replied. She had a theory that Hanzo might have died and someone else had taken over, but she decided to keep that to herself until she found solid evidence. And yeah, Granny Tsunade sent this, he said, rummaging through his pockets for an unopened envelope. Aiko raised an eyebrow when he pulled out a 3rd packet of instant ramen, glancing at Sasuke, who merely waved it off as if it were common. After knowing Naruto since their academy days, Sasuke had learned not to be surprised by his antics. He wouldn't even bat an eye if Naruto chose ramen over Ino. Here, he said, handing the envelope to Aiko, who began opening it immediately. Letter of reinstatement of Team Yuzu to Konoha. She started reading the letter aloud for the two to hear. We would like to reinstate Team Yuzu back into Konoha. Blah blah blah. Boring. She quickly scanned the document for the important details, focusing on the conditions and privileges. The conditions are that we must pledge our loyalty to Konoha, become actual citizens instead of just staying here, and we will be tested before receiving a rank. The privileges include, the peace treaty signed will remain intact, we will inherit all the properties of our clans, and we won't have to undertake any missions lower than a rank. We can decline missions without it affecting our relationship with them. Add that no permission is required to roam anywhere in the Land of Fire, and I'm in, Sasuke said. He no longer felt hatred toward the village. Instead, he wanted to help it. He was determined to ensure that no other child would have to endure what he had. There was only so much he could do from outside the village, and he wanted to prevent anyone from taking Danzo's place and becoming power-hungry. He unconsciously touched the curse Orochimaru had given him, a reminder that if Naruto hadn't saved him that day, he might have met the same fate as Danzo, Orochimaru, and countless other shinobi who had sought power for the wrong reasons. I think we can work something out and get reinstated. If they agree to provide us with at least 3 training grounds, I'm in, Naruto said. He had his own reasons for wanting to return to Konoha. He wanted to prove the villagers wrong. While he acknowledged that they weren't entirely at fault, he recognized that his reckless and unpredictable nature had led to their fear. Plus, he was tired of being in a long-distance relationship and wanted to be closer to Ino. He also had many precious people in Konoha, like Tsunade, Ichiraku, and Kakashi. His main reason was that his father would have wanted him to protect the village, the same village where his parents had lost their lives. A wave of sadness washed over him as he thought about them, and Kurama sensed those emotions. Kit, I am sorry about your parents. It's partly my fault that they are not here with you. You could have had a family if not for me. Don't say that, Kurama. You were under a genjutsu. It's not your fault, you were being controlled. I still have a family Pervy Sage, Aiko, Granny Tsunade, Sasuke, Ichiraku-sensei, and Flowerman. You all are my family in some twisted way. I just wish Mom and Dad could see this. Don't worry, Kit. We will track that Uchiha down and make him pay. No one controls the mightiest tailed beast and gets away with it. Now go away, I need my sleep. So I guess we'll have to negotiate a bit, and then we are heading back to Konoha. Fine by me. At the Akatsuki hideout, Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, announced, the sealing of the four tails has been completed. None of the members were physically present except Zetsu, who could be summoned from anywhere in the world by Pain's Rinnegan, the strongest Jujutsu. Haiden, Kadi, you will go after the 5 tails, and Zetsu will accompany you. I will handle the 6 tails myself. Hi, Leader-sama. With that, the zombie duo vanished, and Zetsu disappeared into the ground. Itachi, Kisame, you will go after the 7 tails. If needed, Tobi will be your backup. Hi, Leader, Itachi coughed before continuing. His condition was deteriorating, and it was uncertain if he would live long enough to confront his brother. The only person who could cure his illness was Orochimaru, and he was dead, leaving Itachi to face his fate quickly. Sama, he said, disappearing along with Kisame and Tobi. In the cave where he was physically present, Kisame observed him taking the pills that were keeping him alive. Your condition is getting worse, Itachi. Despite being a rogue ninja, Kisame genuinely worried for his teammate. Don't worry about me. We should focus on capturing the 7 tails. Once that is done, I will confront my brother, he said, putting on his cloak again. Come on, the rain has stopped. Not wanting to press Itachi too much, Kisame simply followed his lead. In the hidden rain village, Pain sat atop the highest building. The rain falling on the village was infused with his chakra, allowing him to sense any threats as soon as they entered. He knew that capturing the 1, 8, and 9 tails would be challenging, but it had to be done. His best friend, whom he considered a brother, had sought peace, and this was the only way. In the hidden leaf, everyone gathered around the Hokage building, eager to hear what Lady Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, was about to announce. All schools and academies had been given a half-day so that both teachers and students could attend. Tsunade, along with Shizune, appeared on top of the building. The crowd buzzed with various theories. Some believed the hidden leaf was declaring war on another nation, while others speculated that Tsunade was finally retiring. Tsunade stepped forward to begin her speech. 2 former ninjas of the hidden leaf and a wandering ninja, who have continued to assist us and the entire ninja world from behind a mask, have returned home, and I want you to accept them with open arms. As if on cue, a bolt of lightning struck the roof, and Nico appeared beside Tsunade. He wore an olive green full sleeve with a black sleeveless flak jacket and umbu pants, the flak jacket adorned with a small Uchiha clan symbol on its back. One of the 2 founding members of Team Yuzu and one of the few remaining Uchiha. We thought we lost him to Orochimaru, but we were wrong. He is a master of lightning chakra and the Sharingan. He has also defeated Deidara of the Akatsuki. Sasuke, it's good to have you back. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, he said, removing his masks to reveal his true identity. The crowd gasped in surprise, and some girls, including Sakura, began to cheer and fangirl over him. Following Sasuke, Suzume appeared in a fire shunshin. She wore a blue, sleeveless, high-collared shirt, arm warmers, and a skirt with umbu armor protecting her shins. A new addition to Team Yuzu and Kitsune's younger sister from the rare Uzumaki clan. She is a level 9 seal master and a formidable opponent in Kenjutsu. She is also a strategist and one of the few users of the boil release. She is a master of fire release and played a role in defeating Sasori of the Sand. Aiko, welcome to the Hidden Leaf. With a nod, she removed her mask and smiled at Tsunade, who returned the gesture. The crowd erupted in cheers, many ninjas captivated by her beauty, with her fiery red hair pulled into a ponytail, a lovely face, and an athletic figure. Then, between Sasuke and Aiko, a kunai landed. The crowd gasped, recognizing it as a modified version of Lord Fourth's tri-pronged kunai. In a bright orange flash, Kitsune appeared, leaving the villagers in shock. The only 2 people to ever use this technique were the 2nd and 4th Hokage. He wore a white jacket with the same fire markings as the 4th Hokage's cloak, paired with black umbu pants. Another founding member of Team Yuzu and Aiko's older brother. He is the son of the 4th Hokage and comes from 2 prestigious clans, the Uzumaki and the Senju. He possesses the extremely rare Kekkai Genkai of Wood Release, which was only naturally seen in the first Hokage. He is also the Jinchuriki of the Great Nine-Tailed Fox. Naruto Uzumaki, it's good to have you back, brat. As soon as the crowd heard this, they went pale. There was no clapping, no cheering, just silence. When he took off his mask, the eyes of the crowd widened in disbelief. The messy sunshine blonde hair, the same azure blue eyes, the similarities were undeniable. The fourth Hokage was dead, so there was no denying that he was Minato's son. Guilt began to seep into the hearts of the crowd. They had treated the legacy of Minato Namikaze, the man who sacrificed himself for the village, with disdain. Filled with regret and shame, they realized they still had a chance to make things right. They started cheering louder than they had for anyone before. Naruto smiled genuinely, feeling accepted. From atop another building, Jiraiya watched proudly. He felt a twinge of disappointment that Naruto didn't use the special toad dance to introduce himself, but the epic entrance made up for it. In the Hokage office, Team Yuzu and Ino Yamanaka were present with Tsunade at her desk. Jiraiya was supposed to be there but was preoccupied with his own interests. Tomorrow morning, you three will fight against surprise opponents chosen by me, after which I will rank you. Just as Naruto was about to speak, Tsunade cut him off with a stern glare. I won't tell you the opponents, Naruto, nor will I rank you according to the bingo book. Moving on, what are your living arrangements? Since there are no Senju or Uzumaki clan districts and the Uchiha district has been in use for almost a decade, it will require a lot of cleaning. Naruto will be living with me, Ino declared, tugging at his collar. She had waited long enough, and now that she had him, she wasn't going to let go easily. Ow. Come on, Ino, that hurts. How did you get such a strong grip? Naruto exclaimed, trying to escape her hold but failing. Ino reluctantly released him when she realized she was choking him. Sorry, I was just a bit excited, Ino admitted, a slight blush on her cheeks. I guess I should have asked you. Naruto Uzumaki, the love of my life, the scrawny little kid who was shorter than me in the academy, my best friend and partner in crime for every prank I pulled, will you move in with me? Of course I will, he replied, wrapping her in a warm hug and kissing the top of her head. They separated when they heard Tsunade clear her throat. Now that Naruto's living arrangements are settled, what about you two? Tsunade shifted her gaze to Sasuke and Aiko. I could build a similar house to the one we had using my wood style, but it will take a day or two to buy and set up the rest of the furniture, Sasuke. After the massacre, I had to live in an apartment, so we could stay there until the house is ready, Sasuke continued, recalling the address to his apartment. Naruto, I'm going to need 10 wood clones to clean the apartment. What's in it for me? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. 3 bowls of ramen from Soraku, Sasuke smirked, pulling out a scroll containing the ramen. Triple the amount, and you have a deal. Sasuke produced 2 more scrolls and handed them over to Naruto. Pleasure doing business with you, Sasuke, but if Aiko had asked me, I would have done it for free, Naruto said, pocketing the scrolls while Sasuke fumed at his own foolishness. He created 10 clones that followed Sasuke and Aiko back to the apartment. After that, he left with Ino to check out her apartment, which would soon be his new home. He was excited, to say the least. As they exited the Hokage Tower, they ran into Ichiraku, who had been waiting to meet Naruto in person. Naruto, it's great to see you alive. I couldn't resist meeting you after hearing so much about you while you were away, Ichiraku said, beaming with pride. He had always thought of Naruto as a younger brother, and the news of his possible death had hit him hard. A few months ago, Ino had revealed the truth about Naruto being alive, and he felt immense relief. Good things, I hope, Naruto replied, returning Ichiraku's smile with an even bigger one. He was relieved that Ichiraku wasn't angry. His previous reveals had not gone well. Great things. I would love to hear about the past 3 years of your life and catch up. Are you two free tomorrow for lunch? I'd love to take you to Ichiraku's. Only if you're paying, sensei. Naruto responded, thrilled at the idea of catching up with 2 of his favorite people while enjoying delicious food. Meanwhile, at a restaurant, Tsunade and Jiraiya were placing bets on the matches scheduled for the next day. I'm betting against Naruto. As much as I know he's stronger than his opponent, I have a feeling he might lose. She beat me in our last fight when I went all out, so I have full confidence in her, Tsunade said, downing her glass of sake. This was her chance to change her losing streak into a winning one. She believed her chosen opponent had a few tricks up her sleeve. I beg to differ. I think the obvious winner here is Naruto. A year ago, he lasted 20 minutes against me while I was in Sage mode. A few weeks ago, he kicked my butt in Sage mode within 20 minutes, though he used a clever trick. There's no way he's going to lose. I'm so confident that if he does, I'll give you 500,000 Rio and enter your office through the door for a month, Jiraiya declared, filling both of their glasses with more sake. He had full faith in the blonde Jinchuriki, and with the flying Raijin, there was no chance that Naruto would be defeated. Tsunade knew that Jiraiya would never enter her office through the door even if she won, so she raised an eyebrow in doubt. Fine. I'll just give you 500,000 Rio. You know, old habits die hard, he grumbled, taking a bite out of his rice ball. The next two fights are easy, right? Sasuke wins and Aiko wins, Tsunade said, taking the rice ball from Jiraiya's hand and getting up. Sorry, Jiraiya, I have to get back to work. I need to fill out a lot of paperwork. Don't get in trouble and don't peek at anyone at the hot springs. After receiving a will do from Jiraiya, she left the restaurant, sighing at the thought of completing all the paperwork. With Naruto and Ino. Make yourself at home, Ino said, opening the door to her apartment. It was a standard apartment with 2 rooms and a spacious living room adjacent to the kitchen. I know it might be smaller than the homes you're used to, so if you want, we could buy another house. I've been saving up anyway, she said, slightly embarrassed. She had seen the houses he owned, and they were usually massive in comparison to this. The size of the home doesn't matter. I would rather live here than in a huge mansion, he said, wrapping his arms around her waist, sending shivers down her spine. Plus, I don't care how big or small the house is as long as I'm living with you. And the space is more than enough anyway. He placed gentle kisses along the Yamanaka's neck, who was blushing furiously. You're sweet, you know that, she said, turning around and wrapping her arms around his neck, capturing his lips with hers. Their lips met softly, and as they kissed, they could feel the warmth and connection between them. Running out of breath, their lips separated. That might just be our best kiss so far, Naruto said, smiling with a slightly flushed face. So, Flower Girl, which room is mine? He asked with a sly smirk. Oh no, we're staying and sleeping in the same room. I need you as a replacement for my pillow. You can take the other room too, but we're sleeping in the same room. Are you sure? I mean, Flower Man wouldn't be exactly pleased to know that his daughter is not only living with her boyfriend but also sharing a bed. Whiskers, I trust you more than anyone, and I know you respect me, so you wouldn't try anything or force me. This is an easy decision for me. Speaking of my dad, my parents have invited you over for dinner tomorrow, and I hope to tell them about our relationship if you're okay with it, she said, lacing her hand with his. Okay, I'm fine with it. I am perfectly fine with telling your dad, who might just kill me, about our relationship. Calm down, Naro, calm down. The worst he could do is just scare me, right? He said, visibly anxious about revealing his relationship to her father. He was imagining every possible outcome, and none seemed positive. Come on, I wouldn't let him do anything to you, and my mom adores you, so I don't think he could go against her, she said, giving him a quick peck on the cheek and walking toward the kitchen. Now don't just stand there, come here and help me make dinner. With Sasuke and Aiko. Sasuke listened to the sizzle of the fish he was cooking, making sure it was just right. He shifted his attention from the fish to the rice, which was done, and turned off the stove. He had been cooking for himself since the Uchiha massacre, and while it didn't matter if he made a few mistakes before, now everything needed to be perfect. He didn't know why he felt the sudden need to impress Aiko. It was as if her presence made him a bit nervous, and he felt a flutter in his stomach. He turned his attention back to the fish, gently flipping it to cook the other. So he sighed in relief when he saw it was perfectly cooked. Just as he was about to plate the food, the door to his room opened, revealing Aiko dressed in a casual t-shirt and shorts. Sasuke had always known she was attractive, but he had never noticed how perfectly toned her legs were or how warm her brown eyes looked. Like what you see? Aiko asked, noticing Sasuke's speechless expression, which snapped him out of his trance. Firstly, that is my line, and secondly, I wasn't checking you out. Now that you're finally here, we can start eating, he said, placing the plates on the table while Aiko sat down. He didn't want to be rude, so he waited for her to start eating, feeling slightly nervous about her reaction. Sasuke, this is really good. If you made me lunch and dinner every day, I would want to live with you for the rest of my life, she said, cutting another piece of fish and savoring it. As she looked up to see Sasuke's reaction, which she expected to be expressionless, she was surprised to see him smile, a rare, genuine smile that appeared only once or twice a month. He muttered a quick thanks and started eating. So, what do you think about Naruto moving out? Sasuke asked, filling his bowl with rice again. He knew it was going to happen, and he was happy that Naruto had finally found someone. It made him reflect on his own situation. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he too wanted someone he could love unconditionally. He cringed at the thought of being so sentimental. Oh, how much he had changed in the last 3 years. Honestly, I'm fine with it. I was actually hoping that Ino would ask him to move in with her, but even if she didn't, I would have encouraged him to, Aiko replied. Don't get me wrong, as much as I love him, I don't want him to live with us instead of his partner. It's not like we're never going to see him again. I bet he'll be here all the time. After all, we are a team, and all the scrolls need like 2 or 3 floors, so I am not afraid of losing him. Aiko said, eating a piece of fish. She was going to miss her brother, but she couldn't be selfish and keep him to herself. Naruto had told her many stories about him and Ino, about his past life, and she could see the glimmer in his eyes when he talked about Ino. She knew that after all that Naruto had gone through, he deserved this. I am more nervous about tomorrow's fight. What happens if I lose? Aiko, you are one of the strongest ninjas I have ever met. You defeated one of the Akatsuki members and outsmarted Danzo. Trust me when I say this, you will win tomorrow. I'll make a heavy breakfast so you're not tired or hungry in the middle of the fight. Sasuke said, picking up his dishes and heading towards the sink. Thanks. You know what? Since you're making the food, I'll wash the dishes, and you can use your bed. I'll sleep on the sofa, she said, picking up her own plates. You're turning soft, Uzumaki, he commented with a small chuckle. Plus, I wouldn't let a guest sleep on the sofa. Oh, so I'm a guest now? Well then, why aren't you treating me like a queen? She said playfully. My apologies, milady. I hope I haven't mistreated or disrespected you this fine evening. Should I call the chariots? You might want to go for a night's ride. It's beautiful outside, Sasuke said, playing along. As much as I would like that, I wouldn't leave such a worthy servant behind. I would feel guilty for doing so. Maybe we should both just enjoy the view from here. That way, I'll be with you, and we can enjoy it together. She said, waving a spoon in the air. Do not pity me, milady. You deserve the best. Don't let a servant like me be the reason you don't enjoy your life. I don't think your father would be happy if he knew you were spending time with me. Who cares about what my father wants? That old brute has been controlling me for years. Can a woman not make her own choice? Must she always ask for her father's permission? I want some freedom in my life. Is something the matter, milady? You seem really upset. Please tell me who has caused you distress so I can deal with that fool, he said, his voice filled with concern. It's my father. He wants me to marry that arrogant prince from his allied kingdom so that the alliance remains intact. Does he not understand that I do not love that prince? I cannot be forced to love the person he has chosen for me. The person I love might not be of noble blood, but he has always prioritized me over himself. If I ask him to give his life for me, he'll do it with a smile on his face. I deserve someone like that, who can keep me happy, not some rich stuck-up prince. She said, her voice trembling. I deserve you, and you deserve me. Don't try to deny it. I've seen the way you look at me, and if I'm being honest, I quite like it. Then let us run away to a land far away, a land where you are no longer the princess and I am not your servant. A land where we can live forever without your father bothering us. A land where we are free to love each other, he said, taking her hand and looking into her eyes. She could see that he was completely sincere and felt a strong urge to kiss him right there, but a part of her still wondered if he was acting. She couldn't take that chance. She didn't want to risk damaging their friendship. And seemed, "Wow, Uchiha, I didn't know you had it in you to improvise," she said, letting go of his hand. "If being a ninja gets boring, we should star in a movie." "I guess we should, after all, we do make a pretty good team," he said with a smile. "I still don't get how this went from me sleeping on the sofa to you running away from your kingdom with a servant." "I just improvised, and it made the story interesting," she said, returning to the dishes. "It was so cliché, like one of those fairy tales, but it was incredibly entertaining, I'll give you that. And just so we're clear, you are sleeping on the bed, and I'll take the sofa. Before we start arguing again, we'll take turns for the bed. Today you sleep on it and tomorrow I will." The next day, at Training Ground 7, the ground was a vast circular grassland surrounded by forests on all sides. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizen were waiting for the three to arrive. Tsunade was confident she was going to win this bet but was controlling her excitement and maintaining her poker face. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had a smirk on his face, certain that his student would win the match. The three then appeared in a flash in front of them. "Now that you three are here, your fights will be against the following opponents: Sasuke against Kakashi, Aiko against Rado, and Naruto against Ino," Tsunade announced. "Wait a minute, why am I up against Ino? Granny, do you want to break us up? Because that is not happening. This is so unfair." "Why is this unfair, Whiskers? Scared that I might distract you enough to defeat you?" Ino said, appearing from behind him in a flash. She had been training hard and had even expanded her chakra pools after that incident with Sasori. "Bring it on, flower girl. You know that I'll take you on any day of the week." "Okay, now that Ino has arrived, you two should begin your battle," Tsunade said, gesturing for the others to move away from the two. Once everyone was at a safe distance, Tsunade decided to start the battle. "Begin." Naruto and Ino stared into each other's eyes, waiting for the other to make a move. Tired of waiting, Naruto unsheathed his katana and in one swift motion moved toward Ino, ready to engage in battle. He wasn't surprised when he felt drops of mud land on his face, and in Ino's place, there was just a mountain of mud. This was bad. He was already at a disadvantage. He didn't know where Ino was, but she knew where he was. He felt a slight movement beneath him and used chakra to leap to the top of the nearest tree. The spot where he had been standing suddenly erupted, and while he had anticipated the Earth-style, double suicide decapitation technique, the explosion was completely unexpected. He spotted Ino's shadow, 30 feet away, and decided to strike. "Water-style, water dragon bullet technique," he exclaimed, gathering moisture from the air to create a massive water dragon that surged toward Ino. "Earth-style, mud wall," Ino shouted, slamming her hands down to erect a wall as a shield against the dragon. She watched as Naruto's water dragon thrashed harmlessly against the wall. Her eyes widened when she saw one of Naruto's Hiraishin kunai flying toward her, and she quickly substituted herself with a stone clone to conserve chakra. As soon as the kunai touched the ground, Naruto teleported there and delivered a swift punch, shattering the clone. A considerable distance away, Ino sighed. She needed to deplete his chakra, but there was a single problem. Naruto was a chakra monster. She had never seen him run out of chakra. Whenever his chakra dipped below 50%, he would just tap into Kurama's chakra. Everyone has a weakness, and she just had to find his. "Shadow clone jutsu," Naruto declared, creating 150 clones of himself. Tired of playing hide and seek, he decided to send out his clones to find her. As soon as Ino heard this, she knew she was in trouble. She could discover his weakness later. For now, she had to eliminate his clones. Her chakra pool was vast, but they were still inferior compared to his. She needed a more efficient way to deal with those clones. "Earth-style, golem technique," she said, summoning 10 large golems made of stone. These were incredibly durable and could withstand numerous explosions without a scratch. This should easily clear the clones, she thought, using the Earth-style, hiding like a mole jutsu, to conceal herself underground. As she sensed Naruto's chakra above her, she decided to use the earth style, ripping drill fong, to launch an uppercut, but Naruto blocked it effortlessly. Ino jumped away as he took his taijutsu stance, and in response, she assumed her own stance. Their stances were completely different. While Naruto had an aggressive, attacking posture, Ino maintained a calm, defensive one. Using my own moves against me? Not bad, flower girl, but don't forget that I am a sensor too, and I can sense when you're right beneath me, he said, as they circled each other, waiting for the opportunity to strike. As soon as Naruto saw his chance, he aimed a punch at Ino's shoulder, which she easily defended. Within moments, he began throwing unpredictable blows, but Ino managed to defend herself without taking any damage. Realizing they weren't making progress, they both somersaulted away to a safe distance to use ninjutsu. Earth style, mud wolves, Ino declared, creating 8 wolves that charged toward Naruto. This technique was typically used to activate a trap, but if the user had enough chakra, it could be employed in battle. Wood style, giant forest jutsu. Naruto responded, extending his hand, which transformed into wood at a cellular level, forcing it to grow rapidly and branch out to fend off the wolves. No matter how many times the wood pierced the wolves, they reformed and attacked again. A wood clone emerged from Naruto's body and perched on his shoulders. Wind style, great breakthrough, the clone shouted, gathering chakra and unleashing a powerful gust of wind to solidify the mud wolves by drying them out. Once the wolves had become mere statues, Naruto smashed each one with his wooden branches. Earth style, mountain sandwich jutsu. Ino exclaimed, causing the earth around Naruto to split into 2 massive halves that began to levitate, ready to crush him between them. This technique was primarily used by Iwa, but that didn't stop her from mastering it. The attack happened so quickly that he had no time to escape, and he was caught between the 2 halves. For a moment, silence reigned, and Ino began to worry. Then, cracks spread across the 2 halves, and everyone's eyes widened as the sandwich exploded into rocks, revealing Naruto, now enveloped in the orange chakra of the 9-tailed fox. Wood style, deep forest emergence, he shouted, transforming the flat grassland into a forest in an instant. Ino unsheathed her tanto to cut through the growing trees and began to run away, knowing that this technique was primarily used to trap opponents and imprison them. By the time the grass was covered by Naruto's forest, she was far away, strategizing her next move. She could use explosions to clear Naruto's chakra trees, but that would consume a lot of chakra and potentially reveal her location. Not everyone knew this, but she could perform some fire release jutsus taught to her by Asuma, though it would require more chakra than usual. Fire style, burning ash, she declared, covering the area with chakra-infused gunpowder and then rubbing 2 kunai together to create a spark. Within minutes, the entire forest was ablaze, and the fire began to spread. She knew Naruto would surely act to control the fire before it got out of hand, so she didn't worry too much. Water style, exploding water shock wave. Naruto shouted, creating a wooden pillar and unleashing a massive torrent of water from his mouth to extinguish the flames. The water also washed away his burnt trees, but as Naruto stepped onto the land, the grass began to grow again due to his strong wood affinity. He cursed as he realized the water had made the ground wet, which was perfect for Ino's mud jutsus. He had fallen right into her trap, and sure enough, an army of mud clones began to appear before him. He had no choice but to use his father's famous jutsu. He unsealed a few Hiraishin kunai from the storage seal on his arm. Ninja art, kunai shadow clone jutsu, he shouted, throwing the kunai in different directions, landing near each mud clone. With a smirk, he took out his kunai, holding it in reverse grip, and in a flash, he began teleporting to each clone, swiftly dismantling them. From a distance, Tsunade, Shizune, Kakashi, Rado, and Jiraiya watched in awe as Naruto took down the army of mud clones. They had heard tales of how Minato had defeated 10,000 Iwa shinobi to end the war, and they imagined it was similar, albeit on a much larger scale. While Naruto was nearly as fast as Minato, there were only a few hundred mud clones. They were thoroughly enjoying the battle. It felt as if these two were in an entirely different league compared to the other matches they had witnessed. Behind them, a small crowd of villagers and ninja, including the remaining members of the Rookie Nine, Naruto and Sasuke's replacements, Team Guy, Inoichi, and a few other jonins had gathered to watch. Inoichi couldn't have been prouder of his daughter, she had already surpassed him. On the opposite side, Ino observed as all her clones were being defeated, but that didn't matter. She had created them solely to distract Naruto while her summon, Katsuyu, enveloped her body, replenishing her chakra pool. She was down to 50% and needed to recover to at least 80 before she could re-engage. Once Naruto finished, he gathered all his kunai and teleported back to his previous position. There, he closed his eyes and concentrated, determined to locate Ino and ensure she remained in his sight. As Ino's chakra pool reached 85%, she shunshined about 20 feet away from Naruto, who opened his eyes. Water style, liquid bullets. Naruto exclaimed, launching a barrage of small, high-velocity bullets toward Ino, who quickly raised a mud wall in defense. She then extended her open palm, and the spectators watched as a brown Rasengan formed in her hand, complete with a drill-like top. Naruto extended his arm to create his own Rasen Shuriken and threw it as Ino ducked to avoid it. When the center of the Rasen Shuriken passed overhead, she moved her Razendoriru into the center, shattering his attack. Her Razendoriru vanished moments later, but Naruto was already prepared for his next move. He unsheathed his katana and charged toward Ino. Ino easily blocked his strike with her tanto. This back and forth continued for a while, with both landing minor hits that resulted in small cuts, which began healing on Naruto. They moved so quickly that the spectators could only catch glimpses of afterimages and hear the clang of metal against metal. Sparks flew as their blades clashed. Despite Naruto having a slight advantage due to the length of his weapon, Ino's defense was nearly flawless. This was the longest and toughest battle either had ever fought. Naruto anticipated a feint but was caught off guard when Ino executed another fake strike. She managed to deflect his katana, sending it flying from his grasp, but she also lost her tanto. Seeing Naruto's surprise, she seized the moment to flip him over and sat down on him. "Looking for this?" Ino asked playfully, pulling out 5 Hiraishin kunai that he had strategically placed for teleportation in case of danger. "The others are at home, so if you try to teleport, you'll instantly lose the match for breaking the rules," she said as he struggled beneath her. "This is actually pretty comfortable, you know. You sitting on top of me," Naruto whispered, a teasing glint in his eyes, causing her to blush. He tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and leaned in, capturing her lips in a brief kiss that distracted her as he rolled her over, placing himself on top. In the distance, Jiraiya scribbled notes for his upcoming book in the Aiko series, inspired by the scene unfolding before him. He broke the kiss once he had a kunai poised at her neck. "I win, flower girl," he said slyly as Ino realized what had transpired. Her expression shifted from happiness to confusion, then to fury. Naruto noticed the fire in her eyes, and suddenly he felt her knee pressing against his inner thigh. "Every man's weakness," Ino teased, her tone playful yet firm. "If you move, I'll make sure you regret it." "So who wins now?" she said, her knee dangerously close. She knew it was a clever trick, but she was determined to win, and it wasn't exactly against the rules. "You," Naruto admitted, tossing his blade aside in surrender and standing up. Meanwhile, Tsunade celebrated in the distance, having won 500,000 ryo, while Jiraiya wiped away tears of joy. The two fighters bowed to each other, performing the unison sign to show respect. They then returned to where Tsunade was waiting, and Naruto casually took Ino's hand, intertwining his fingers with hers. He had many questions for her. She was far stronger than he had anticipated, and he wanted to know how she developed the Earth style, Razendoriru. As they walked back, they passed Sasuke and Kakashi, who were heading toward their own battle. Sasuke smirked at the blondes while Kakashi offered them an eye smile. The couple waved to the gathered crowd before returning to the area where Tsunade, Jiraiya, Aiko, and Rado were spectating. Naruto wore a huge smile, but Ino frowned, feeling conflicted. She had won, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that Naruto had been holding back. She still had a long way to go if she wanted to truly challenge him. "Why the long face?" Naruto asked, noticing her dilemma. It's just that even after working hard for the last 3 years, I still didn't push you to your limits. You didn't use Fuinjutsu or Hiraishin against me. You didn't even summon your toads or tap into Kurama's chakra. It feels like you're so far ahead of me that catching up seems almost impossible. How am I supposed to protect you when I can't even challenge you? Ino expressed, frustration evident in her voice. Ino-chan, you did challenge me. You were one of the toughest opponents I have faced, and the reason I didn't use the Hiraishin or Kurama's chakra is that I haven't perfected them yet, but you still pushed me to my limits. You've improved significantly since our genin days, and I have no doubt you'll match my strength. You've come a long way. Not only have you learned the Rasengan, but you've also infused it with your own chakra affinity, which is impressive. Even though I didn't push you to your maximum potential, you didn't use any Yamanaka jutsus, and your chakra levels are just a bit below half. I know we will continue to challenge each other, especially since we're living together. He said, pride shining in his eyes, bringing a smile to her face. Begin! Tsunade shouted, signaling the start of the battle between the two Sharingan users. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, its red hue swirling with excitement, while Sasuke activated his own pair. Just like last time, if you can grab these two bells, you win. If not, you lose, Kakashi announced, pointing to the two bells tied at his waist. Sasuke smirked in response. This would be much easier than his previous battles with Naruto or Aiko. All he had to do was seize the bells. The two charged at each other, blocking each other's strikes with their forearms, the force of their clash pushing them back. They immediately engaged in taijutsu, but neither could land a hit due to the Sharingan's predictive abilities. Sasuke realized this was a waste of time. He needed to employ ninjutsu or genjutsu to overcome Kakashi. Dodging a kick from Kakashi, he performed a backflip and swiftly formed hand signs, launching a massive fireball toward him. Earth style, mud wall? Kakashi exclaimed, creating a barrier to shield himself from Sasuke's fire style, grand fireball technique. However, the wall shattered, revealing a barrage of smaller fireballs that would have scorched Kakashi had he not substituted himself with a log. Sasuke had deceived Kakashi into thinking he was using the grand fireball jutsu when he had actually employed the fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Kakashi reappeared before Sasuke as the fireballs dissipated. Sasuke rushed in, drawing his newly acquired one-handed katana and striking at Kakashi's chest, which Kakashi easily blocked with a kunai. Sasuke then aimed a kick at Kakashi's knee, landing a hit that pushed Kakashi back a few feet. As soon as Sasuke's blade grazed Kakashi's arm, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone. Summoning jutsu. Sasuke called, and his personal summon, Gaara, appeared. Unlike his other teammates, she wasn't a strong sensor, but her cats could track targets using their keen sense of smell. Gaara, I need you to track Kakashi's scent. Can you do that for me? Of course, Sasuke-sama. Since you don't have your mask on, I assume the meeting went well. After receiving a nod from Sasuke, she began leading him to the outskirts of the training ground, near a lake where Kakashi awaited. Water style, water shockwave. Kakashi shouted, executing his hand signs. He was one of those shinobi who liked to intimidate opponents by performing all the signs instead of shortening them. He unleashed a massive wave of water towards Sasuke, taller than the trees. Seeing the Torn approaching and concerned about the potential damage to her fur, Gaara muttered a quick apology before vanishing. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Sasuke declared, leaping onto a high branch and unleashing a torrent of flames. He knew fire was weaker than water, but if the fire was powerful enough, it could vaporize the water. The area was soon enveloped in steam, which would be advantageous for his next jutsu. Chidori, stream. Sasuke shouted, electrifying the mist. Normally, this technique worked within a 3-meter radius, but the impure water, being an excellent conductor of electricity, allowed the effect to spread throughout the area. Kakashi stayed underground to avoid being zapped. Once the fog cleared, Kakashi used the earth style, double suicide decapitation technique, to pull Sasuke underground. As Kakashi emerged, he felt cold metal against his neck. You're getting old, Kakashi. Did you really think I would fall for such tricks? Sasuke said with a smirk as his shadow clone vanished. Or maybe you're still too naive, Sasuke. Kakashi replied, as his water clone splashed onto the ground and he pressed a kunai to Sasuke's neck. Oddly enough, instead of gritting his teeth, Sasuke continued to smirk. Glancing to his left, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes with 3 intersecting tomo. In an instant, Sasuke transformed into a swarm of cats, trapping Kakashi in his genjutsu. Not wanting to harm his former sensei, Sasuke opted for a less intense genjutsu, giving himself a few seconds to retrieve the bells using his Chidori, Sunban, before Kakashi dispelled the illusion. Looks like you passed, Sasuke. I miss the days when this used to be fun, Kakashi said, lowering his hideout to cover his borrowed Sharingan. They both performed the unison sign and returned to the spectator area. On their way, they passed Aiko and Rado, who were heading toward the nearly destroyed training ground. Good luck, Uzumaki. Your opponent is a master of Kenjutsu, so you'll need this, Sasuke said, tossing his sheathed katana to the redhead, who caught it effortlessly. She muttered a quick thanks. Begin! Tsunade shouted, starting the final match. Rado immediately unsheathed his sword, the Kakuto. He didn't know Aiko personally, so he felt no need to speak. Aiko drew Sasuke's blade, taking his advice and ensuring her opponent had no advantage. The 2 swords clashed, his black blade against her silver one. Rado, being a seasoned Kenjutsu master, decided to take a hit to land his own. As soon as the black metal grazed her, she substituted herself with a nearby log. She created several shadow clones and chose to hide as her arm, which had sustained a small cut, began to feel numb. Once out of his range, she started treating her wound. Taking out a scroll filled with her antidotes, she began to assess her symptoms. That blade is definitely poisoned. It isn't snake venom, or my body temperature would be much higher. I'm losing control over my arm and feeling a strong burning sensation around the cut. This is definitely a mixture of plant and fish poison. The only pair that works this efficiently is the Torikabudo plant and the puffer fish. She injected 3 vials of different antidotes into her body. While waiting for her arm to recover quickly, she had to devise a plan to end this quickly. Okay, so the first option is taijutsu, but judging by the force he used a moment ago, along with his height and build, I only have a 59% chance of winning. I know a few genjutsu, but they won't be entertaining, and he might be able to break through them. Ninjutsu is a sure win for me, but he is a Kenjutsu master, which means he likely knows a lot of hidden leaf Kenjutsu, and that could work to my advantage. A few seconds later, her face broke into a grin. She had come up with the perfect plan to knock this man out, which had a 93% chance of success. Hey, Scarface, over here! Aiko shouted, getting the man's attention. His eyebrow twitched in annoyance, which meant her plan was working. He charged at her, his blade clashing against hers. She focused intently on him, appearing as if this was light work. Although she preferred to attack, she stuck to defense, knowing that it would irritate the Jonin since he couldn't land a hit, ultimately working in her favor. Is that it? Come on. This is even easier than defeating a ninja while he is half asleep, she said in a disappointed tone, which began to hurt his ego. Secret sword, moonlight, he shouted, rushing toward her at maximum speed, leaving a flurry of afterimages behind. As he felt his sword connect with something, a smirk appeared on his face. No one had ever dodged this attack of his, and he had mostly defeated opponents with it. See, that was a bit better, but still too easy. He heard her voice from behind him, where she stood wielding the sword of the youngest Uchiha. He glanced back at his target, only to find a log of wood. Shocked, he wondered how she had evaded his attack. Easy, the shadow flicker technique, and the log was just a distraction, she replied dryly. Hazy moon night. The Exumbu shouted, using chakra to leap high into the air and forming a circle with his sword, leaving a multitude of afterimages. Aiko was momentarily confused. He seemed to be everywhere, striking from all sides. She defended on instinct, but her movements were slightly slow. It felt as if he had entered another mode, making the battle much more interesting. Aiko would have been lying if she said she wasn't enjoying herself. Fire style, Flame wall, she declared, catching him off guard and forming an impenetrable wall of flames around her. She noticed the burnt fabric on his right hand and lowered the wall as he settled down. Is that it? I thought you were one of the few kenjutsu masters in Konoha, Aiko mocked, glancing at Sasuke. As she had requested, he had activated his Sharingan and was copying the various kenjutsu techniques. This only fueled the man's anger. He needed to demonstrate his superiority over the teen redhead. Leaf style, crescent moon dance, he shouted, using 2 shadow clones along with himself to attack Aiko from her blind spots. Before the clones could even touch her, she finished them off with her boil-style volley, forming 4 shadow clones and unleashing compressed ball of acidic mist, destroying the 2 clones and severely damaging the real one. This was a strategy she had devised to counter the hundreds of clones that Naruto usually created. Good, I just got 2 new jutsus to learn. I guess my plan is really foolproof. Now it's time to end this. Just as she began the hand signs for her final jutsu, Rado started moving his sword from top to bottom slowly. His one sword turned into 2, then 4, and before she knew it, she was trapped in his genjutsu. Rado grinned as he saw her hands stop the hand signs. Leaf ninja art, Yanagi. Aiko envisioned the leaves of the willow tree swaying in the night breeze. He dashed forward, the tip of his sword aimed at her chest. At the last moment, she broke the genjutsu and crossed her arms to protect herself. The black metal cut through the umbu armor on her forearm, causing her to wince slightly. Sasuke, do not move. If you go there, Aiko will lose due to needing medical attention. It looks like she is still able to fight, so let her finish it, Tsunade scolded the raven-haired boy, who was rushing to Aiko's side to heal her wound. It pained him to see her hurt, and the worst part was that he could easily heal her, but he wasn't allowed to. He scowled and began pacing across the room. He knew Aiko was the smartest among them, so she must have had a backup plan, right? Viewing it from that perspective, his scowl turned into a smirk. Who was he doubting? Aiko, who always had 3 plans ready with an 80% or more chance of succeeding. Even he was sometimes in awe of her brilliance, and Uchihas were never in awe of anyone who wasn't a legend or from the Uchiha clan. Okay, so instead of an easy plan A, I'll have to use the hard plan B, she thought, disregarding the large cut on her right hand. She also made a mental note to order even stronger umbu armor next time. Boil style, steam dragon flame bullet, she shouted, lifting her left hand and forming a left-handed rat hand sign, unleashing 4 highly acidic stream dragons that she could control with her chakra. For the next minute, the dragons overwhelmed Rado, and he found it impossible to escape. As soon as he tried, she sent the dragons after him. Unlike most other boil-style jutsus that covered a wide area, this was designed for precise and powerful strikes. Once Rado was knocked out, she halted her attack, and the steam dragons vanished into thin air. Before she could approach the spectators, Sasuke stood in front of her, his eyes filled with pride, though his expression remained stoic. "Give me your hand," Sasuke said softly, and Aiko obeyed. Almost immediately, he began healing her. "So, you won after all, Uzumaki. See, I told you yesterday that it was going to be a piece of cake, but you were overthinking. You should give that pretty little brain a break sometime," he said as he finished healing her hand. He walked over to the unconscious Rado, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the man, and began to heal him as well. "You know what, you're right. I should give my brain a break. Since this is your village and Anija is a bit busy today, show me a place to relax," Sasuke replied with a nod as some of Tsunade's personnel picked up Rado and vanished. "Now, let's head back and see what Lady Tsunade has decided." In Tsunade's office at the Hokage Tower, she smiled as she addressed them. "Considering your performance today and the fact that you knocked out one of my personal ANBU guards, I will be promoting you 3 to Jonin." Naruto erupted into celebration, while Aiko scolded him for being unprofessional. They reminded her of her grandfathers, Hashirama and Tobirama. With a playful cough, she continued, "You may collect your hideout." She tossed a hideout to each of them. Since Team 7's Jonin, Kakashi, is having some difficulties with his current Genin and Chunin, I will be transferring them to Team 18, which will be led by Yamato, one of my trusted men. He is a patient teacher and can help at least 2 of them become proper shinobi. The new Team 7 will consist of you 3 along with Kakashi. Tsunade gestured to Kakashi, who smiled warmly. As you are now Jonin, Kakashi will be your teammate, not your superior or inferior. After 3 months, you can decide whether to remain part of this team or join the ANBU. You will meet Kakashi tomorrow at 6 a.m. A 4-year-old Naruto was walking home to his small apartment after receiving glares at the grocery store. He kept his gaze on the ground, avoiding eye contact with anyone. He blamed himself. At that age, he didn't understand the burden he carried. He thought it must have been something he did that upset the entire village. Maybe it was so significant that even his parents didn't want him. Why else would he be alone? The 3rd Hokage only visited him occasionally to check on him or deliver his monthly expenses, and the old man was the only one who showed him kindness. The rest of the village seemed to despise him. He was growing weary of it all. All he wanted was acceptance, not praise or worship, just a little attention. He bit his lower lip, fighting back tears, wishing he could fix whatever mistake he had made. Realizing he might burst into tears if he lingered, he hurried home with the bread, eggs, and milk he had bought. He didn't know how to cook much, and eggs were the only thing that cooked easily in a pan. He had saved up for a toaster for his bread, so that was his main diet. Once he reached his apartment, he closed the door, locked it, and took a moment to calm down. Maybe someday someone would acknowledge him. Until then, he would have to work hard for their attention. With determination in his eyes, he poured himself a glass of milk and went to bed early. The next day, he planned to start training by himself. Since he didn't know any jutsus, he decided to increase his stamina by running laps around the village. At age 8, Naruto argued with his best friend. "I'm telling you we should paint the Hokage monument," he insisted. "No, we should paint the shops instead," Ino shot back. The two had become the infamous blonde pranksters, feared by the villagers and even the ANBU. No matter how hard they tried, the adults couldn't catch them, so they complained to Inoichi instead. "Besides, you should listen to your elders, and I'm older than you. Only by a few months. Just think about it, if we paint the shops, not everyone will know. But if we paint the Hokage monument, the whole village will see," Naruto said, laughing mischievously. He loved pulling pranks and was surprised to discover that Ino secretly enjoyed it too. She never fell for his pranks, claiming they were too easy for her. Naruto had successfully pranked Jonins, but Ino was a different challenge. For the next 2 months, their prank wars escalated until they teamed up to prank the entire village. The only issue was their stubbornness. They often disagreed on plans. Fine, Ino relented. She wasn't foolish enough to fight him if his idea was better. "But you have to treat me to Ichiraku's." She looked at him with pleading eyes he couldn't resist. He nodded in agreement, and they began to devise their next prank. Later, at the Torture and Investigation Department, an ANBU appeared before Inoichi. "Inoichi-sama, the Hokage has requested your presence. Is it about the two?" Inoichi sighed, already knowing it wasn't a good sign when Ino left the house at 6 in the morning. He didn't want to stop them from having fun, knowing the harsh realities of the ninja world. The ANBU nodded, and Inoichi replied, "I'll be there in a few minutes," before returning to his paperwork. Once he finished, he headed to Hiruzen's office. "Inoichi, look what the two have done this time," Hiruzen said, pointing at the Hokage monument, now covered in black paint. Inoichi's eyes widened. He had expected a silly prank, but this was beyond their usual antics. "Their pranks are getting out of hand. Don't worry, I won't punish them as long as they clean up their mess." "Don't worry, Hokage-sama. I'll make sure they clean up and warn them not to do this again," Inoichi said apologetically. "Kids will be kids, they won't listen anyway. Just let them have some fun while they can," Hiruzen replied, dismissing Inoichi. If it had been anyone else, he would have been furious, but he had a soft spot for Naruto, who felt like a grandson to him. He smiled softly before returning to his paperwork. "And did you know Kiba asked Hinata out? Those two are perfect for each other, but I never thought Kiba would actually ask her. Plus, Hinata kind of had a crush on you. It was hard to dislike her because she's so sweet, which is why she became one of my best friends." Honestly, I was worried about how she'd react when she found out we were together, but now that she has Kiba, I don't have to worry. Ino rambled on about what had happened while Naruto was away. After all, she was the gossip queen of Konoha. And recently, Shizen has been spending a lot of time with Ichiraku-sensei. I wonder if they're getting together too. I hope they are. And there's a new training ground being built secretly, and it's going to be much more dangerous than the Forest of Death. Shirsho didn't tell me much, just that it's being made using the rainforest to the southwest of the village. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked Naruto. Ino-chan, you look adorable when you ramble, Naruto replied honestly, smiling and making Ino blush. He gave her a quick peck on the cheek and linked his hand with hers just as he spotted Shikamaru and Temari exiting Ichiraku's. Hey, Shikamaru, Temari. How are you? He said, running over to the duo, dragging Ino along with him. Hey Naruto, glad you're not dead, Shikamaru replied, while Temari just gave him a wave. What happened to your face, Ino? Oh. He teased, drawing out though, as he noticed their hands intertwined. Yeah, we're together. Now we can go on a double date with you guys. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, causing Shikamaru and Temari to blush. What happened to your face, Shikamaru? Ino asked mockingly, a victorious smirk on her face. No, we are not together. Besides, I would never date this crybaby, Temari said pointedly, while Shikamaru muttered, troublesome blondes under his breath. Lady Tsunade has assigned him as my personal escort. Oh, would you look at the time? We need to attend a meeting. Bye. Temari said, pulling Shikamaru away as they escaped from the blonde couple. That was weird. They are definitely hiding something, and I doubt that Bachan has any meetings today. I bet she's either buried in paperwork or gambling away confidently after winning that bet against Pervy Sage, Naruto muttered. Agreed. Don't worry, Whiskers, I will find out exactly what those two are hiding, Ino said, a mischievous grin appearing on her face. You scare me sometimes, you know, Naruto replied, receiving a light punch to his arm in response. The two then sat next to Ichiraku, who smiled at them, but before he could speak, Ichiraku interrupted. Naruto, you have grown a lot. You know what? In celebration of you and Ino finally getting together and you still being alive, today's meal is on me. Ichiraku said enthusiastically to his favorite customer. Bring it on, old man. Prepare to run out of food because I am really hungry after my spar. Naruto responded with the same enthusiasm, making Teuchi chuckle. With Sasuke and Aiko. Sasuke, where are we going? Aiko asked for the fourth time, but Sasuke remained silent. Sasuke, she whined, dragging out the last syllable childishly. After receiving no response, she began to sulk. You know, instead of taking my mind off things, you're stressing me out even more, she muttered, pouting slightly. Just have some patience, it's a surprise, Sasuke replied, hiding his nervousness under his emotionless facade. He had an idea that might help Aiko relax, but he wasn't sure if she would like it. Realizing that Sasuke wasn't going to reveal anything, she sighed and decided to follow him wherever he was going. They headed to the outskirts of the village, near the farms. We're here, Sasuke said, entering the gates of the Asahi farm. As soon as they entered, an old lady greeted them with a smile, recognizing Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, it's been so long since I last saw you. You have grown so much. The last time you came here, you hadn't even graduated from the academy, and look at you now, you're a well-known shinobi, the old lady said happily, resisting the urge to pinch his cheeks. Anyway, what brings you here, and who is this girl you brought? She must be someone special since you actually brought her with you. Back then, you hated girls and kept avoiding them. Ino-san, meet Aiko. She's Naruto's sister and one of my closest friends. Aiko, this is Ino-san, the owner of this farm. I used to come here when I was young for their fresh tomatoes. Ino-san, along with the tomatoes, I need a small favor, Sasuke said politely, walking over to the woman once she nodded in response. He whispered in her ear, and the old lady provided him with directions as Aiko grew more irritated, still not knowing where they were headed. Thank you, Ino-san. Follow me, Aiko. I swear, If we just pick the juiciest tomatoes or if you're taking me to an abandoned ground for training, I won't hesitate to kick your butt, Uchiha. Aiko said once they were a respectable distance away from the old lady, not wanting to seem too rude. Well, you'll just have to wait and see, Uzumaki, Sasuke teased, enjoying her frustration. They continued walking to a stable, and Aiko suddenly realized where Sasuke was taking her. You told me once that you liked riding horses, so I thought, why not give it a go? It's perfectly fine if you don't want to ride them right now. We can go to the hot springs if you want, Sasuke said nervously. He wasn't sure if she was comfortable riding horses after the loss of her horse, Ichika. Are you kidding? I love riding horses. I didn't think I'd ever say this, but this was worth the wait. And even if I didn't like this, there is no way I'm going to the hot springs while Jiraiya-sensei is in the village, she said, following him into the stable. Have you ever ridden a horse before? Can't say I have. I think you might have to teach me, Sasuke admitted as Aiko walked over to a grayish-white horse, petting him as the horse nuzzled into her hand. Sasuke smiled a bit at the scene before him. He had been doing that a lot recently. Aiko was one of the few people he could open up to, along with Naruto and Gaara, and seeing her happy made him feel better. He walked over to a black stallion and stood there awkwardly until Aiko showed him how to pet the horse. After today, horse riding might become one of his favorite pastimes. With Naruto and Ino. You are not wearing that, Ino said for the 15th time, looking at Naruto, who was dressed in a tuxedo. She had already rejected all of his formal outfits, including a kimono, as he tried to decide what to wear for dinner at the Yamanakas. Although he had known Ino's parents since he was young and had stayed over for dinner countless times, he felt especially nervous now that he was Ino's boyfriend. Plus, the formal outfits do not suit your hair at all, and I am not going to let you meet my parents while you look like a caveman who just got new clothes. Ino-chan, I have tried so many barbers, but none of them could fix this without making me bald, and I don't want to be bald, I want to look good, Naruto said, gesturing to his messy hair. Is it okay if I try something with your hair? I promise I won't shorten it too much, and you'll still look good, Ino said softly. Naruto thought for a moment but then nodded vigorously. She set up a mat and asked him to remove his shirt. He complied without hesitation, and the blushing Yamanaka had to resist the urge to touch his bare skin. She wanted to explore, but she focused on the task at hand, giving Naruto a proper haircut. She opened her scissors and got to work. Once finished, she nervously brought out a mirror to show Naruto his new look. She had trimmed his bangs and tidied up the excess hair, making him look much more presentable. Naruto's face broke into a grin as he admired Ino's handiwork. He had tried to change his hairstyle many times before but had never succeeded. He quickly pulled Ino into a hug, thanking her while she blushed against him. So, I assume it looks good? Ino said with a hint of sarcasm as he released her. The best, he replied, giving her a quick kiss on the cheek. I had nearly forgotten that you were also a fashion queen. Now, my queen, please help me choose what I should wear. Ino nodded and went into the other room where most of Naruto's clothes were. Take a quick shower while I pick out a few outfits for you. Ino called, rummaging through his clothes. One thing was for sure, she had to take Naruto shopping later. She decided on a pair of casual black cargo pants, a white t-shirt, and a black jacket. Glancing at the time, she sighed. She had about an hour and a half to shower and get ready herself. She just hoped her dad wouldn't go into protective mode around Naruto. With Sasuke and Aiko, Sasuke remarked, surprisingly I had fun. They were heading to buy furniture for their new house that Naruto had built. I had fun too. I don't remember the last time I enjoyed myself so much. And the tomatoes were exquisite, Aiko replied happily. She had never felt so relaxed. After surviving on her own, escorting merchants across the shinobi world, and constantly being on guard due to her many enemies, she finally felt at ease. Don't tell anyone else though, I wouldn't want to ruin my reputation, Sasuke said with a small smirk, which made Aiko scoff. His mood shifted when he noticed a blur of pink rushing toward him. He gulped, and before he could react, Sakura wrapped her arms around him. Sasuke-kun, I'm so glad you're alive. Now we can go on a date together. I know you missed me a lot. When Naruto and you were announced dead, I was relieved but worried. relieved that Naruto was gone and devastated that you were gone. But now that you're alive, we can go on dates, get married, have kids, and rebuild your clan just like you wanted, she squealed, causing Aiko's blood to boil. 1. That girl had the audacity to call her brother an idiot, and 2. She had wrapped herself around her best friend like it was nothing. Aiko took a deep breath to calm herself. She wasn't going to cause a scene on her second day in the village, so she clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. "Do not call my brother an idiot," she growled. "Shut up, ugly hair. Naruto was and will always be an idiot, and stay away from Sasuke-kun. He is my man," Sakura declared in a haughty tone. "Sakura, I am not your man," Sasuke said coldly, peeling her hands off him and giving her a slight push. "Do not disrespect Aiko or Naruto in front of me, or those will be the last words you speak. Stay away from me." Sakura gulped, nodded, and disappeared within a minute. Aiko smiled gratefully at Sasuke, silently thanking him, and he gave a slight nod in response. They continued walking until Aiko suddenly stopped. Sasuke followed her gaze and saw a small child shivering in the evening breeze. His heart softened as he realized that Aiko had once been in a similar situation. He took Aiko's hand and approached the boy. "Hi, are you lost?" Aiko asked gently, taking a deep breath. The boy shook his head. "Where are your parents?" she inquired calmly. Initially, he didn't respond, but after a moment, he finally spoke. "They're gone," he said quietly, looking down. "They died on a mission a couple of months ago, but they had already paid the rent. The landlord kicked me out 3 days ago because I couldn't pay." He shivered again. Sasuke noticed and spoke softly, a tone Aiko had never heard from him before. "Let's get you some warm clothes and food. Then I'll ask Lady Tsunade which is the best orphanage in Konoha," Sasuke said, giving the child his jacket, which was a bit too big but would keep him warm. "Buying furniture can wait. Making sure this kid is all right is much more important. Thank goodness it's not winter, or he could have frozen." Aiko's lips twitched upwards at Sasuke's kindness. He was like a complicated puzzle to her. One moment he would tease her, the next he would be as cold as a heartless killer, and now he was warm and caring. She felt a strange desire to see all of him, the good and the bad. At dinner at the Yamanakas, Inoichi said, "Naruto, follow me," while Ryoka and Ino set up the table. Naruto gulped and followed, while Ino, helping her mom in the kitchen, hoped her dad wouldn't go into protective mode around Naruto. "So, you're currently dating Ino, is that correct?" Inoichi asked. "Yes, Inoichi-san. We've been dating for almost 2 years, Naruto replied, trying to sound calm, though he was panicking inside. Unfortunately, his internal turmoil woke Kurama. "Oi, kid, shut up and let me sleep." Kurama grumbled, opening one of his blood-red eyes. "Kurama, I'm having an awkward conversation with Ino's dad," Naruto thought back, feeling the pressure of the moment. He already found out about us dating, and now he's furious. "How do you expect me to calm down? You're just being dramatic. So what if you're dating her? She'll eventually date someone else. It might as well be you," says the guy who's been single his whole life. "Hey, I'll have you know, vixens have shown interest in me." "Sure they have," Naruto replied sarcastically before exiting his mindscape. "Drop the formalities, it makes me feel old. Just tell me one thing, do you love her?" Inoichi asked, looking into Naruto's eyes as if he were peering into his very soul. "After hearing about your apparent death, my daughter was devastated for days. She barely ate, barely slept. She hardly left her room. It was as if she were lifeless until Lady Tsunade returned and took Ino under her wing. I knew from that day that she loved you with all her heart, and that's why she deserves someone who loves her just as deeply. If you don't," before Inoichi could finish, Naruto interrupted him. "I do. I love her more than anything or anyone. Even when I was away, she was the one who kept me connected to this village. She is more precious to me than life itself. I know I don't deserve her after all the pain I caused, but I'm too selfish. I love her too much to let her go." Naruto's voice was filled with passion, and his eyes reflected nothing but truth. In that moment, Inoichi knew that Ino had chosen the right man for herself. "I approve of you, Naruto. But please don't act all affectionate in front of me or Ryoka. Inoichi said, knowing that if the two started behaving too lovingly in front of him, he might either lose his composure or feel pressured to be romantic himself. He and Shikaku both agreed on one thing. Women are troublesome. Also, you can still call me Flower Man. Naruto's eyes lit up at this. He had thought that from this day forward, he wouldn't be able to call Inoichi by his nickname again, but he was wrong. The two headed inside. As they heard Ino calling them from the front door, the dinner went smoothly. Ryoka was excitedly fawning over Naruto and Ino, dreaming of cute blonde grandchildren, though she felt a pang of sadness every time she remembered they were only 16. Nevertheless, both of Ino's parents approved of their daughter's relationship with Naruto and were happy that she had found someone she loved. With Sasuke and Aiko. Well, now that everything is packed, we're almost ready to move into the house. The furniture will arrive tomorrow afternoon, and once that's done, we can spend the whole day setting everything up, Sasuke said, placing his last sealing scroll into a backpack while Aiko dried her hands on a clean towel. She had finished packing earlier, so she decided to wash the dishes until Sasuke was done. Aiko, we have a long day tomorrow. You should get some sleep, he said, heading toward the couch. There was no way he was going to let Aiko sleep on it. What are you doing? Aiko asked, exiting the kitchen. I thought we decided yesterday that I would sleep on the couch. Well, I've changed my mind. I'm sleeping on the couch too. That's not fair, Uchiha. I don't want you to be uncomfortable while I sleep peacefully in your bed, she exclaimed. She couldn't even bring herself to be angry, he was just too nice. And I can't sleep knowing you're on the couch. Aiko, please just stop being stubborn and take the bed, Sasuke said calmly, though a hint of irritation crept into his voice. Plus, my mom would be rolling in her grave if I let you sleep on the couch, he added with a small smile. Realizing she couldn't convince Sasuke otherwise, she headed toward the room while he followed to ensure she was settled. Thank you, Suk, Aiko said before entering the room, for helping that little boy out. You could have ignored him or sent him off to an orphanage, but you didn't, and for that, I really admire you. She gave him a quick peck on the cheek before closing the door. Sasuke stood there for a moment, his fingers brushing the spot where Aiko's lips had touched, a faint blush creeping onto his face. He stood there dumbfounded for a few minutes before returning to the couch with a shy smile. The next morning. Did we get the timing wrong or the date? Kakashi-sensei still isn't here, Aiko said, confused. She had heard great things about the copy ninja, who could use the Sharingan without being an Uchiha. He had copied over 1,000 jutsus and was one of her idols when she first started learning ninjutsu, aspiring to reach that 1,000 mark herself. Probably got lost on the way or had to help a dozen old ladies carry groceries, Naruto said sarcastically, while Sasuke snorted. Even after 3 years, Kakashi still wasn't punctual. This time, he was nearly 2 hours late. Naruto was busy reading a scroll on Fuinjutsu to help him master the Hiraishin, while Sasuke threw shuriken at falling leaves. Eventually bored, he settled into a comfortable branch of a tree and started reading his book on medical ninjutsu. Realizing Kakashi wasn't going to arrive anytime soon, Aiko began working on a new boil-release jutsu since there were only a few pre-made ones. After another hour, Kakashi appeared in a flash. Why are you late this time, Kakashi? Sasuke asked, climbing down from the tree and sealing his book. I had an encounter with the spirit of the first Hokage, and he told me to stay put for 2 hours or I'd have terrible luck for the week, Kakashi replied. Since today is our first day as a team, let's start with a brief introduction. I'll go first, Kakashi said before continuing. He was going to give his usual introduction, revealing nothing but his name, but decided against it. My name is Kakashi Hatake, the son of the White Fang of the Leaf and the student of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. I enjoy reading books, outsmarting enemy ninja, and discussing various topics with Lord Jiraiya. I dislike missions that are B rank or lower and when people threaten my book collection. My hobbies include playing cards, chatting with friends, and participating in Guy's unusual challenges. My dream for the future is to find someone I lost. Kakashi said with a smile. Sasuke, you're next. Name's Sasuke Uchiha, also known as Nico from Team Yuzu. I like medical ninjutsu, sparring or training with Aiko or Naruto, talking to Gaara, and tomatoes. I dislike fangirls, meetings, and negotiations. My hobbies include cooking, reading, visiting Soraku, and horse riding. My dream for the future is to prove someone innocent, ensure no more tragedies occur so that no child has to endure what I went through, and achieve world peace. Aiko, go ahead. My name is Aiko Uzumaki, also known as Suzume from Team Yuzu and Naruto's younger sister. I enjoy training or sparring with Oniga and Sasuke, sushi, fuinjutsu, learning new ninjutsu, and playing strategy games. I dislike people who judge a book by its cover. My hobbies include horse riding, creating new boil-release jutsus, spending time with Sasuke and Oniga, and learning Jiraiya sensei's intel gathering skills. My dream for the future is to learn over 1,000 jutsus, take over Jiraiya sensei's spy network when he retires, and achieve world peace. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, also known as Kitsune from Team Yuzu and Aiko-chan's older brother. I like ramen, Ino-chan, training and sparring with Aiko and Sasuke, and fuinjutsu. I dislike the 3 minutes it takes for cup ramen to cook, people who can't tell a kunai from a ceiling scroll, and being home alone. My hobbies include trying new kinds of ramen, spending time with Ino-chan, Aiko-chan, and Sasuke, gardening, and improving my previous jutsus or seals. My dream for the future is to fulfill my dad's dream of achieving true world peace. Now that the introductions are done, let's get our team photograph. Once I submit that, we'll officially be a team. Kakashi said with another smile, and the three nodded before shining to the photographer's studio. The Hokage's office. Lady Tsunade, a letter has arrived from the fire temple. Ichiraku, the head monk, has been taken by 2 unidentified intruders. They are requesting our help immediately, Shizun said, rushing into Tsunade's office, grabbing her attention. I'll go, Asuma, who was already present in the room, spoke up. Asuma, after what you told me, are you sure you want to go? Tsunade asked. Asuma had just informed her about Kurenai's P'Arjin CY, and she didn't want to send him if it could be dangerous. I can send the reform Team 7, none of the ninja are injured. Lady Tsunade, I am certain I want to take this mission. Ichiraku was one of the Guardian Shinobi 12 and is a great friend of mine. If I were in his place, he'd accept the mission in a heartbeat. We share a bond similar to Choji and Shikamaru. Asuma said, lighting his cigarette. And don't worry, I have the strongest Earth-style user in Konoha, the second best Nara strategist, and the Akimichi clan prodigy on my side. As long as these aren't Akatsuki, swordsman of the mist, or retired Kage, I'll be fine. Well, if you are that confident, I'll assign the mission to you. You will leave with your team at 7 in the morning tomorrow. Tsunade said, dismissing Asuma. I just hope it isn't the Akatsuki, Tsunade thought before returning to her paperwork, hoping to finish by evening so she could meet Jiraiya before he left again for a few months. As soon as Asuma informed his team about the mission, Ino rushed back home. Packing her bag and ensuring she was well prepared, she sighed as she slung the bag over her shoulder. She planned to learn fuinjutsu from Naruto soon. She checked the sharpness of her tanto and added a few more kunai to her pouch. Leaving her room, she headed straight to Naruto, who was at the table, reading a book on fuinjutsu. With a smile, she wrapped her arms around him from behind and rested her chin on his shoulder. Hey, she said softly, and Naruto turned to her with a smile. Morning. Are you going on a mission? He asked, noticing her readiness. Yeah. It's an A rank. We need to find the 2 criminals who kidnapped Ichiraku-san, the head priest of the fire temple and one of the Guardian Shinobi 12, along with Asuma-sensei. She said as he pulled her onto his lap, and she wrapped her arms around his neck. 2 criminals who managed to defeat one of the Guardian Shinobi 12? There aren't many who can do that, so please be safe, okay? He asked sincerely, gazing into her icy blue eyes, filled with concern for his blonde partner. Don't worry, I'll be careful. You won't get rid of me that easily, she replied with a slight chuckle. I don't plan on ever getting rid of you. His face brightened with a smile as he gazed at her. Ino noticed his attention and leaned in closer. Their brief kiss was sweet, and afterward, Naruto kissed her forehead. You better leave while you can, flower girl, because if you don't, I might not be able to control my urge to keep you here. Well, I guess I need to leave then, she said, getting off Naruto's lap and giving him another quick peck on the lips. Love you. Bye, she said, closing the door to the flat as soon as she heard his love you too in response. Training Ground 3. I assume Naruto has already taught you the Rasengan, Kakashi said as a Rasengan appeared in his hand, and Aiko nodded. Well, Naruto and Ino are the only ones who have added a chakra nature to the Rasengan to create a complete jutsu. When you add an element to the Rasengan and it remains incomplete, it looks something like this. He demonstrated as the Rasengan transformed into a Chidori. This was the result of adding lightning nature to the Rasengan. It started as an incomplete jutsu but was completed with the Sharingan. Now, you need to decide whether you want to add an element to the Rasengan or create an entirely new jutsu. I think I want to create something entirely new. Adding a chakra nature to the Rasengan has already been done. I want to do something unique, she said, her eyes sparkling with determination, and Kakashi nodded. Being Naruto's sister, many assumed her jutsus were merely extensions of his work, but she craved originality. She wanted to make a name for herself, and that wouldn't happen if she continued to follow in his footsteps. While she had developed a few jutsus, they were often similar to others. The only person who could teach her to create a jutsu from scratch was Kakashi, the inventor of the lightning cutter. The first step is to choose an element. Since your affinities are fire release, water release, and boil release, pick one. After she selected her prized boil release, Kakashi continued. Now comes the creative part. What do you want it to do? Offensive, defensive, slow and painful, fast and silent, huge and sharp, small but deadly. The possibilities are endless. It's up to you to choose what aligns with your fighting style and what would be easiest for you to use in battle. Kakashi said with a smile. Elegant, quick, and precise. She replied as she preferred smaller jutsus. They allowed her to calculate her chances of success more accurately, preferably long range. She added, wanting to maximize the jutsu's potential. Alright, now think of a long-range practical weapon. Visualize it. Once you have it shaped in your mind, we can start working on it, Kakashi said as Aiko closed her eyes, focusing on the perfect weapon, its shape and size. Meanwhile, Kakashi pulled out his orange book and began reading. I think I got it, Aiko said, opening her eyes. She had envisioned the perfect weapon, prompting Kakashi to put away his book and begin developing the new jutsu. Western part of Konoha. I swear, if Lee insists on running 1,000 laps around the village to celebrate being alive one more time, I might have to use my Sharingan to cast a genjutsu on him, making him believe we ran along with him, Sasuke said, feeling more annoyed than anything. He didn't understand how a heavy workout could be fun. Naruto, on the other hand, was all for it and nearly raced Lee before the rest of Team 9 intervened. Speak for yourself. A race with bushy brows to showcase our youthfulness was a great idea, but you, Niji, and Tenten had to be killjoys and hold him back, Naruto said, disappointment clear in his voice. Well, if that's how you feel, then you shouldn't have pushed me to see our old friends and the Rookie 9, Sasuke replied, growing more irritated with Naruto. Before he could say more, a blur of white leaped onto him, liking him excitedly while he laughed. Wow, Akamaru, you've grown a lot. I thought I hit a major growth spurt, but looking at you, I'm not so sure. Naruto chuckled, recalling when he was the shortest in the group while Sasuke kept his distance. He was more of a cat person, and getting slobber on himself before lunch wasn't ideal. Just then Team 8 approached. Hey, Shino, Hinata, Kiba, Naruto called out, getting back on his feet and brushing off his outfit, which consisted of a t-shirt and umbu pants. Glad you remember me, Naruto. Though you might have forgotten since I wasn't part of the Sasuke rescue mission. Speaking of which, Sasuke seems well and alive, so congratulations on not going to the snake, Shino said, his voice almost flat, with any expression hidden by his high-collared coat. I'm afraid you're quite hard to forget, And I don't think I've ever seen anyone with glasses like yours. Naruto replied, gesturing to Shino's glasses while Sasuke conversed with Hinata. Sasuke got along well with Hinata. She was much calmer than his fangirls. Kiba felt a twinge of jealousy watching Hinata speak so politely with Sasuke, but she gently squeezed his hand to reassure him. This didn't go unnoticed by Sasuke, who smirked slightly. So, the mutt finally had the courage to ask her out. At least he succeeded this time after his poor performance in the Chunin exams. Not wanting to be rude, he wished them well, making the couple exchange shy glances. Well, I think I might be able to create an antidote, Naruto, Shino said, pocketing a scroll containing some of Torian's insects. In the meantime, we must take our leave. Kurenai-sensei has called for us, and we need to be there within 10 minutes. Shino added, and the two nodded. Don't worry about it. Let me know if you find an insect that can counter this one. Bye, Hinata, Kiba, he exclaimed as they departed. So, Sasuke, will you join me for lunch? Can't. I already have lunch planned with Aiko. Sasuke replied, as she was the only person he wanted to see right now. He was eager to hear about her training and anything else she wanted to share. Seeing her eyes light up with passion always made his day better. But since Ino is away on a mission and you dislike being home alone, join us for dinner. I'm cooking, and maybe you can stay over until she returns. After all, it is your home too, Sasuke said, trying to cheer up his best friend, who nodded vigorously at the offer, making Sasuke smile slightly. So, you and my sister? Naruto asked, his tone teasing, suggesting that there was something more between them. This immediately made Sasuke's face flush. No. We know. We're not a couple or anything, Sasuke stammered, his cheeks as red as the tomatoes he loved so much. He knew he was attracted to her, but she deserved someone better. He couldn't commit to a relationship, not after the trauma he had endured. The massacre had left a lasting mark on him, and no matter how hard he tried to shake it off, it lingered. Maybe confronting his brother would help, but that was just a possibility. Oh well, that's rather unfortunate, Naruto said. He didn't mind the idea of Sasuke and his sister being together. He could see the chemistry between them. I would have approved of you being her boyfriend, but before he could finish, his eyes caught sight of the dango stand. Since you're busy for lunch, get a plate of dango with me. I have something important to tell you about that mark on your neck. This piqued Sasuke's interest. He had been wanting to get rid of the cursed seal for a while, and most of what Naruto and Jiraiya had tried didn't seem to work. But Naruto was persistent, always researching the seal. The last time he had experimented with it, he had managed to seal it but not remove it entirely. After sharing his progress, Naruto left to check out an Uzumaki safe house nearby while Sasuke headed to Training Ground 3 to pick up Aiko for lunch. When he arrived, he found Aiko concentrating hard. A vein popped on her forehead as she gritted her teeth, her eyes closed and her hands locked in a bird seal. A golden hue radiated from her back. Meanwhile, Kakashi was lounging around, engrossed in his book. Sasuke sighed. He hadn't expected much from Kakashi, but he had hoped he would pay more attention to Aiko. Didn't he understand the importance of first impressions? Upon seeing Sasuke, the white-haired Jonin waved and called out his name, breaking Aiko's concentration. When she opened her eyes, she looked ready to punch something, but her expression softened into a smile upon seeing Sasuke. After bowing to Kakashi and asking for permission to leave, she joined Sasuke, who smirked at her. The two walked in comfortable silence to one of Sasuke's recommended restaurants. Instead of a regular table, Sasuke chose a bar-sized table right in front of two chefs preparing food. With a curious gaze, Aiko slid into the seat next to him. So, what do you recommend? She asked, flipping through the menu. Being new to the village, she preferred to play it safe and order something guaranteed to be good. You could keep it simple and order their famous sukiyaki, he suggested, popping an edamame bean into his mouth, using his teeth to slide the beans in and placing the pod shell on an empty plate. Or? Aiko asked, raising an eyebrow. She liked knowing all her options to avoid any regrets. Or you could start with the well-toasted, garlicky dumplings, gyoza, along with perfectly grilled pieces of chicken, yakitori. After that, you could have the carriage, which is deep-fried chicken with a side of sushi rice and some curry. And you could finish with the delicate and simple, yet difficult-to-master, suemano soup, Sasuke said with a smirk. He knew Aiko would prefer variety over just a plate of sukiyaki, and he was right. Her eyes lit up, and she asked him to order everything. So, how's training going? He asked after placing the order. It's horrible. Kakashi-senpai is helpful sometimes, but he isn't the one creating a new jutsu, Aiko groaned. It feels like I've made no progress for hours, and that just makes it more depressing. Well, instead of focusing on the success rate, remember that you will finish it before the end of the week. You know what? For some extra motivation, when you complete the jutsu, I'll show you the Konoha police station and take you out for another horse riding session, Sasuke said, a smirk appearing on his face. Unintentionally, his hand brushed against the mark on his neck where Orochimaru had left his seal. Remembering what Naruto had told him about it, he gritted his teeth. Sasuke? Aiko reached out for his hand resting on his lap, noticing the dark look on his face. Is something wrong? She asked, snapping him back to reality. Yeah, it's about Orochimaru's seal. It has something to do with his chakra, and in the worst-case scenario, he might have left a bit of his chakra inside me. I'm not sure, though. Naruto was a bit vague while explaining it, but he'll give me the details when he comes home for dinner, Sasuke said, popping a piece of gyoza into his mouth. He didn't let go of Aiko's warm hand. He liked how perfectly it fit in his palm. Aiko gave him a sad smile, knowing how much the Uchiha despised the Sannin. She decided to distract him from the negative thoughts. This is actually really good, Aiko said after tasting her dumpling. I think this is the best food I've had after sushi. She popped another one into her mouth, her warm brown eyes shining with happiness as she savored the flavors. Sasuke had heard from Jiraiya that food was a way to a girl's heart, and seeing Aiko's delight, he found the theory to be true. By the way, what book are you currently reading? She asked, pulling her gaze from the plate of dumplings. It's a book about samurai, and I'm not sure if they are true warriors or just foolish people, he replied. And why is that? Aiko inquired. They're considered some of the most elite warriors, and they believe that cowardice is the worst form of dishonor. Unlike shinobi, samurai would choose to end their lives if they brought dishonor to their families. I admire their commitment, but I also find it troubling that they would rather take their own lives than seek a way to escape capture. Even when outnumbered, they stand their ground, fighting to the end. This is where I differ from their philosophy. What do you think? From what you've shared, it seems samurai have a very fatalistic view. They accept their fate instead of trying to change it. If I were captured, I would look for a way out rather than resign myself to such a fate. And if I knew escape was impossible, then you would have me to rely on. I would break you out within a few hours, Sasuke said with a smirk, causing Aiko to chuckle. And if I didn't have you, and there was no one to help me escape, I would choose to end my life to prevent the enemy from extracting information. I don't think samurai are foolish, but they are highly disciplined. They are trained to follow orders and conditioned to end their lives if captured. They believe that escaping or retreating from a fight means they are cowards, while for shinobi like us, it's a matter of intelligence. That's what I've gathered. Aiko concluded as the chef served plates of hot yakitori. I think I'll let you borrow the book once I finish it, Sasuke said, reluctantly letting go of Aiko's hand to use both hands to separate the chicken from the skewer. Naruto groaned at the realization of how much he missed Ino. Even though she had been gone for just a day, he felt her absence keenly. He had dinner with Sasuke and Aiko, where he explained that the curse mark contained a fragment of Orochimaru's soul. He had anticipated their reactions. Sasuke clenched his fists, while Aiko gasped in horror. Orochimaru had sought immortality, and this was his key. According to him, the body was merely a vessel, while the soul was eternal, as indicated by ancient Uzumaki's sealing texts containing forbidden rituals. He had given Sasuke a vague idea at the dango stand, but revealing the full truth had made Sasuke furious. He wanted the mark removed. Thank goodness dinner was over. He couldn't bear the awkward silence. He would have discussed this with Ino, but she was on a mission. Though they had only lived together for a few days, he had grown accustomed to her presence. Sitting alone in the empty bed, he realized just how much he missed her. He longed for the morning kisses that woke him up and the playful moments they shared while making breakfast. He adored her gentle touches and soft lips. He was captivated by her, and there was nothing he could do about it. While she was away, he understood there was a reason for her absence. He felt a sense of loneliness, knowing that instead of being on a mission, his flower girl could have been in his arms. As much as it saddened him, he knew he couldn't stop her from going on missions. He had no right to cage her. He got out of bed and headed to the washroom to freshen up before going to the replica of their safe house he had built in Konoha. Just because he lived there didn't mean he had to stay all the time. After changing into a fresh pair of blue ninja pants and a sleeveless white t-shirt, he made his way to the house. Instead of sulking, he needed to focus on fixing the seal or, in Sasuke's case, removing it entirely. Aiko would be there to help, which was a relief. Unfortunately, Aiko would only be around until lunch, as she had a training session with Kakashi afterward. He needed her assistance. Although he was a skilled seal master, Aiko had a unique way of thinking. If his approach was to think outside the box, Aiko's perspective was so far removed from it that it was almost unrecognizable. He couldn't deny her unmatched potential. She was likely the smartest person he had ever met. Upon reaching the house, he went directly to his study with Aiko, who informed him that after the revelation, Sasuke was not in a good mood. He usually retreated to his room or attempted to unleash his frustration on the training ground with powerful jutsu. Right now, he was feeling fear, an emotion he hadn't experienced in a long time. The thought of having a part of Orochimaru inside him disgusted him, and the realization that his actions could be influenced by Orochimaru made him furious. Sasuke had spoken harshly to Aiko, disrespecting her when she had come to check on him. The two began working on the seal but made little progress. By the time they finished, they had only determined that the curse mark absorbed natural energy and channeled it through the user's body. It was similar to Jiraiya's Sage Mode, but the mark also amplified negative emotions within the user. After a cheerful lunch, they decided to check on Sasuke before leaving. He was still quiet, but instead of destroying the training grounds, he had focused on his medical ninjutsu. When they found him, he had his Sharingan activated and was taking notes from 2 textbooks. Naruto thought Sasuke was overreacting, while Aiko felt a mix of anger and concern. Sasuke's words had hurt her deeply. Choosing to leave him in his solitude, they bid each other goodbye and went their separate ways. On his way home, Naruto ran into Yamato, who asked for his help. Unlike Kakashi, Yamato couldn't ignore his team, and the mission Tsunade had assigned made things even more challenging. Of the 3 members on the team, Tsunade wanted at least 2 of them to become capable shinobi. Naruto recognized that part of the situation was his responsibility, as Yamato had received this assignment due to the arrival of Team Yuzu. With nothing else on his agenda, he accepted and followed the special Jonin to training ground. Just before they reached the training area, Naruto vanished in a shunshin, having gone to pick up another genin he had promised to train. Moments later, he reappeared beside Yamato, who was impressed that the blonde had managed to place a Hiraishin mark on him. He was also surprised to see Konohamaru with Naruto. The young Sarutobi was buzzing with excitement, having wished for this opportunity ever since Naruto's return to Konoha. Clearing his throat to catch their attention, Naruto addressed the 2 genin and the lone Chunin. "Your current sensei, Yamato, has asked for my assistance in training you. To start, I need to know your abilities. Today, Konohamaru will also be joining us, as his sensei is occupied with some rather inappropriate reading material." Naruto stated bluntly, aware of Ebisu's tendencies. He felt it was necessary to have a word with Tsunade about this situation. Meanwhile, he was determined to fulfill his promise to help Konohamaru with his training. "Konohamaru, you go first. Just tell me your chakra nature." To his surprise, everyone nodded in agreement without questioning his authority. "I have 2 chakra natures, fire and wind, just like Uncle Asuma. I would rank myself above average in ninjutsu and taijutsu, and average in genjutsu," Konohamaru replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. However, his determination to improve shone through. After witnessing Naruto's growth over the past 3 years, he believed that mastering all 3 abilities to an exceptional level was within reach. My chakra nature is fire release, Hiroto stated, aware of Naruto's strength and wisely choosing not to provoke him. I don't know my chakra nature, Sakura admitted, looking down in embarrassment. In the academy, she had outperformed Naruto, but now he had surpassed even Kakashi. She was eager to improve, and if training under Naruto could help her, she was willing to embrace it. Perhaps then, Sasuke would notice her. Despite her feelings toward Naruto, she recognized that this was part of her journey to becoming the perfect woman for Sasuke, and she would do whatever it took to win his heart. Figured as much, Naruto muttered under his breath before pulling out 4 pieces of paper. To be sure, let's determine your affinities again. This is chakra paper. Channel your chakra into it to find your chakra nature. He handed the paper to each of them. Konohamaru went first, and his paper split in half, with part of it turning to ash, confirming his fire and wind release. Hiroto followed, and his paper turned to ash as well, confirming his fire affinity. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement and asked Sakura to go next. Her paper became soaked, indicating that she had water release. After explaining her chakra nature, he moved on to Sai. The pale boy gave him a forced smile before channeling his chakra into the paper. To their surprise, a corner of the paper turned to dust while the rest got drenched. Naruto and Sai exchanged glances. Jiraiya had informed Naruto that Sai possessed earth release, but it seemed he also had a stronger water affinity. It was likely that Danzo had misinformed Sai about his abilities. Deciding to think on it later, Naruto returned to his spot. Alright, now I'm going to conduct a training exercise. You 4 will face off against me. Don't worry, I won't be using the Hiroshin or any would-release jutsus. Remember, fight me as if I were your enemy and show no mercy, because if you do, you might as well be defeated already. He said, putting on his fox mask. After 3 years of using it, he felt incomplete without it during battle. I'll give you 5 seconds before I come after you. If you land a single hit on me, you qualify. Those who don't land a hit, well, their fate will be decided by Yamato-san. He glanced at Tsunade's trusted Jonin, who widened his eyes to intimidate the 4. The tactic worked, as the 4 gulped and quickly dispersed. After 5 minutes, Naruto closed his eyes and entered his sensory mode while Yamato observed from a tree. He noticed that Sai and Konohamaru were attempting to conceal their chakra, taking him a few extra seconds to locate them, while Hiroto and Sakura had simply hidden. He decided to eliminate the weaker opponents first. He threw 2 kunai, one at Sakura's position and one at Hiroto's, prompting both to dodge. This was merely a ruse to draw them out into the open. With one hand behind his back, he engaged them in taijutsu, throwing punches and kicks, quickly overwhelming them. Within minutes, he had knocked both genin out. Seeing an opportunity, Konohamaru launched a fireball at Naruto, who easily dodged. Then he created a shadow clone, a technique Naruto had taught him, instructing it to distract Naruto while he formed another clone to execute a jutsu he had been developing. Exhausting nearly half of his chakra, he was determined to prove his worth as Naruto's student. As soon as the clone was dispelled, he charged at Naruto with an incomplete Rasengan in hand. Naruto, surprised, ducked and caught Konohamaru's wrist, flipping him. The incomplete Rasengan struck the ground, creating a crater, while Konohamaru lay drained. Konohamaru, that Rasengan was incomplete. If your opponent had been faster, your jutsu could have backfired on you. Needless to say, you have certainly improved, and I will start training you tomorrow in your free time, Naruto said with a proud smile under his mask as the young Sarutobi beamed before collapsing from chakra exhaustion. Now only Sai remained. Naruto decided to wait patiently for the pale boy to make his move, leaning against a nearby tree while reading one of the romance novels from Ino's extensive collection. Noticing that Naruto was distracted, Sai unsheathed his blade and launched an attack. Naruto deftly dodged the strikes, still engrossed in his book. He understood now why Kakashi had done this during his genin days. Not only was it impressive, but the satisfaction of seeing his opponent's frustration was unmatched. Swiftly, Naruto caught Sai's wrist, disarming him. The two engaged in taijutsu, and Naruto recognized why Sai was a Chunin. Even with one arm occupied, Sai's movements were quick and precise, a testament to Danzo's training. After a few more minutes, Naruto managed to knock Sai out as well. Sai was likely the strongest of the three teammates. After discussing how Yamato should train them and sharing their weaknesses, Naruto picked up Konohamaru, who was now conscious but still unable to move due to chakra exhaustion, and placed him on his back. They decided to head to Ichiraku as evening had fallen. Once Konohamaru had regained a third of his chakra and was back to normal, Naruto planned to teach him how to enlarge his chakra reserves. Although Konohamaru could almost use an A-rank jutsu, his chakra levels were still at a high genin level at best, and Naruto wanted him to reach mid-Chunin before teaching him any advanced techniques. Until then, he looked forward to catching up with Konohamaru. 3 years was a long time, and he was eager to learn what had happened with his pupil during that time. The pale crescent moon shone like a silvery claw in the dark night sky, as if the natural blackness embraced billions of stars like a mother cradling her newborn. On this particular night, Team 10 had just finished setting up a temporary camp for the night. Their captain, Asuma, had planned for them to travel to the bounty station near the fire temple, just in case the two had decided to deposit the bodies there. As much as he wished for Ichiraku to be alive, there was still a possibility that the two had captured him to claim the substantial bounty on his head. After ensuring that all traps and barrier seal tags were in place, he decided to get some rest. The team had found 4 large branches and tied their sleeping bags to the HRNSS attached to the tree. Choji smiled at Asuma, who returned the smile before climbing up to his sleeping bag, while Choji stayed below to keep watch. Shikamaru and Ino were already in their respective sleeping bags, having finished their tasks early. Shikamaru had fallen asleep, while Ino gazed at the stars. Soon enough, she spotted a shooting star and made a wish to see Naruto again. She missed her fellow blonde. It felt as if a part of her was missing. She longed for the moments they shared, the warmth of his embrace, and the way he would affectionately kiss her on the lips, forehead, or the top of her head. But she was on a mission, and she couldn't let her thoughts of him distract her. Pushing aside her feelings, she decided to go to sleep, knowing she needed her rest to be at her best for the battles ahead. It was about 2 in the morning, and Aiko was still awake. She sat in the living room, studying all the known details of Orochimaru's seal, from the oldest to the latest. Her fiery red hair was tied up in a messy bun, and her brown eyes focused intently on the scroll before her. She had noticed a few things here and there, but they didn't seem significant. Despite her frustration with Sasuke, she was determined to figure out the seal. She wanted to end his suffering, and for some reason, even sleep felt wrong while she knew he was in pain. Flipping a page, she began drawing a spiderweb flowchart, ensuring she explored every possible angle. She couldn't afford to make a mistake. She had even pleaded with Kakashi for a break just to solve the seal. The silence was broken by the sound of Sasuke's door opening. He went to the kitchen, made 2 cups of coffee, and returned to the living room, placing 1 cup in front of Aiko before heading back to his room to retrieve a specimen for his work. Sitting as far away from her as possible, he began to dissect the heart. The two worked in awkward silence, not exchanging a word. "Sorry," Sasuke muttered, breaking the silence and drawing Aiko's gaze from her work. "Don't apologize if you don't mean it," Aiko replied, knowing that Sasuke's words lacked sincerity. "If you think that just saying a word will fix everything, you're mistaken." She bit her lip to hold back her frustration and tears. Taking a deep breath, she returned to her task. Sasuke recognized that he had messed up and needed to make things right. He decided to remain silent for now to avoid an argument and planned to discuss it with Naruto later. The next morning, Aiko headed out for training before Sasuke had his breakfast. She had asked Kakashi for a break but found herself at a dead end again, so she decided to focus on her jutsu instead. Perhaps that would help clear her mind. After finishing his breakfast, Sasuke also headed to Training Ground 6, where Naruto was training Konohamaru. Since Konohamaru had a fire affinity too, Sasuke assisted him with simple jutsus. Once Konohamaru was busy practicing, Sasuke finally decided to ask Naruto, "How do you say sorry?" He whispered, and Naruto raised an eyebrow, prompting him to repeat the question. "I know you heard me, you fool." "Oh, I heard you, you jerk, but it's just strange that you're asking a question like this," Naruto replied, pausing to think. Well, it varies from person to person. The most important thing is to be genuine. If you don't know what you're apologizing for, take some time to reflect. Once you understand your mistake, apologize sincerely," he said, receiving a nod from the Uchiha. Soon, the two shifted to lighter topics, bickering about who was stronger. With Team Asuma, the two members will probably walk out of these doors any second. Once they do, we will attack. There's a slight chance they are Akatsuki members, but remember, we still have the element of surprise. Shikamaru stated. We will engage in combat immediately and try to incapacitate the two shinobi. As soon as they come out, I will capture them with my shadow possession jutsu. We need to end this quickly. Shikamaru concluded, and the three nodded in agreement. A minute later, a white-haired man in Akatsuki robes appeared, and Shikamaru gave his signal. Like a perfectly synchronized machine, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Shikamaru captured the man, and before he could react, Asuma had disarmed him while Ino struck decisively. The head rolled on the ground, surprising everyone when it groaned in annoyance. "Oh, for goodness sake. Being torn apart really hurts," he exclaimed as another figure in Akatsuki robes emerged from the building, carrying a briefcase. Team 10 froze in fear, astonished that the man hadn't succumbed. "Hey Kakuzu, don't just stand there, help me out here." "Shut up, Haiden," the man identified as Kozu replied, keeping his eyes on Team 10 as he began to stitch Haiden's body back together with a thread-like material that emerged from his hand. "Now I'll teach you a lesson for tearing me apart. Maybe Jashin-sama will be impressed." Haiden smirked. Kakuzu understood that his partner wanted to handle this privately, so he stepped back, keeping an eye on the blonde Yamanaka. He had read a lot about her and knew she had played a role in defeating Sasori. She could definitely become a significant threat in the future. Then the battle began, and Team 10 started to gain the upper hand against Haiden, largely due to Asuma and Ino's relentless offense. Ino managed to incapacitate one of his legs, prompting Kakuzu to intervene. He quickly stitched Haiden's leg and turned his attention to the Yamanaka, while his partner faced off against Asuma, Shikamaru, and Choji. Thanks to Ino's versatility with Earth Chakra, she was able to block most of Kakuzu's attacks while acting barriers to prevent Haiden's side from reaching her teammates. She took a few hits, but Kakuzu's long-range abilities made it difficult for her to land a blow. Realizing this, Kakuzu decided to draw her away from her teammates, hoping Haiden could finish them off quickly. Once they were far enough, Kakuzu removed his cloak, and two figures formed beside him from the same thread-like material. He wanted the Yamanaka captured, dead or alive. Her bounty was higher than his last target, and taking down Konoha's best Earth-style user would boost his reputation. Little did he know that separating her from her teammates would be a mistake. Now that Ino was alone, she could unleash her full power without concern for her friends. "Earth-style, rising columns," she declared, performing the hand signs for her massive jutsu. Within moments, hundreds of columns erupted from the ground, transforming the area into a maze. This was one of her trump cards. She knew the layout by heart, while it was new to Kakuzu. Now, she could strike from his blind spots and evade his attacks. Kakuzu soon realized why she was considered the best Earth-style user from Konoha. As he attempted to move, he felt the ground beneath him pulling him down. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld, he thought. She had turned the tide in an instant. Now, she was the predator, and Kakuzu was the prey, and he relished the challenge. He had finally found a worthy opponent and had a few new tricks he wanted to test out. Thus, the epic battle between the two commenced. "I have you now," Shikamaru said, ensnaring Haiden in his shadow possession jutsu. He dragged Haiden out of his ritualistic circles, causing the skeletal marks on his body to vanish. Once he confirmed Asuma's safety, he signaled Choji to strike Haiden. "You fools, I swear I will make you all pay dearly for this." Haiden threatened before being overwhelmed by Choji. However, the attack barely fazed him, and it only took moments for him to recover. Asuma, still smoldering from his earlier injuries, charged at Haiden while Shikamaru took a moment to regain his strength and Choji consumed a yellow pill. "Get ready to rumble," the Akimichi shouted as he transformed into a massive ball. The odds of Team 10 surviving were improving, and they mentally thanked Ino for handling the second Akatsuki member. Asuma and Choji pressed their attack against Haiden, but the Akatsuki member welcomed the hits, knowing they wouldn't truly harm him. His plan was straightforward. He needed to reach that circle, and then he could eliminate them one by one. He began attacking the two with his scythe, aiming to draw their blood. Shikamaru focused on devising an escape plan. Even though their chances of winning were slim, he didn't want to take unnecessary risks. Right now, escaping seemed like the best option. He had very little chakra left. Choji could exhaust himself at any moment due to the side effects of the pill, and Asuma was also not at his best. Ino was handling Kazu, and despite her strength, there was still a 50-50 chance of her survival. Shikamaru knew they had to choose between escaping and surviving or staying and facing defeat. Immediately, he began formulating a plan. "You'll have to do much better than that to catch me," the Yamanaka taunted, evading a flurry of attacks. Her left hand was bleeding, and she was covered in dust, dirt, and sweat. Meanwhile, Kazu was panting as one of his 5 lives had been extinguished by the Yamanaka. She felt a bit exhausted but knew she could carry on for a few more hours. Flashing through some hand signs, she heard a distant scream. That was definitely Shikamaru, she thought. She had to get out of there to help her teammates. "Hey Kazu, we need to leave now. The backup from the leaf is here. We'll take care of his body later, but for now we have to go," Haiden said, appearing out of nowhere, clutching his abdomen. He was in rough shape, limping with visible injuries. Kakuzu nodded, and the two vanished in a burst of movement as the Yamanaka rushed to her teammates. It had started to rain, and she sensed that everyone was on the rooftop of the building. She silently hoped that no one had actually died. What she saw on the rooftop shook her to the core. The backup squad stood in a line with their heads bowed, and at the end of the line lay Asuma, with Shikamaru and Choji by his side. Biting her thumb, she immediately summoned Katsuyu. Her vision blurred as warm tears flowed from her eyes. She didn't have time for this. She had to try to save Asuma at any cost or at least keep him alive until Tsunade or Sasuke could arrive. There's no use in trying to save me. Most of my vital organs have been damaged, and I should have died a while ago, Asuma said as Ino began to heal him. She ignored his words, focusing on the task at hand, while Katsuyu also supplied chakra to aid in healing. "Alas, this is my end. Listen carefully, these are my final words to you," he said, prompting Ino to stop and look at him. "Choji, you're a kind man who cares for your comrades. Be more confident in yourself. And maybe consider a healthier lifestyle," he said, causing Choji to finally let his tears flow. "Shikamaru, you are incredibly smart and have great instincts as a shinobi. You could definitely become Hokage, but you tend to be too laid back. You'd probably hate it. Try to learn a few more chakra natures, as relying solely on your clan's shadow techniques won't always be enough, especially on solo missions." The rain poured down Shikamaru's face, concealing his emotions, but deep down he felt shattered. And finally, Ino. You are strong-willed, dependable, responsible, and perseverant. In such a short time, you have become one of the strongest shinobi in Konoha. You have already surpassed me, and I am truly proud of you. You have shown that you can rise again no matter how hard you fall. Shikamaru and Choji can be a handful, keep them in line. I need one last favor from you. Take care of my child, all right? At this point, Ino was weeping but nodded, promising to take care of his child. She was not about to give up on her sensei. She continued to do her best to heal Asuma. She had no other option. Asuma only has a few seconds left. He was right. A lot of damage has been done, and he has lost a significant amount of blood. It's impossible to keep him alive. Even Lady Tsunade cannot save him, even if we somehow delay his passing and make it back to Konoha, Katsuyu said to the Yamanaka. "Before I go, let me have a cigarette." At his request, Shikamaru lit a cigarette and placed it between Asuma's lips. Halfway through, Asuma stopped inhaling, and the cigarette fell away. Just like that, one of the most important figures in the leaf had fallen. The weather had been sunny and warm all week, but as the news of Asuma's passing spread, the sun seemed to hide away. The sky turned cloudy, and soon the rain poured down, relentless and heavy. It clattered onto the houses, buildings, and rocks, pitting the sea. The rain barely stopped, and when it did, the clouds ensured that the hidden leaf received no sunlight. Just as there was no ray of sunshine, it felt as if hope had vanished for many. The entire village was somber, gloomy, and filled with sadness. Just a few years ago, the third Hokage had passed away at the hands of his former student. Now his son had been taken by the organization that the former student had once been part of, the Akatsuki. Asuma was a well-known ninja, praised for all the right reasons. He was the youngest ever to join the Guardian Shinobi 12 and always had a kind heart. Despite his issues with Hiruzen, he loved the village as much, if not more than, his father. He was the pride of the Sarutobi clan and the village, a ninja so powerful that some villages dared not challenge him. His loss affected the entire village, especially those closest to him. Even Aiko, known for her stoic demeanor, shed tears upon hearing of his death. She mourned the loss of a close friend and betting partner, someone she had teased endlessly about Kurenai. Tsunade, having spent much time with the third Hokage, watched Asuma grow from an irritating child into a respectful man. She was overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow. Guilt washed over her as she sent him on a dangerous mission, knowing he had a baby on the way, and sorrow filled her heart for not being able to save her sensei or his son. Guy, though not particularly close to Asuma, found himself crying uncontrollably for the loss of a youthful comrade he had respected since childhood. Deep down, he realized he would miss Asuma more than he had anticipated. Sasuke and Naruto had been away from the village for about 3 years, yet they held a deep respect for the Sarutobi family. Even from afar, the news affected them profoundly. Naruto penned a letter to Jiraiya, inquiring about his well-being and sharing the heartbreaking news, even though he knew the Sannin had likely heard it days earlier. He wanted to ensure he cherished his sensei while he still could. Kakashi lay in his bed, lifeless for a day, having lost another precious person. His body had grown accustomed to pain. Life had been cruel. He lost his father at a young age, his rival and close friend shortly after, and then another dear friend whom he had promised to protect. During his time in the Umbu, he lost his sensei, Minato, and Minato's wife, Kushina, who had become like family to him. Later, he faced the loss of Hanar, the only girl he had feelings for, while helping her escape. Now, he mourned Asuma, his eyes vacant, refusing to shed any tears. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were deeply affected by their sensei's death. Ino blamed herself for leaving Asuma and distracting the enemy, believing her plan had failed, costing her sensei his life. Meanwhile, Choji and Shikamaru felt guilt for not being strong enough to defend him, allowing him to bear the brunt of the fight alone. They spoke little after his passing, their vibrant personalities dimmed, lost in their own thoughts. Kurenai was shattered by the loss of her beloved. Upon hearing the news, she collapsed, overwhelmed by grief. Having envisioned a future with Asuma, his death left her heartbroken. Yet, a part of him remained with her. She touched her stomach, remembering she was carrying his child. She knew she had to be strong for the baby, but it was difficult when her main support had been taken away. On the day of Asuma's funeral, the rain fell heavily, as if the sky mourned alongside the people. Kurenai knelt by Asuma's grave, tears streaming down her face, mingling with the rain before splattering on the ground. All the ninjas who knew him attended, except for Shikamaru. Everyone wore black, bowing their heads in respect and sorrow. Ino, initially hesitant to attend like Shikamaru, chose to pay her respects and support Kurenai. Naruto stood by her side, intertwining their fingers in a gesture of compassion as tears flowed down her cheeks. Konohamaru was on her other side, sobbing for the loss of his uncle. Sasuke and Aiko stood near Kakashi, mourning in silence. Shikamaru wandered the village in his funeral attire. As sunset approached, he sat on the roof of his house, gazing at the clouds while fiddling with Asuma's lighter. His face remained expressionless as raindrops extinguished the flame repeatedly. After a while, he returned home for dinner and played shogi with his father, maintaining the same emotionless demeanor, which did not go unnoticed by Shikaku. He wanted Shikamaru to express his feelings. "So, the Akatsuki, huh?" Shikaku broke the silence. Are they strong? Yep, Shikamaru replied. So what are you going to do? At least I know you're not foolish enough to fall into enemy traps and perish. Shikaku's words sparked a flicker of anger in Shikamaru, who balled up his fist and bowed his head. Shikaku's strategy was working. But Asuma's dead. At this, Shikamaru flicked the shogi board away with such force that it extinguished the candle, the only source of light in the room. Let it out. Let out the anger, the pain, the sadness, the misery, Shikaku urged, and finally, Shikamaru shed tears for Asuma. I'll pick up the pieces, Shikaku whispered as he left the room. Once alone, Shikamaru released his emotions, crying and shouting like a wounded animal. He followed his father's advice, and after hours of release, his mind found peace. He picked up the shogi pieces and began to work. The day after Asuma's funeral, Naruto prepared breakfast. Despite his desire to make ramen, he opted for bacon and eggs. Ino remained quiet and barely ate, prompting Naruto to insist she eat during dinner the night before. He worried for her but understood she needed space. He had never experienced such a profound loss himself. The only time he felt similar sadness was after the third Hokage's death. He couldn't fathom what Ino was going through and didn't want to make it worse. Unsure of how to help, he planned to seek advice from Sasuke or Inoichi after ensuring Ino finished her breakfast. He was determined to support her through this difficult time. Ino sat on the balcony of their apartment, staring at the sky, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions. The last time she felt such pain was when she thought Naruto had died. But no one found any solid evidence to prove it, and the possibility that he could be alive was what kept her going. Yet, she had seen Asuma's body with her own eyes. She had been there while he spoke his last words. She had carried his body back to Konoha. Asuma had been more than a sensei to her. After her embarrassing loss in the first Chunin exams, he had supported her and helped her grow stronger. Even though Earth was not his chakra nature, whenever she struggled with an Earth-release jutsu, he practiced tirelessly until he mastered it, then taught it to her instead of sending her off to learn from a Chunin. Her greatest regret was that she had never thanked him enough. Sure, she had paid for their meals while learning and expressed her gratitude after he helped her, but it never felt sufficient. Asuma had a profound impact on her life, and even during his last moments, when he shared his wishes, she could only cry instead of thanking him for everything he had done. She heard Naruto call her name from the kitchen and sighed as she got up. This was how it usually was. She would sit around the house aimlessly, lost in thought, while he took care of her. She loathed this version of herself, feeling so useless that she couldn't even care for herself. She silently thanked the gods for keeping Naruto in her life. He had been the perfect boyfriend, even though she felt far from being the perfect partner for him. Her confidence had slowly faded, and now her thoughts were filled with negativity. The couple had breakfast in comfortable silence. Afterward, Naruto bid goodbye to Ino, pressing a quick kiss to her forehead before heading out to buy some things and meet someone important. The lake near the Uchiha compound. I knew I'd find you here. This is one of the only places I come when I need to think, Dobe, Sasuke replied with a smirk. The two exchanged their special handshake and then sat by the lake near the Uchiha district, dipping their feet in the lukewarm water. I heard you were planning to renovate the Uchiha district. It's not confirmed yet, but I've been talking to Lady Tsunade about it. It won't happen for a few years, though. Ah, after you've found yourself a lady, you mean? Since childhood, your plan was to rebuild the Uchiha clan. Oh, it's nothing like that. Honestly, I don't think I'll need to find one. And you must be dense if you think that rebuilding my clan means having a bunch of annoying kids. You're enough as it is. Oh, so now I'm a kid? Well, this irritating kid kicked your butt during our weekly spar, Naruto said smugly. You only won because I didn't use my Susanoo. Just wait until our next spar. You won't be smiling then, Sasuke replied with a scoff. Anyway, how's Ino? Is she holding up all right? Sasuke asked, clearly concerned. I don't know. Asuma's death has clearly affected her a lot. She's not in a good mental state, similar to how you were a few days after the Uchiha massacre. Naruto groaned, and Sasuke's expression darkened. Listen carefully, Naruto. If her condition is as bad as you say, then she's very vulnerable. You need to help her channel all her anger and pain. If you don't, it could affect her mentally and lead her to make poor decisions. She might even seek revenge. I know this from experience, but you can prevent it. You must not waste any time. Sasuke said as they both stood up. Thanks, team. And remember to apologize to Aiko-chan gently. Be as sincere as you can. Do it tonight if possible, Naruto said before waving goodbye and leaving immediately. He had a feeling that Sasuke had feelings for Aiko and was rooting for them. Without wasting another minute, he flashed home. Upon arriving, he found a note lying on the table, and Ino was not home. Training ground 17. The note read. Naruto cursed for not marking that training ground. He shunshined there instead. When he arrived, he saw Ino in her ninja gear standing about 10 meters away from him. Ino-chan? What is all of this? I want to fight you, Naruto. I want to see how I compare to the strongest ninja I've ever seen. Ino said, raising her tanto. This time, don't hold back. She rushed toward him, ready to strike. Just before the blade touched Naruto, he blocked it with his tri-pronged kunai, catching the blade between two prongs. Knowing she couldn't overpower him, she made a bold move. She parried hard, sending the kunai flying from his hand, but that also caused her tanto to fly away. Now both were unarmed, and Ino immediately switched to taijutsu. She aimed a spinning hook kick at Naruto's head, which he blocked with his forearms. However, the chakra on her feet and the sheer force pushed him backward. Ino-chan, please don't do this. I really don't want to hurt you. Don't worry about hurting me, just fight. Don't just defend, fight, demand it, she shouted while running toward Naruto with her fist ped back, aiming for his chest. Knowing how stubborn Ino could be, he decided to fight seriously. He sidestepped and placed a seal tag on Ino's arm, making it 7 times heavier. Taken by surprise, her momentum caused her to fall over, but Naruto soon realized it was a mud clone. The switch had been so perfect that he hadn't expected it. The real Ino was a few meters away, forming a bird seal with her eyes closed. Suddenly, the ground beneath Naruto began to shift, making him lose his balance and trip. The world in front of him shattered like glass, and even the falling raindrops stopped mid-air. Instead of the sky, he saw purple and blue clouds laced with millions of stars. The trees around him multiplied, each one bearing the same face, eerily calling out his name. Kid, it's a strong genjutsu. Break free. The Nine Tails hollered from within him, and he spiked his chakra network to escape. The first time he tried, nothing changed, so he pushed even more chakra to break the genjutsu. Thankfully, he broke free just before an Earth-style, rock shuriken, could slice him. He realized that, just like him, Ino was holding back her full power during their public spar set up by Tsunade. It felt as if he was finally fighting an equal. This meant he might have to give this fight his all, or find a way to de-escalate it quickly. He deflected a rock shuriken using a wooden pillar and threw a kunai at Ino, which she dodged effortlessly. He smirked as he flashed right behind her, throwing a punch that she narrowly avoided by acting a small earth wall. The two engaged in taijutsu, but this time Ino had the upper hand, lacing her fists and feet with chakra. Their blows echoed like gunshots, too fast for anyone to accurately follow. Ino, why are you doing this? He asked, concern in his voice. I need to make sure I'm strong enough to avenge Asuma-sensei. Ino growled. So this is what it's all about? Do you really think Asuma would want you to do this? He killed my sensei. He will have to face me, and I won't show him any mercy. I must stop hiding at any cost. She said, avoiding Naruto's question. Your rage is blinding you right now. Yes, he deserves to pay, but not like this. You're walking the same path my best friend took not long ago. I almost lost him, and I can't let that happen again. He was consumed by his hatred and refused to see reason. As Ino listened, her strikes began to slow, and tears streamed down her face. Don't let your fury control you. Let those negative emotions out. I know you want to stop hiding, but not like this. If you fight him out of anger, it could lead to your downfall. An angry ninja makes mistakes. Use your mind, think. Calm down completely before heading into battle, and your mind will be your greatest ally. Now Naruto had fully embraced her, and she cried in the crook of his neck. This time, her tears were not of self-loathing or anger, but of grief. I never thanked him enough, you know. It hurts so much when someone so close to your heart is taken. I guess that's why I let my temper get the better of me. I'm so sorry, Naruto, and thank you for being there for me when I needed you the most. I will always be there for you. And I will always be there for you. Well, that's nice. Thankfully, we won't see much of Avenger Ino again. Avenger Ino? You know, like how Sasuke used to say he was born to avenge his clan. I call that phase, stupid Avenger Sasuke, and now you were doing something similar, so, Avenger Ino. Naruto explained, making Ino laugh. It was the first time she had laughed in days, and it was music to Naruto's ears. He could feel it, his Ino-chan was returning. The two decided to walk home instead of using their jutsu to flash back. In that moment, Ino realized how lucky she was to have Naruto by her side. Slowly, the clouds cleared and the sun finally emerged, shining a ray of joy and hope over Konoha. On the roof of the Uchiha Uzumaki house, Sasuke spoke earnestly. Aiko, I'm really sorry for the words I said. I didn't mean them at all. The thought of Orochimaru being a part of me terrified me to the point where I felt everyone was against me. I wasn't even sure if my decisions were truly mine or if I was being controlled. I don't know if that makes sense. But I had no right to take my anger out on you when you were just trying to help. When I called you unwanted and selfish, I was subconsciously projecting my feelings about that snake. I hate myself for saying those things to you. I made a huge mistake, and from the bottom of my heart, I apologize. Took you long enough, Sasuke? Just hope I wasn't too late. Don't worry, you could never be too late. It feels really nice to know those hurtful words weren't directed at me. So we're cool? Sasuke asked hopefully. I guess. Shake it out. Nah, that's too formal. We're closer than that, how about we hug it out? Aiko suggested, and Sasuke nodded. The two embraced each other soon after. I really missed you, Aiko-chan, he whispered against her fiery red hair. I missed you too, Suk, she replied against his chest with a small chuckle. I'm glad to have my best friend back. Hearing that made Sasuke feel a strange pain in his chest. He hoped she felt something similar. He was aware that he was slowly developing feelings for Aiko, and hearing that she only saw him as her best friend hurt a bit. But he was still happy to have her back. In the living room of the Naruto apartment, Naruto asked curiously as Ino prepared dinner, so what was the genjutsu you used? Huh, she asked, looking up from the curry she was making. The strong genjutsu you performed on me. It felt stronger than any of Sasuke's. According to Kurama, it would have been extremely difficult for even a Kage-level ninja to break free. I only managed to escape because of my large chakra reserves and Kurama's help. Oh, that one. I've been working on it secretly for a few years now. I've developed it so that it's almost impossible to escape. I call it Atarashi Sunpa. It's like an alternate reality, but like every jutsu, there's a way to break it. In this case, it's an obsidian stone that shatters the genjutsu once destroyed. Each time, the stone is in a different location. Another way is to channel a lot of chakra at once, which can break any genjutsu, but the amount needed is enormous. She explained, waving the wooden spoon around while Naruto listened carefully. I'm working on a few other jutsus that could be very powerful if successful, but they're still in progress. You can help if you want to. She said warmly, stirring the curry slightly as it began to boil. Hell yeah, Naruto replied, pumping his fist happily. You know, I have some ideas I've been waiting to work on. Maybe we could collaborate. Oh, I'd love that. Here, taste this. She scooped up some curry, blowing on it to cool it before offering it to him. How is it? That's really good, he said, his face glowing with happiness. His Ino-chan was returning. He knew that what he had said would affect her, but he did not expect her to change this quickly. Hey, how are you? I know you're acting all normal again, but tell me honestly, okay? I'm better than before. You were right and you changed my perspective. I still want to confront that person for what he has done, but before that, I need to make sure I'm prepared mentally and physically. The first step is acceptance, which is why I'm trying my best to come to terms with Asuma's death. As much as it hurts, I'm slowly accepting it and letting out all my negative emotions," she said while turning off the stove and placing the pot on the table. "I'm glad to hear that," he replied as he started to set the table. They said their prayers and began to eat. This time, there was no uncomfortable silence. The couple laughed and chatted about various things, playfully teasing each other. Things were starting to feel normal again. The Akimichi house. The entire Akimichi family gathered at the table for dinner. Choji's parents were enjoying their usual 12-course meal while Choji had a roasted fish with a side of tofu and a bowl of salad. Ever since Asuma's passing, he had followed his sensei's wish and started a diet. His parents felt concerned for him but remained silent out of respect for Asuma's memory. He ate much less than usual and was beginning to lose weight. "Son, don't you want a second serving?" Choza asked as Choji started to get up from the table after finishing his meal. "No, Dad, I've had my share of calories for the day," he replied with a sad smile. "But you're a growing boy, you need to eat more than that. You can't sleep on an empty stomach." "No, I'm just a guy who feels like a useless teammate, rolling around to attack. That's been the problem with all the Akimikis, which is why the Ino Shikacho formation was formed. But I will change that. If I had learned jutsus of a different nature or even how to use a weapon, Asuma-sensei wouldn't be gone. Instead, I rely too much on Ino and Shikamaru, and when one of them isn't there, I feel as useless as a discarded potato," Choji said, his eyes threatening to spill tears, but he held them back. "But son," Choza began, but Choji interrupted. "I really appreciate your concern, but this is the path I've chosen. I will be the first Akimichi who doesn't just rely on taijutsu or his team. I will avenge Asuma-sensei and make him proud," he said before leaving the room. Tears slid down Choji's mother's face. "Our son is going through so much right now," she said, covering her mouth with her hands. "He's hurting more than we thought." "I know, darling, but this is something every shinobi faces at least once in their life. Choji is at a point where he can make or break his future. If he succeeds, his life will change for the better, but if he gives up, he'll be miserable and blame himself. I have faith that whatever he does, he will make us proud," he said, comforting his wife, who smiled at his words. Even she believed that Choji would make both of them and Asuma proud. Training Ground 3, the next evening. "Come on, Aiko, you can do it. Concentrate," Aiko encouraged herself as she poured her dense chakra, slowly and carefully molding it into the shape she envisioned. She had been trying to do this all day, and now she finally felt ready to complete the jutsu. "Almost there," she whispered as the chakra formed into the shape of a diamond. The top and bottom were sharper than any arrow, and the walls of the diamond held immense amounts of chakra under great pressure. She could feel the chakra pushing against the walls, urging to break free as she added more. Once she was sure the walls could hold no more, she compressed it until it was just slightly larger than the tip of her finger. The silvery gray diamond floated above her fingertip, waiting to be launched. "It looks so small, so peaceful, and so complete," Kakashi muttered under his mask. "Aiko, launch it into the woods," he said, eager to see what the jutsu could do. She nodded, and with a flick of her index finger, she released it. The diamond whizzed through the air at an incredible speed, leaving behind a trail of steam. It pierced through several trees, creating holes in them, and a moment later, it exploded somewhere deep in the forest, sending shockwaves that shook the training ground. "That was enough to take out a small army," Kakashi remarked as 4 Umbu appeared, ensuring no one had invaded after hearing the explosion. "It's all right. We're just training," he said with a smile, and the Umbu nodded and vanished. "I think it's finally complete," he said, turning to Aiko. "With practice, you should be able to form such diamond constructs in seconds, which will completely obliterate opponents. The steam it releases could also help you escape easily. Have you thought of a name for it?" "Yes, I plan on naming it Tsukimyu. It has an 80% chance of success, but if not aimed at vital areas, it will only create a hole that can be treated by a skilled medic. Unless, of course, it explodes, then there's no chance of survival." "This was a success. Thank you, senpai," Aiko said with a smile before bowing in respect. "Don't thank me, I just pointed you in the right direction. It was all you, Kakashi said, trying to be modest. He was genuinely proud of his new student. Yeah, Aiko, don't thank him. You did the hard part. Kakashi basically did nothing, Sasuke said from a nearby tree, pleased with himself for teasing Kakashi. Anyway, that jutsu was beautiful, a perfect mix of power and precision. I am proud of you for finally completing it, Aiko. It might even be more powerful than the Rasengan, he said with a genuine smile. You two must be hungry. Let's go to Yakiniku Q. Dinner is on me. Somewhere in the hidden Frost Village, Jiraiya was sipping tea, waiting for his messenger to arrive under the moonlit sky. The river beneath the bridge he stood on flowed peacefully, splashing gently over the rocks. A soft breeze rustled the leaves of the trees, and the distinct sound of cicadas filled the air. The area was secluded and tranquil, known only to a select few. From the shadows, a hooded figure emerged. As the man approached, Jiraiya set his cup down on the bridge rail and confidently said, Hey anai tojikameet oit. Sashite watashi wa nani ga at emonij mesu, the man replied, completing one of the many codes Jiraiya had devised. His voice was hoarse, and his lean build was mostly obscured by the hood, though a goatee was visible beneath it. Good to see you, Tora. I believe you wanted to see me urgently? Jiraiya said, turning to face the hooded man fully. Hi, Jiraiya-sama. The information I have is so confidential that I cannot even speak it aloud for fear of being overheard. This is also why I have concealed my face. He whispered as he approached Jiraiya and discreetly dropped a piece of paper into his tea before vanishing once more. The paper was coated in wax to protect it from moisture, a clever idea inspired by one of Jiraiya's former students. Jiraiya fished out the note and, as he read it, clenched his fist tightly. How foolish of me to think this was finally over, he murmured with a hint of sarcasm as the paper crumbled to ash in his hands. I may have to return to the leaf sooner than I thought, he reflected, vanishing in a flash to the inn where he was staying. I will take that into consideration, Sasuke, Tsunade said, gathering her stack of papers and placing them in a folder. I actually wanted to ask you something important, so please stay a moment. After taking down Danzo, the route was left without a leader. At that time, we locked them all up, but Danzo's route was a significant part of the Leaf's military strength. Most of the people in Konoha were unaware of it, making it nearly impossible for the other villages to know. Whenever we faced sudden attacks, his forces were there to assist us. Now, with his death, 40% of Konoha's military strength has diminished, and we need to recover that loss before the other villages catch wind of it. I can just imagine Inoki plotting an invasion of the home of the late Yellow Flash. With the Sharingan, you are an ideal candidate for the position. Why can't Kakashi do it? Sasuke muttered. Because he lacks sufficient control over the Sharingan and has requested not to be considered for this position due to personal reasons, Tsunade replied calmly. I'll think about it, but please don't get your hopes up, Sasuke said, rising from his seat. He bowed to Tsunade and, after being dismissed, vanished to the market. He needed to pick up groceries this time. At the Akimichi private training ground, the Akimichi clan had a vast training area that was unlike others, as it was not surrounded by trees or forests. This was because most of the clan's jutsus were designed for flattening opponents or demolishing structures. Instead of trees, the ground was dotted with large rocks and boulders. Currently, only one Akimichi was training, Choji. He had focused on building muscle and reducing body fat, and within a week, he had lost half his weight. Instead of rolling around, he practiced his punches and kicks. Losing that excess weight had made him more agile. After one last round of jabs, he began doing push-ups. This was his daily routine. He completed 100 push-ups every day, inspired by Rock Lee. Along with this, he also ran 7 laps around the village each morning and did 100 sit-ups before dinner. Despite all his efforts, he still felt unsatisfied as he hadn't begun his training in ninjutsu. Just a day ago, he discovered that his chakra nature was fire. He had attempted some simple jutsus, but despite his best efforts, he had not succeeded in mastering them. After finishing his physical training, he quickly changed and decided to visit the Konoha library to find a book to guide him. After browsing through several texts, he finally found what he was looking for, Mastering Fire. Choji was thrilled to learn that it was written by one of the Leaf's founders, Madara Uchiha. The book contained Madara's personal thoughts and experiences, along with his most utilized fire release techniques. Originally written for young Uchihas, it was now available to the entire village. While borrowing the book, Choji noticed that the last person to check it out was Fugaku Uchiha. He planned to read it before going to sleep that night, knowing he needed all the help he could get to achieve his goals. At the Uchiha Uzumaki house, Aiko demonstrated, "Alright, now draw the seal this way and without lifting the brush, start writing inside it," as Ino observed attentively. Ino had asked for her help a few hours ago since Naruto and Sasuke were called to the Hokage's office for a mission. She thought it would be a good opportunity to bond with Aiko, whom she didn't know very well. Once you finish writing, just add the capacity of the scroll at the bottom before lifting the brush. If the seal glimmers when you're done, the storage seal is ready, Aiko instructed, handing Ino a scroll and a brush dipped in the famous ink from the octopuses around Uzushio. Ino began copying the seal, but since she wasn't allowed to lift the brush, her seal became messy. Keeping the brush on the paper the entire time was a tradition, one of the many reasons why the Uzumaki clan could complete seals faster than any other seal master during battle. Aiko and Naruto had learned Fuinjutsu from the old texts of their ancestors and had slowly begun to appreciate its benefits while training with Jiraiya, managing to complete seals before him despite his greater experience. After finishing, Ino waited for a few seconds, but the seal did not glimmer. "Try again," Aiko said calmly, tossing a fresh scroll to Ino. "It takes a few tries to get it right." Taking a deep breath, Ino started again, focusing on every slide and how it would affect the seal. This time, she prioritized accuracy over speed. Once she was done, the seal shimmered, signaling that it worked. It wasn't perfect, but it was a significant improvement over her previous attempt. "No way! You did it on your second try?" Even Sasuke needed 5 tries to get it right without using his Sharingan, Aiko exclaimed, surprised. She had never seen someone who wasn't an Uzumaki learn Fuinjutsu so quickly. "Here, try it again and nail it this time." She handed Ino another scroll. Within a minute, Ino had completed the scroll, and it was better than the last. Aiko kept passing her scrolls until Ino achieved a few perfect ones in a row. "Alright, now try this one," Aiko said, drawing a containment seal. "This one may be a bit more challenging, but I believe you can get it." Ino didn't get it right immediately, but she found her rhythm and eventually succeeded. After a while, she broke the silence, eager to socialize with Aiko. "So, what's the deal with you and Sasuke?" she asked, unsure of what else to say. "We had a disagreement a few days ago, but it's all right now." "He apologized and we're on good terms again," Aiko replied in her usual calm voice. "I know about that. I was asking about your relationship," Ino said, raising an eyebrow. "What relationship? Sasuke and I are just friends." "Oh, come on. Anyone with eyes can see that you aren't just friends. You clearly have feelings for each other." "No, you must be imagining it. I'm pretty sure Sasuke doesn't see me that way." "Are you kidding? I've never seen him so happy. But I guess I could be wrong. Anyway, speaking of Sasuke, could you tell me about his childhood?" "Okay, I'll start. When we were at the academy, it was our first day, and Naruto and I were already late because we decided to pull a last-minute prank on the third Hokage and had to avoid the Umbu. When we entered the classroom, there was a bench surrounded by girls. I decided to check it out while Naruto saved a seat for me. As I approached the bench, I saw a boy with his eyes closed and his head held high. He was quite attractive, but I already had a crush on Naruto, so I didn't understand why so many girls were fawning over him. Among them was my friend Sakura, who was practically worshipping him. Wait, the bubblegum girl? She's had a crush on him since childhood? That explains why she dislikes me. Don't worry about her. She's all bark and no bite. Anyway, that boy, Sasuke, seemed to enjoy the attention. After seeing the fuss, I returned to my seat beside Naruto. A few minutes later, to tease Sasuke, Naruto started mimicking him, and I couldn't help but laugh loudly. Soon, Naruto had the whole class's attention. The boys were laughing while the girls were furious. Suddenly, Sasuke opened his eyes, clearly enraged by Naruto's mockery. In an instant, he was on top of our table, gripping Naruto's collar. Despite the shocked expressions around the room, Naruto remained calm. He looked Sasuke in the eyes, searching for fear, but found none. A grin spread across Naruto's face as he asked Sasuke what he planned to do or if he was just capable of holding his collar. This only made Sasuke angrier, and he pulled back his fist to punch, but Naruto caught it. Not many knew that my dad had started training a few years ago for Naruto's safety due to his rough past, and he was already at genin level. The whole class was in shock, and from that moment, I knew those two would either be rivals or best friends. Thankfully, our sensei arrived before things escalated, and Sasuke returned to his seat. For a few years, the two were bitter rivals. Naruto usually aimed for low grades, but whenever Sasuke provoked him, he would get the highest and brush it off as a fluke. At that time, I didn't like Sasuke because of his attitude, but once he was placed on the same team as Naruto, his personality began to change. He went from being difficult to a decent guy, and over the past 3 years, he has improved a lot, Ino finished. Do you have any photos of him from before he tried to leave Konoha? Aiko asked, her cheeks turning slightly pink. You could probably ask Sakura about that. She has a shrine dedicated to him. But there are some framed photos of young Naruto and Sasuke in the apartment. Naruto shares a special bond with him, she said fondly, always finding their brotherly connection adorable. Sasuke and you should come by sometime. I would love that, Aiko said with a soft smile. In another room, Shikamaru sat in front of a shogi board, working on his strategy. After another failed attempt, he rearranged the pieces and started again. He was trying to devise a strategy that involved the three of them working together against the two opponents, but he kept identifying potential mistakes that could easily occur. When unity doesn't work, divide and conquer, Asuma's voice echoed in his mind. He quickly adjusted the pieces on the board, ensuring that Haiden and Kakuzu were separated. The challenging part was figuring out how to split his team into two effective groups. Ino is probably the strongest, and Choji is likely the weakest. I would place myself somewhere in between, leaning more towards the weaker side. If Ino and Choji are on the same team, my chances of survival decrease. Conversely, if Ino and I are together, Choji's chances are nearly non-existent. The logical choice is to have Ino face the stronger opponent while Choji and I handle the weaker one. From what I've observed, Haiden is immortal, but I'm confident Ino has a plan for that. Kakuzu, on the other hand, has 5 hearts that we need to destroy to defeat him. I believe that with enough training, Choji and I can manage that. But what should we actually do? He arranged the pieces according to his plan, patiently waiting until a nearly perfect strategy emerged. A smile spread across his face as he finally formulated one. The only thing left was to get it checked by Aiko or Sasuke, who could identify any mistakes he might have overlooked, though that seemed unlikely. Rising slowly, Shikamaru treated himself to a well-deserved plate of fish curry and rice while contemplating new jutsus he could learn in a short time. After all, he needed a few tricks up his sleeve. The Sand Village. The Tsuchikage could be a problem. The Raikage doesn't trust us either, Naruto said, savoring each bite of his ramen. But we still need to unite all the villages, so I'll head to the cloud first, and if the treaty is signed, I'll proceed to the stone. That seems logical. I doesn't trust anyone easily, but once you earn his trust and support, he'll stand by you no matter what, Gaara replied, enjoying his dumpling. The two were having dinner at Gaara's home. Naruto had been assigned this mission a few days ago, and since Gaara had personally requested him, he knew it was related to Shikaku. Shikaku and I have been communicating, trying to build a friendship or at least cooperate. A few days ago, he mentioned something that has been on my mind. This is also why I specifically asked for you. I believe you and Kurama should know this. During Shikaku's unsealing by the Akatsuki, when I was knocked out, he almost broke free. Among those members, he saw the eye of someone who had controlled him long ago. He is convinced he saw the eye of Madara Uchiha. Kurama has mentioned the same thing about the day he broke free. He was controlled by that familiar eye of Madara, though there were some mutations, Naruto said seriously. There's a possibility he could still be alive. After all, his body was never found. But if he is, how has he survived and remained youthful for centuries? There may be some forbidden jutsus like the ones Orochimaru attempted, or perhaps he was connected to another life force, or maybe through some ancient sealing technique. The possibilities are endless, but if he is still alive and youthful, it's safe to say that no one would be able to stop him now. I feared that, which is why I've been considering sending a few spies to gather information on the Akatsuki. That would be of no use. Pervy Sage already has experienced spies keeping an eye on them. However, those spies never get too close. If they do, they risk death. Sending in your spies would lead to their demise and alert the Akatsuki, putting Pervy Sage's spies in danger. Our only option is to wait and be prepared for when Madara attacks, if he is indeed still alive, Naruto concluded, and Gaara nodded in agreement. The two continued eating in silence, feeling too weary to initiate further conversation after their discussion. After dinner, Naruto thanked Gaara for the meal and promised to train with him the next morning before heading to one of Gaara's guest bedrooms to sleep. The Akimichi training ground, 1 week later. 248, 249, and 250. Choji counted mentally as he completed 250 push-ups. He had changed significantly over the past 2 weeks, both physically and mentally. Instead of being overweight, he had become muscular. He was quicker, his taijutsu was stronger, and he hardly relied on the Akimichi clan jutsus anymore. He had come a long way, and while he might not be able to defeat a low jonin yet, he was certainly better than his former self. His mindset began to shift as he read Mastering Fire. He learned several jutsus from it, including techniques that could help him. One example was using fire style, blazing palm, in quick succession, just enough to make an opponent flinch when they felt the heat. He had mastered the basic fire style, fireball jutsu, and was working on the fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. He also adopted a new weapon that suited him well, the tonfa, which he learned about in Madara's book. It could effectively block against sharp blades and could incapacitate an opponent if he applied enough force. After finishing his push-ups, he practiced his taijutsu on a straw mannequin, not stopping until he perfected his combinations. Following that, he went for another run to build his stamina. He knew that Shikamaru's plan was ready, and they had to execute it the next day, so he pushed himself hard, intending to rest the following day. Another important lesson from the book was, rest is essential. Madara would often skip training if he wasn't well rested. This time, he refused to be useless and pathetic like before. Naru Ino apartment. Naruto still hadn't returned, and Ino missed him dearly. She wrote him a letter every day, and he would send a reply back through his messenger toads. In his last letter, he mentioned he would arrive in a few more days. She had just finished sending today's letter with Gamatsu and was now practicing her seal. The seal was the only way to take down Haiden permanently, so she needed to perfect it before their confrontation. Seeing Choji's progress motivated her even more, and even though she felt as if her hand would fall off, she kept trying. She was confident in her ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, and once she mastered this seal, Haiden would be no match for her. She had full faith in Shikamaru's plan and hoped she would be the one to face Haiden. She was determined to make him pay for what he had done. After successfully completing the seal in less than 4 seconds, she decided to visit Ichiraku for some ramen. To her surprise, Sasuke was there, enjoying a bowl of tomato ramen. She ordered her own and sat down next to him. "I thought you didn't like ramen," she said, initiating a conversation with the Uchiha. "Maybe the dobe is rubbing off on me," he replied with a small smile. "How are you doing without him?" "Fine. I miss him every now and then, but it's part of being a ninja. By the way, did you notice that rat under your seat? I think it was nibbling on your sandals," Ino said mischievously. Sasuke jumped up with a startled yelp, checking the area carefully before sitting back down, groaning while Ino laughed. "Sorry, but it was just too tempting." "Come on, Ino, keep it down. I don't want the whole village to know I hate rats. Do you know what that would do to my reputation? Telling you that was a mistake. You still haven't changed, have you?" "Nope," she replied. "Scaring you and pulling pranks was the highlight of the academy. Anyway, where's Aiko?" Ino asked, noticing it was the first time she had seen Sasuke eating alone at a restaurant since his return. "I don't know." She left a note saying she was helping a friend and practicing her new jutsu. "She probably won't be back until she either masters it or runs out of chakra," Sasuke said, taking another bite of ramen. "Uzumaki are too stubborn. It must be in their blood." "I know, Naruto can be a real handful sometimes. I don't even know how you manage to put up with those two," Ino said, slurping her ramen. "Those two definitely made me lose some brain cells at times," he replied, causing Ino to laugh. She was genuinely surprised to see Sasuke had a sense of humor. He had really changed. "For miso ramen for takeaway," Sasuke said as the old man nodded. Ino could tell that Sasuke cared a lot about Aiko but decided not to press the matter. The two continued talking throughout dinner about events in and out of the village during the long 3 years before wishing each other well and leaving. Shikamaru's house, a few hours earlier. "The plan is good but not perfect. There are a few things you might have overlooked that could lead to your defeat. The percentage of success is only 76%, but it can be increased to at least 89%, Aiko said as she began imagining every possible outcome. "So what do you suggest, Aiko-san?" Shikamaru asked, surprised to learn he had made a few errors. "He started a game of shogi. You don't know for sure where you will encounter the enemy, so having just one location and terrain in mind could be a disadvantage. To counter that, you should create a triangle connecting the 3 locations where encounters are most likely. Then prepare for the terrain within that triangle. Even if you encounter them outside, you can lure them back in easily," she explained, shifting one of her pieces. "That makes sense. It would be easier to draw them back into a larger area than a specific location." "I'll change that," Shikamaru nodded, moving his piece in response to her suggestion. "Your idea of divide and conquer is great, but the distance between Haiden and Kakuzu should be changed from a few hundred meters to a few thousand. Kakuzu's senses are sharp, and he can detect when Haiden is in trouble and pinpoint his exact location. Another benefit would be that they wouldn't be able to communicate," Aiko said, taking her piece out for an attack. "Right," Shikamaru thought for a moment before moving his piece for defense. "You are relying on Ino for communication, but it would be chakra-consuming for her to do that while fighting an A-rank opponent. You should trust her to handle Haiden while Choji and you finish your own fight. Also, you want her to face Haiden in a clearing, and I think I know why," she said, targeting his piece. "Because she's comfortable using big jutsus," Shikamaru answered, moving another piece for defense as Aiko lost hers to him. She smirked as she made her next move. "Thank you for 700 reads. Special thanks to @XPGamer22X for the idea for flashbacks. Please share your opinions. I enjoy reading them, and they inspire my writing for the next chapter. The upcoming chapter may take a bit longer as I am crafting some fight scenes, but I will aim to post it by next Friday. The next chapter will focus on the Chunin exam finals." As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the village, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. The Chunin exam finals were just around the corner, and the excitement was palpable. Competitors gathered, each one determined to prove their strength and skill. In the midst of the crowd, Naruto felt a surge of determination. He had trained hard for this moment, and he was ready to show everyone what he was capable of. His friends, Sakura and Sasuke, stood by his side, their expressions a mix of confidence and focus. As the day of the finals approached, memories of past battles flashed through Naruto's mind. He recalled the struggles he faced, the friendships he forged, and the lessons he learned along the way. Each flashback served as a reminder of how far he had come and the challenges that still lay ahead. The arena was set, and the first match was about to begin. The tension in the air was thick as the announcer called the names of the competitors. Naruto's heart raced as he stepped forward, ready to face his opponent. He could feel the weight of the moment, the eyes of the village upon him, but he pushed aside his nerves. With a deep breath, he focused on the task at hand. This was his chance to shine, to prove that he was more than just a dreamer. As the match commenced, he felt the adrenaline coursing through his veins, ready to unleash everything he had trained for. The battle was fierce, each move executed with precision and skill. Naruto dodged and countered, his mind racing as he strategized his next move. The crowd roared with excitement, their cheers fueling his determination. He could see the resolve in his opponent's eyes, but he refused to back down. As the fight reached its climax, Naruto summoned all his strength. He could feel the energy building within him, a powerful force ready to be unleashed. With one final push, he executed a move that left the audience in awe, showcasing not just his physical prowess but the growth he had achieved as a ninja. Victory was within reach, and as the dust settled, Naruto stood tall, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. This was just the beginning of his journey, and he knew that with each challenge he faced, he would continue to grow stronger. The Chunin exam finals were not just a test of skill, they were a testament to his unwavering spirit and determination to protect those he cared about. At the Uzumaki house, the three friends gathered, sharing laughter and stories as they enjoyed each other's company. The atmosphere was warm and inviting, filled with the sounds of playful banter and the aroma of delicious food wafting from the kitchen. They were excited about their upcoming adventures, their spirits high as they made plans for the future. Even though I have fought alongside her only once and seen her in action a few times, I believe she is silent and precise. If Haydn manages to get even a drop of her blood, he has already won. Instead, she should engage him in a forest. The shade of the trees will make it difficult for Haydn to see, allowing Inone to dodge his scythe with ease. The trees can provide her cover, so she doesn't have to waste her chakra on mud walls for defense. Additionally, the trees will make her attacks unpredictable, which is sure to frustrate Haydn. A person often makes mistakes when they are angry, and that will be another advantage. By implementing these changes, your chances of success will rise to 89%. She said, capturing Shikamaru's king through his escape route as he watched in awe. He had never seen it coming. Aiko's attack was on the other side, and he lost the game as soon as he captured her Kinsho. He couldn't remember the last time he had been defeated so easily. You won fair and square. Thank you, Aiko-san, for your help, he said, rising to his feet. It's getting late. Would you like to join me for dinner? Oh, I can't. I'm sure Sasuke is waiting for me. Well, let me walk you home. It's the least I can do, he offered, and Aiko nodded in agreement, not wanting to be rude after declining his dinner invitation. Mom, I'll be back in a few minutes, he called out before slipping on his sandals. After receiving an okay from his mom, the two set off. So, how did you become so skilled at shogi? Shikamaru asked, trying to spark a conversation. It's not every day I get defeated that easily. From a young age, I was fascinated by puzzles, mysteries, and analysis. I often read books about them and tried to apply what I learned. That's how I found myself solving many puzzles, but as I grew older, they became less challenging. However, as a runaway, I had to hide from various ninjas and people who weren't exactly friendly, and that's where I applied all three skills simultaneously. Over time, as I began learning jutsus and battling others, this helped me improve significantly. When Sasuke and Anija took me in, their missions and jutsus were intense, and sometimes we had to confront entire groups or infiltrate places. I started playing shogi against Sasuke because it shared similar principles. The game actually helped me think faster and made me more accurate, which led to me leading important missions. I haven't stopped playing ever since. Interesting. I started playing as soon as I entered the academy. Playing shogi every night against my dad after he got home was the highlight of my day. Then once I became a genin, I played more with Asuma. They were the only two people I had lost to, he said, his eyes misting at the thought of his sensei. But he quickly shook it off with a laugh. Until today. I underestimated you, Aiko-san. Never underestimate your opponent. It's one of the most basic rules. Maybe after today's defeat, you'll remember that. Aiko felt comfortable with Shikamaru. She didn't often feel at ease with new people. Next time, try not to go easy on me, she said as they reached the Uchiha Uzumaki house. Deal. Shikamaru replied, extending his arm. Deal, she said, shaking it firmly. See you later, she called as she headed inside, while Shikamaru left with a small smile on his face. Sasuke happened to see this by chance and felt a pang of jealousy as he observed the two. He trusted Aiko to tell him if anything was amiss, so he decided not to jump to conclusions. What did Pineapple Head want? Sasuke asked, getting up from the couch as Aiko entered the living room. He just wanted me to analyze his plan. She replied, heading toward the dining room. Figures. Anyway, I brought you some ramen, he said, unsealing 4 bowls as Aiko sat down in front of him. Here, Kara. Sasuke called out to his cat, pouring her a bowl of milk. Any news from Anija? Aiko asked, finishing a bowl of her ramen. Yep. I received a letter saying he left for the Hidden Cloud. He wants to try to get them to join the peace treaty as well. Sasuke said, cleaning up the kitchen. I bet 10,000 Ryo that if the Raikage signs it, he won't do so for more than 9 months. I'll raise the bet to 20,000 Ryo. Naruto will get it signed for at least a year. Sasuke smirked, confident in Naruto's abilities despite Aiko's thorough analysis of the outcomes. I accept. The Hidden Cloud. And how would the treaty benefit us? The Raikage asked, stroking his white beard thoughtfully. Consider this. Most of your supplies pass through the Land of Fire, where they often get stolen or result in casualties among your shinobi. If this were a rare occurrence, it would be manageable, but it's become a monthly issue, and your military strength is waning. If you agree to the treaty, we will ensure a safer route for your men. Interesting, but I could just send stronger shinobi. We both know you won't do that. It would put your village and your strongest shinobi at risk. Naruto replied confidently. Moreover, the leaf, the sand, and the mist will support you. 3 of the strongest prodigies, including myself, will be there to assist you at the first sign of trouble. Being so confident can be dangerous. It's not confidence if I can back it up. I like this kid. The Raikage chuckled to Darui. You remind me of your father. Give me the treaty, and I'll sign it for 14 months. If it proves beneficial for both of us, I'll extend the contract. You knew my dad? Naruto asked, handing over the scroll. How could I forget him? He was the only ninja faster than me. The Raikage reminisced about his encounter with Minato Namikaze. Anyway, here's the treaty. Enjoy your time in the Hidden Cloud, and let me know if you need a guide. He smiled warmly. Sorry, Raikage-sama, but I need to leave as soon as possible. Nonsense, everything else can wait. If something urgent arises, at least stay the night and leave early in the morning before sunrise. I refuse to let a guest depart without offering my finest hospitality. Not wanting to disrespect the Raikage, Naruto agreed. If it were up to him, he would have left the moment the contract was signed. He couldn't wait to see Ino again. The letters only intensified his longing for her. He bowed respectfully and left the room with Darui, who guided him to his suite. The Hidden Leaf, a day later. It was early morning. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji gathered at the gates to discuss their finalized plan and leave the leaf unnoticed. Just as they stepped outside, Tsunade's commanding voice rang out. Where do you think you're going? She demanded, flanked by 2 ANBU. Have you 3 lost your minds? And Ino, you supported this? This is reckless. I made the mistake of sending your team once, and I won't make it again. Apologies, Shursho, but we've prepared thoroughly, and our plan is nearly flawless. A plan alone isn't enough. You're facing 2 S-rank shinobi, one of whom has survived encounters with my grandfather, the first Hokage. The last time you faced Kazu, you returned with 7 significant injuries, and you couldn't defeat Haiden even with an elite Jonin. This is a rash decision, especially since your team only has 3 members and lacks backup. Shursho, please, we've trained hard for this, and we can't live with ourselves if we don't try. Ino, even if I agree, you still lack a complete team and backup. I simply cannot allow this. There are rules that must be followed. Can I join as the 4th member? Aiko asked, appearing beside Tsunade. If you allow it, Tsunade-sama, Ino can lead the team, and I could accompany them as the 4th member. She bowed to the Hokage, aware that Jiraiya would scold her for joining 2 B ranks on an S-rank mission, but she wanted to support Ino. Tsunade considered their determined expressions and realized she wouldn't be able to stop them. Sending another S-rank ninja on this mission might be the best option. Fine. But you still lack backup. Tsunade sighed. Sure show, if you can't contact us for more than 24 hours, send in Sasuke as our backup. Thank you. Ino said, bowing before leaving with her team. Thanks for saving us, Aiko. We owe you one, Shikamaru said, nodding at Choji. Alright, here's the plan. Ino, take Hayden as far away as you can and handle him there. As for Kuzu, Aiko, Choji, and I will take care of him ourselves. Aiko, if you see an opening, use this vial. He tossed a small glass encased in a metal cylinder, which Aiko caught and tucked into her back pocket. And remember, don't let Hayden get your blood. The three nodded as Ino and Shikamaru switched places, with Ino in the front and Aiko at the back in a diamond formation. Once they reached a clearing, Ino signaled Aiko to catch her body as her consciousness left it and entered the eagle soaring high above. This was her way of locating Hayden and Kari. A minute later, her consciousness returned. They were nearby. Judging by their path, they would arrive at 7 o'clock in 20 minutes. XXXXXX. I want that man's body. He has a huge bounty on his head, and for that, we must go to the hidden leaf, where it is buried, Kakuzu said as he walked away from the cave after sealing the two tails they had previously captured. Come on, Kakuzu, let it go. The leaf has probably set an ambush by now, waiting for us. Do you really want to walk right into their trap? That's not smart, Hayden replied, kicking a stone. You really need to watch your mouth. I've already considered that, which is why we'll take a different route this time. Oh, so you think you're the leader now? Let me remind you, we have equal power, and if you step out of line, I won't hesitate to sacrifice you to Jashin-sama. Fine, princess, I'm going. You can come with me if you want or meet me at our next location. Just because I'm coming with you doesn't mean I agree. I still think this is a bad idea. We should focus on capturing that four tails right now. Aiko and Ino had hidden according to the plan, suppressing their chakra to the point of near invisibility. Meanwhile, Choji was perched in a tree, concealed, with Shikamaru in the one next to it. The zombie duo was now visible, and Shikamaru's plan began. Ino watched as Shikamaru's shadow crept behind them, and just as planned, the duo sensed it. As they jumped away, Aiko's shadow clone launched two explosive kunai with near-perfect precision from her vantage point. The last thing she saw before the explosion was the change in Kakuzu's skin color, darkening and hardening like rock. As the smoke cleared, Ino noticed that the two were unharmed. Hayden had used the metal wire attached to his scythe to defend himself, while Kakuzu had hardened himself with an earth-style jutsu. Shikamaru's shadows crept up from behind again, but the two dodged it easily, having anticipated the move. You can't fool us twice, boy, Kakuzu said, Hayden spitting on the ground. Hayden, above you! Kakuzu shouted as Shikamaru leaped into the air, throwing Asuma's trench knives with seal tags attached at the two. DMN, those seal tags are impressive. They almost look like the original ones, Aiko thought, acknowledging the cleverness of the move. The knives whizzed past their heads and buried themselves in the ground beneath their shadows. Shikamaru smirked as he saw the two struggling to move. DMN it, your shadows didn't even touch us. How did you manage to trap us? Hayden said through gritted teeth. I wouldn't bother explaining everything as I'm far too lazy for that, but here's a hint. They're special knives, mementos from the man you killed, Shikamaru replied, connecting his shadow with Hayden's. He then made Hayden pick up his scythe, swinging it wildly to decapitate Kakuzu, but just in time, Kakuzu ducked, shocking everyone. A bundle of threads had snatched the knife just in time. He was now looking at Shikamaru in a new light. Previously, he thought Ino was the only major threat, but now he was convinced that Shikamaru was one too. You can't plan everything, boy, and even if you had swung the scythe, it wouldn't have worked on me. No physical attack can harm me. I am indestructible, Kakuzu said, smiling maniacally beneath his mask. You made a mistake coming back. Famous last words, buddy. Aiko said with a smirk as she unleashed a powerful Rasengan. Although she couldn't infuse it with her own chakra nature, Naruto had taught her this technique some time ago. She had considered learning the Chidori as well, but it required the Sharingan. How is this possible? I didn't even sense you, and you got me from behind? He exclaimed, turning his head toward Aiko as he felt the life force fading. I thought you were indestructible, moron, Haiden said, clearly annoyed. You shouldn't have dropped your Earth-style jutsu. I saw an opening and took my chance. Red fiery hair. Those calculated eyes. You are the Suzume, Aiko Uzumaki, Kozu said before collapsing to the ground. Ino, I'm nearing my limit. Shikamaru shouted. Just then, Ino emerged from beneath the ground, using her tanto to sever Haiden's hand with incredible force before flipping away to stand at a distance. You little blonde brat, give me my hand back. Haiden shouted, his eyes filled with fury. He felt humiliated that a young girl had done this to him when even some of the strongest shinobi had fallen before him. Come and get it, Jashin's rat, she retorted before sprinting toward the Nara woods, which Shikamaru had assigned to her. Just as they gained some distance, Kakuzu rose as if nothing had happened. Before anyone could react, he kicked Choji in the gut, sending him flying. Then, looking at Aiko, he removed his cloak. Let's get this over with. 4 masks adorned his back, one of which was broken. Slowly, his body began to tremble, and stitches on his back unraveled as the 4 masks transformed into individual creatures made of dense threads. The creature with the broken mask fell to the ground. I must have taken one of his 5 lives. Now I just have to take down these 3 monsters and Kakuzu. I think I defeated the one with the earth style, which means I have to face the other 4 elements now, Aiko thought as Kakuzu began weaving hand signs. The mouth of one creature opened, unleashing a massive gust of wind toward them. Water release, hollow water pillar. Aiko formed a tiger seal, and a hollow pillar of water surrounded her and Shikamaru, shielding them from Kakuzu's attack. I'll try to stall him. You get Choji. Shikamaru nodded in agreement as the water cascaded down. Aiko charged at Kakuzu, kunai in hand, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Suddenly, she felt a fireball approaching and leaped onto the trunk of a tree just in time. Sneaky bee, she murmured as 2 of the creatures began launching air and fire projectiles at her. Watch out, she exclaimed, dodging the attacks. Kakuzu was the most formidable opponent she had ever faced. His power felt almost overwhelming. She noticed one of the creatures heading toward Shikamaru and knew she had to change her strategy. A fireball struck her in the chest and she fell. The other creature fired a wind bullet at her, only to discover it was a shadow clone. Another clone had been observing the battle and devised the best plan possible. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Aiko shouted, forming a horse seal and enveloping the creature in corrosive mist just as it unleashed a lightning blast. Water release, wild water wave. Aiko unleashed a torrent of water upon the beast, redirecting the lightning back at it while the acidic mist began to eat away at its form. He may have the upper hand with 4 chakra natures, but each creature can only use one at a time. Fire release, flaming hail. Aiko conjured a barrage of fiery arrows that struck the creature, finishing it off. She had defeated one, but it had drained more of her chakra than she anticipated. You two all right? Aiko asked, extending a hand to help Choji up. Yeah, but if he keeps this up, the plan might fail, Shikamaru replied, dusting off his jacket. We will, but I have a trick up my sleeve. Choji. Distract him for as long as you can. I need some time for this. My clone will be with you. Aiko formed a shadow clone and vanished in a burst of speed. Don't worry, we won't let you down, Choji said, unsure if he was reassuring Aiko or honoring his late sensei. Let's go, Shikamaru. We've got this. He activated his blazing palms. The Narwoods. I don't even know why the Akatsuki asked you to join them. You're so slow compared to the other members I've faced, Ino said, dodging another attack, trying to provoke him further. You want to go fast? Let's go fast. The Jashinist grinned maniacally. All he needed was a drop of her blood. He began swinging his scythe wildly with his one arm. Yes, this is what I was talking about, skeleton boy. She deftly dodged and deflected his attacks with her tanto. Suddenly, the blade slipped from her grip, and Ino fell to the ground. Facing Haiden, her eyes reflected fear, and a small cut marred her cheek. Haiden liked the blood from his scythe and began his ritual, drawing a triangle inside a circle with his blood. Not talking much now, are we? Well, it's time for your end and another sacrifice to Jashin-sama. Enjoy the pain while you can, he taunted, stabbing his limbs and cutting off a finger multiple times as Ino gasped in distress. Goodbye, Blondie, he shouted, stabbing himself in the heart. Ino clutched her chest, choking back a gasp. Moments later, she started laughing. Don't tell me you are also blessed by Jashin-sama, Haiden said, a mix of anger and confusion in his voice. Yep, everyone was right, you really don't have a brain, she replied, rising to her feet. Before Haiden could react, she was behind him, writing a seal on his back. She attached a few paper bombs, which detonated, scattering him into countless small pieces as the seal began to pull him in like a black hole. Did you enjoy the show, Whiskers? She asked, glancing at a nearby tree. Enjoyed it? I loved it. It was incredible watching you be such a badass, he said, appearing before her in an instant. How was your mission? She asked, gently caressing his cheek. Boring as usual. But I struck a deal with the Raikage, he replied with a grin. Instinctively, he leaned in, capturing her lips with his. Her hands slipped into his hair, pulling him closer. A soft sound escaped her lips as he playfully nibbled her lower lip, seeking entrance, and she complied. Their kiss deepened before they remembered there was still one Akatsuki member left to deal with. Let's finish this after we make sure Kakuzu is taken care of, okay? Naruto said, reluctantly pulling away. Deal. Kakuzu. One of Kakuzu's creatures, which had been unleashing wind attacks, suddenly collapsed, a direct result of Ino's strategy. Choji engaged the other creature in a taijutsu battle while Shikamaru pursued Kakuzu using his shadows. Both were running low on chakra, barely holding on. They hoped Aiko would arrive any moment to use her trick. Just then, Ino appeared with a Razandoriru in hand, effortlessly obliterating the last monster. Heads up! Aiko shouted as she fired her Sukimura from a distance, hitting Kakuzu in the chest. He focused on hardening his body, knowing the power of this jutsu was immense. Aiko anticipated this and appeared behind him, pushing him further toward the Sukimura, aware it would explode any second. When the Sukimura detonated, shockwaves rippled through the area, completely obliterating Kakuzu. The explosion's intensity sent Aiko flying, but Naruto caught her before she hit the ground. Her right arm was badly burned. Hearing the explosion, Sasuke hurried to the scene, and Jiraiya emerged from hiding. He had met Naruto on the way back and traveled with him to Konoha. Aiko quickly recovered, standing within minutes. Though her arm throbbed, the adrenaline and joy overshadowed the pain. How did I do, Jiraiya-sensei? She asked, looking at her master. You were awesome, kid. I'm proud of you, Jiraiya said, and Aiko felt a wave of happiness. Hearing her master express pride was one of the best feelings in the world. I'd love to hear how you created that new jutsu, he added, ruffling her hair like a proud father. What did I miss? Sasuke asked as he finally arrived. His expression shifted as he noticed Aiko's hand, and he rushed to her side, ready to heal her. Relax, Sasuke, it's not a serious wound. You can treat it once we get home, all right? She said, catching his hand before he could start, and he nodded. Now that this is finally over, it's time to head back to the Leaf, Choji said, frustrated that he hadn't received any of the spotlight. You must be tired, Aiko. Let me carry you back, he said, kneeling in front of her to help her onto his back. The same goes for you, flower girl, Naruto replied, lifting her effortlessly as she laughed and wrapped her arms around his neck. Way to make a guy feel single, Jiraiya remarked, pulling out his notepad to jot down some new ideas inspired by his students before eventually following them. He was confident that his next book would be a success. Shikamaru lit Asuma's lighter in a quiet tribute to his late sensei, feeling Asuma's presence as he took a moment to reflect. Once the flame extinguished, he joined Jiraiya. Choji gazed up at the sky with a bittersweet smile. I'm sorry, sensei. I will do better, he whispered, trailing behind Shikamaru, determined to improve.